fiery planet shatters in the silent cold of space, its remnants drifting past a nearby moon. From a fiery haze, a monstrous being with horns and a third, vertical eye glares menacingly. A colossal bloodshot eye stares out from a cracked, rocky surface, witnessing the devastation. An endless horde of grotesque monsters and armored brutes stands ready for war, their banners raised. Humanity plunges into chaos as overwhelming beings demand a grim sacrifice, hand over people to live. A world leader at a press conference grimly refuses the monsters' demands, rejecting the use of humans as food. A titanic, single-eyed leviathan rises from the ocean, dwarfing the helpless crowd gathered on the shore. Boom! A nuclear blast erupts over a city, a desperate attempt to fight back. Unharmed amidst the inferno, a giant octopus monster surveys the city it has just survived. A terrified man shields a small boy in his arms as a one-eyed beast looms over the ruins. A lone warrior with flowing dark hair and a massive sword appears, standing defiant against the monster. The helpless man continues to clutch the child, his face a mask of desperation before the towering creature. Crackling with blue energy, the dark-haired warrior leaps forward, swinging his enormous blade in a powerful arc. Humanity's blessed defenders were called saints, but a 13th awakened, one who received no divine blessing. With glowing blue eyes, the unblessed 13th warrior reveals his name, Li Jian. To end the devastation, they gathered at the Demon Tower, home of the calamity known as the Crimson Eyes. Radiating power, Li Jian readies his greatsword and asks his comrades, "Shall we go?" In a frenzy of flashing cameras, a reporter urgently asks what became of Korea's hero, Li Jian. Amidst the chaos, another reporter demands to know why only 12 of the heroes returned from the mission. A man with spiky brown hair and bandages on his face stands silently at a podium, facing the press. The bandaged man's expression is grim and tormented as he prepares to speak. Puke. He lets out a pained gasp, tears streaming down his face as he clenches his jaw. Though crying, a bitter, vicious grin spreads across his face as he thinks, "Yeah, this is bullshit." A flashback begins, revealing the truth of what really happened on that fateful day. A brilliant flash of light marks a pivotal moment in the battle. Standing over the colossal, defeated body of the Crimson Eyes, the text reveals the victory was barely achieved. Alone and heavily wounded, Li Jian curses the comrades who abandoned him after the fight. In a shocking act of betrayal, a dagger plunges into the exhausted hero's back. Li Jian looks down in utter disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest. His strength failing, he collapses to the ground, whispering his disbelief at the betrayal. The supposedly defeated monster's eye snaps open, glowing with menacing life. Lying broken on the ground, Li Jian laughs weakly, accepting that this is where he will die. But with a surge of raw power, he forces himself up, his eyes blazing with untamed blue energy. He stands defiant before the gaping, tooth-filled maw of a colossal beast. A swarm of shadowy monsters with glowing red eyes descends upon the lone warrior. Li Jian unleashes a final, brilliant slash of light, cutting through the encroaching darkness. As his attack consumes everything, his final promise echoes. Just you wait. The scene shifts to a quiet, modern street corner, home to a restaurant called Cacao Chicken. Over a delicious-looking plate of fried chicken, a voice gives a serious command to listen carefully. A man with neat, light brown hair stares intently, a bead of sweat on his temple. A title card identifies the serious man as the Sagittarius Saint, Hugo Otters. A mysterious hooded figure holding a drumstick confronts Hugo, calling him Otaiksu and asking why he wants him to die. The hood comes down to reveal a scarred but grinning Li Jian, who playfully asks if it's because he's hogging the drumsticks. Hugo stiffly corrects him, insisting his name is Hugo Otters, while Li Jian laughs and continues eating. Munching on chicken, Li Jian calmly reassures his worried friend that he has no intention of dying. With a confident smirk, he boasts that he's killed more calamities than all 12 saints combined. Hugo remains silent, his hands clasped as he thoughtfully considers Li Jian's bold words. The scene transitions to a blood-red sky, introducing the ominous location, the Demon Tower. The tower's massive gate, adorned with a giant horned skull, is revealed as the lair of humanity's greatest foe. This apocalyptic struggle began on the last day of the 20th century, under the gaze of a cosmic horror. Just when humanity was engulfed in chaos, 12 self-proclaimed divine gods appeared before the earth. These beings promised to grant humans the power to overcome the calamities ravaging their world. But a 13th awakened warrior appeared, one who had received no blessing from any of the gods. This unblessed, awakened, scarred, and bandaged from countless battles was different. He was overwhelmingly strong, his blood-stained greatsword a testament to his incredible power. His strength was so amazing that he completely dwarfed the other 12 saints who fought alongside him. The narrator asks who this unparalleled hero was, revealing him to be Li Jian, standing triumphant over a mountain of corpses. His face is a mask of fierce determination, blue power radiating from his scarred body. After the battle, a smiling Hugo Otters gratefully thanks Li Jian for their victory over the Demon Tower. Calling him O Taiksu, Li Jian dismisses the praise and demands 5 years of fried chicken as his reward. Tiesk. Hugo angrily insists his name is Hugo Otters, but Li Jian comically admits he can't get used to it. Meanwhile, a blue-haired woman and a man with a fur collar scheme about their potential rewards from the fight. The man in the suit dreams of a lavish vacation, clearly irritating a nearby Li Jian. Li Jian quietly considers the grim reality that the Crimson Eye has pushed entire nations toward bankruptcy. The man with the fur collar then taunts Li Jian, suggesting he'll need money to fix his scarred face and injured body. Li Jian listens silently, realizing the so-called saints are nothing more than self-serving thugs. The saints' true nature is revealed as 2 shadowy figures admit they delay rescues to increase victim counts for higher pay. Disgusted by their greed, Li Jian vows to cut all ties with them after this final mission. The group presses deeper into the cavern, the air growing heavy with anticipation. Suddenly, the saints stop in their tracks, their faces filled with disbelief and terror. They gaze upward in horror at the overwhelming source of power that stands before them. The Demon Tower's boss is revealed, the colossal, 3-headed dragon known as the Crimson Eye. Even Li Jian feels the immense, suffocating pressure radiating from the monstrous beast. The Crimson Eye lets out a deafening roar, its central maw crackling with destructive energy. Overwhelmed by fear, some of the saints immediately turn and begin to flee. But one warrior stands firm, his foot planted defiantly on the cracked earth. The ground shatters under the sheer force of his unwavering resolve. Li Jian braces himself, golden energy flaring around him as he prepares to face the beast alone. An explosion of power erupts from his position, shattering the entire battlefield. The shockwave expands in a torrent of raw power, tearing through the massive chamber. The other saints are helplessly thrown back by the devastating blast, screaming in terror. A brilliant pillar of energy erupts from the Demon Tower, piercing the dark heavens. Dazed and battered, the other saints struggle to recover amidst the fiery aftermath. They stare in awe at a colossal sphere of fire, the devastating result of Li Jian's attack. The landscape is utterly transformed into a smoldering, molten wasteland. Through the smoke and haze, a massive, horned figure emerges, seated upon a throne. The Crimson Eye is revealed, completely unharmed and enraged, its menacing third eye glowing intensely. The blue-haired woman stammers in absolute terror, unable to even form words. Her fear finds its voice as she screams for everyone to run away, leading the panicked retreat. Tsesk, as the others scream to run, Li Jian scoffs in disgust at their pathetic cowardice. Dismissing their cowardice as irrelevant, he tightens his grip on his greatsword. He knows that regardless of their actions, only one person was ever going to defeat the Crimson Eye. With burning conviction in his glowing eyes, he declares, "Me, Li Jian." He explodes forward, the very ground cracking under the force of his powerful charge. He soars through the air, blade ready to strike the colossal beast head-on. A furious flurry of brilliant blue slashes fills the air as Li Jian unleashes his assault. He carves a path through a horde of lesser demons, becoming a whirlwind of steel and light. With a dagger clenched between his teeth, his resolve is absolute. He must keep slashing. He fights on, surrounded by the endless glowing red eyes of monsters in the cavern's depths. The path ahead is blocked by a writhing, overwhelming horde of countless grotesque horrors. Alone at the bottom of the cavern, Li Jian faces a seemingly infinite sea of snarling monsters with glowing red eyes. Standing atop a mountain of vanquished foes, The lone warrior glows with power as he prepares to face the endless horde before him. Bloodied and scarred but undeterred, Li Jian keeps the dagger clenched between his teeth, his eyes burning with resolve. With blood dripping from his lips and blue light flaring in his eyes, a ferocious, unwavering grin spreads across his face. His jaw is set, the dagger held firm, a silent promise of the carnage to come. A single powerful blue eye flashes open, swirling with immense energy amidst the darkness. A pair of powerful legs stands over a defeated demon as a voice expresses utter disbelief at the impossible sight. A hooded warrior looks down at an unseen foe, asking how they reached this place and declaring them the last one left. A terrified, horned demon begs for its life as a much larger, skull-helmed warrior looms over it. The skull-helmed warrior reaches down, coldly telling the cowering demon that its screams are pointless here. Splat. A violent explosion of blood marks the end of the final monster. Breathing a sigh of relief, the skull-helmed warrior stands over the corpse of his last enemy. Looking up with a weary, blood-streaked face, he wonders if his long battle is finally over. His moment of peace is shattered as he senses a new disturbance in the cavern of corpses. Staring up into the abyss, he desperately asks if he can finally escape this place now. As he utters the word now, the very rocks of the cavern begin to tremble and float. The entire dungeon starts to collapse around him, trapping him in a whirlwind of falling debris. The scene shifts to a modern city, now a landscape of smoldering ruins and shattered skyscrapers. Amidst the destruction, terrified civilians run through the streets, their screams echoing in the chaos. A young man with light brown hair cheerfully chides his panicked companion, who insists the area was supposed to be safe. The panicked man questions how he could have known high-rank calamities would appear as a pack of monstrous beasts charges toward them. The cheerful young man laughs, accepting their doom and noting that a fortune teller correctly predicted he would meet a monster today. A monstrous paw descends with brutal speed, aiming to crush everything in its path. Bam! The impact sends the cheerful young man flying as his companion screams in pure terror. Cuke. The young man lies face down in the rubble, letting out a pained gasp from the blow. Hopelessly surrounded by the pack of monster wolves, the two men curse their dire situation. The young man clutches his arm in despair, wishing the hero Li Jian had survived, believing he could have handled this. Suddenly, the massive, skull-adorned demon tower erupts from the ground, glowing with malevolent red light. The two men stare in absolute shock as a brilliant, holy light envelops them. Boom! A massive explosion of light erupts from the tower's location, engulfing the cityscape. Thrown by the force of the blast, the two survivors are helpless against the shockwave. The explosion leaves a massive, smoking crater where the tower once stood. Emerging from the rubble, the two men look around, dazed and confused by what just happened. The older man stares in wide-eyed shock at something emerging from the dust. He yells for his companion, Jimin, pointing in disbelief as a human figure walks out of the collapsed tower. A human, Jimin asks in confusion, as a muscular arm becomes visible through the smoke. Amidst the ruins of the tower, a lone figure with long, dark hair stands tall against the sky. Taking a deep breath, the man cracks his knuckles, preparing himself for what's next. Radiating a menacing green aura, Li Jian seethes with rage, cursing the comrades who betrayed him. His eyes glowing with green fury, he unleashes a guttural roar, vowing that his betrayers are all gonna die. The ground shakes as something powerful begins to move through the rubble. Peeking from their hiding spot, Jimin and the older man look on in fear, wondering what is happening. Pow! A monster's head is instantly crushed by an unseen, overwhelming force. A powerful fist smashes into the ground, obliterating another beast in a cloud of dust and gore. The two men watch, in utter disbelief. As the man notes, these are high-level calamities being defeated with ease. He concludes that the mysterious warrior is swatting the beasts like bugs as Li Jian effortlessly tears through the pack. Li Jian, now with spiky black hair and a confident smirk, stands triumphant after his swift victory. Jimin and his friend look on in shock as a new threat appears, followed by a brilliant flash of light. A powerful beam of energy erupts from Li Jian's position, hurtling directly toward the two stunned onlookers. Landing before them, Li Jian seems surprised to see them, while they scream in terror, asking why he's attacking them. Assuming all threats are gone, Li Jian wonders if everything is cleaned up. while the two men express their relief at being alive. Jimin excitedly tells his companion that the man must have come from the tower, calling it a huge scoop. But the older man dismisses the idea as impossible. The two survivors look up from the crater floor as Lee Jian stands over them, confused by his sudden appearance before them. A colossal, horned wolf with glowing red eyes appears behind Lee Jian, who looks up at it with casual indifference. Jimin and his friends scream in pure terror, realizing the boss of the wolf pack has arrived. As Jimin yells for him to run, Lee Jian simply smirks, completely unintimidated by the massive beast. The wolf boss unleashes a powerful roar, red energy crackling around its glowing eye. It opens its maw and fires a devastating beam of concentrated red energy. The two men brace for impact, shielding themselves from the incoming blast. The energy beam erupts in a massive, fiery explosion that engulfs the battlefield. The powerful blast continues to expand, shattering the ground in its wake. The explosion tears through the ruined city, a maelstrom of destructive energy. The shockwave rolls outward in a torrent of overwhelming force and light. The aftermath leaves the air thick with embers and glowing particles. Dazed and covered in soot, Jimin and his companion shakily wonder if they're still alive. Through the smoke, Lee Jian stands tall and unharmed, his back turned to them. The two men realize in awe that he stood before them, shielding them from the entire blast. As Jimin looks on in disbelief, the older man sweats, piecing together that the mysterious warrior deliberately protected them. Lee Jian turns his head, revealing a wide, predatory grin. The wolf boss looks up as a massive, skeletal spear materializes and hurtles down from the sky. Dismissing the beast as just a dumb mutt, Lee Jian prepares to strike. Leaping into the air with immense force, he bellows the command, "Sit!" His fist connects with the ground in a blinding flash of light and power. The immense impact smashes the wolf boss into the earth, shattering its body. The two onlookers can only stare with blank, wide eyes, their mouths agape in utter shock. Lee Jian lands smoothly amidst the rubble, his hand pressed against the cracked ground. He stands victorious over the massive, defeated wolf, which now lies motionless in the crater. Holding his nose in disgust, Lee Jian complains that the dead monster stinks. He turns to the two men, who jump in fright and stammer "yes" in response. His eyes glowing green, Lee Jian gives them a simple, ominous order: go. Trembling uncontrollably, the two men nervously ask where he wants them to go. His menacing expression vanishes, replaced by a cheerful grin as he tells them to go buy him some food. The two men stand frozen in speechless confusion as Lee Jian turns away. Scratching his head, he casually adds a request for some clothes as well. The scene shifts to the brightly lit entrance of a restaurant called Kimbap World. An empty bowl is slammed down on a wooden table with finality. His soul literally leaving his body, the older man stares in horror at a long bill while Jimin looks on, equally shocked. The older man screams in disbelief that Lee Jian ate $10,000 worth of food, but Lee Jian, now with a comically bloated stomach, claims he held back. Lee Jian reminds them of their promise to repay him, then cheekily orders another portion of ramen, causing the two men to shout in protest. Now dressed in a t-shirt, Jimin winks and casually asks Lee Jian what he was doing near the tower. Lee Jian nonchalantly explains he just came out of the tower, stunning Jimin, before saying he has a question of his own. Surrounded by a faint blue aura, Jimin asks Lee Jian why he can sense magic power coming from him. The older man explains it's because Jimin is a disciple, and then asks if Lee Jian is also an awakened blessed by a god. Lee Jian scoffs at the idea, declaring the gods are worthless and that he would never serve them. His expression suddenly changes to one of pure shock as a realization hits him. Slamming his hands on the table, he frantically asks for a mirror as the restaurant owner points the way. Staring at his own reflection, he trembles as he touches his unblemished face, whispering in disbelief. He sees his perfectly healed and muscular body in the mirror, stunned that he is completely recovered. Recalling his former, heavily scarred self, he realizes those grievous wounds should have been impossible to heal. He flexes, examining his pristine, scar-free physique with a look of quiet astonishment. Staring at his open palm, Lee Jian questions a faint, circular mark that has appeared there. The mark on his hand erupts into a glowing green serpent that coalesces from a fragmented form into a complete circle. Ugh! A surge of intense green power courses through Lee Jian as he clutches his wrist in agony. A glowing system window appears before him with a stark message: You've experienced death. System notifications scroll by, informing him that he's achieved the impossible, and that his old abilities, tower achievements, and new zodiac skills are being processed. The final messages confirm his unique skills will evolve, and that he can now wield the power of Ophiuchus, as a serpent constellation glows around him. A close-up reveals Li Jion's eyes, now glowing with a determined turquoise light. His body transforms into a glowing, ethereal form with white, flame-like hair, looking up in shock at a vast cosmic expanse. He floats before a colossal, scaled green serpent, its massive red eye staring down at him. The cosmic serpent, its red eyes glowing menacingly, looms over Li Jion's tiny, glowing form amidst the stars. Biting his thumb nervously, Li Jion's ethereal form points upward, overwhelmed by the immense creature before him. Reaching out a glowing hand, he makes contact with the giant serpent's snout. A brilliant flash of light erupts as his hand presses against the cosmic serpent's face. The vision explodes in a blinding torrent of golden-green energy. The cosmic energy swirls through space in a powerful, beautiful vortex. The vision ends, and Li Jian finds himself sitting on the floor of the restaurant, dazed and reaching for something that isn't there. He stares at his hand, sweating and breathing heavily after the intense spiritual experience. Jimin rushes to his side with concern, asking if he's all right, while the older man watches from a distance. Still reeling, Li Jian wildly gestures, asking if they didn't see the giant snake, leaving Jimin utterly baffled. Jimin recounts what actually happened. Li Jian stripped off his shirt, ran to a mirror, then grabbed his own wrist and screamed, with no snake in sight. Li Jian stares at the black mark on his palm, wondering if only he can see it, as his companions think he's getting weirder by the second. A sudden realization dawns on Li Jian as he processes the strange events. A translucent status window materializes before him, displaying his new titles and skills as he stands within a glowing zodiac circle on the floor. Arms crossed, Li Jian deduces his recovery is from his super regeneration skill and notes that the saints never mention seeing such system windows. He contemplates the situation further, realizing he can no longer feel the presence of any divine gods. He resolves that no matter the cause, his fully recovered body is a good thing. His new purpose becomes clear: kill the treacherous saints and the one who stabbed him in the back. Grinning with sadistic glee, Li Jian flexes his muscles, excited by the thought of torturing his betrayers as Jimin and his friend look on in horror. The scene shifts to the ruins of the Demon Tower, now a restricted area secured with police tape. Two officials survey the destruction, remarking that the impenetrable tower's collapse is an event that will shake the entire world. They speculate on who could be responsible, considering both Li Jian's followers and the disciples who despised him. One man questions the mention of disciples, and his partner directs his attention to the slain monsters. Looking at the mangled wolf corpses, a man notes that even high-ranked disciples would have struggled, leaving the culprit's identity a baffling mystery. The older official sighs, admitting he doesn't know who is responsible and that all they can do is wait. The scene transitions to a tall, modern glass building under a clear sky. A camera flashes as a reporter yells for a man named Yang Wei. Reporters swarm a press conference, demanding to know about the Demon Tower and if there's any chance Li Jian is alive. Identified as the Aries Saint, Yang Wei stands stoically at the podium, saying nothing in response to the frantic questions. Leaning into the microphone, Yang Wei dismisses the press with a curt, "No comment." As Yang Wei walks off stage, the reporters erupt in protest, demanding a real answer. A luxury sedan speeds down a city street, leaving the press conference behind. Inside the car, an enraged fist slams down on the armrest, shattering a pair of sunglasses. Seething in the back seat, Yang Wei grits his teeth, infuriated by the constant mention of Li Jian's name. He furiously questions the rumor of Li Jian's survival, as a menacing, blue-flamed vision of his old comrade appears. He scoffs at the idea that Li Jian could have possibly survived for 20 years inside the hellish Demon Tower. His thoughts drift to the tens of thousands of black-ranked beasts that filled the tower. He reflects on his own narrow escape, acknowledging that surviving in there was impossible for anyone. While smoking his pipe, he recalls that Li Jian's body was already destroyed by his own power, and he lacked the god's blessings given to the saints. A flicker of fear crosses his face as he considers the terrifying possibility. But if that guy really has survived, Then, phew, Yang Wei calmly exhales a thick cloud of smoke, lost in grim contemplation. As Yang Wei grits his teeth, Li Jian grins at his phone, telling a stunned Jimin he'll crush this guy first. The scene transitions to a peaceful blue sky with a passing airplane. A modern airport terminal stands busy under the partly cloudy sky. A massive passenger jet sits parked on the airport tarmac. With a confident step, a well-dressed man disembarks from the plane. A group of men in black suits bow deeply, expressing their honor at meeting one of the 12 saints. The man, identified as the Sagittarius Saint, Hugo Otters, stands confidently at the top of the stairs. Hugo asks for the Prime Minister, and an aide informs him a car is waiting to take him to the residence. The two aides bow respectfully as Hugo Otters walks past them. One of the men, sweating nervously, whispers in awe about how dignified the saint is. Admiring Hugo's confident demeanor, the man thinks to himself that this is a true chosen one. A sleek silver car speeds down the road, carrying the saint away from the airport. Inside the car, Hugo Otters sits silently, lost in thought. A phone vibrates on the seat beside him as he continues his quiet, pensive ride. He grimaces in annoyance, muttering about the persistent conspiracy theories of Li Jian being alive. His phone suddenly rings, displaying a call from an unknown number. Slamming his hand down, Hugo shouts in frustration that it has already been over 20 years. A close-up shows the back of the modern, triple-lensed smartphone. Hugo stares ahead with a stern expression, deciding to ignore the call. In a bleak memory, a voice warns a younger man that he will die tomorrow. The man's hands are clasped tightly in his lap, bracing for the inevitable. A flashback shows a scarred Li Jian asking a man named Taik Su why he is so determined to kill him. Hugo recalls fighting demons outside the demon tower at Jian's request during the original raid. A younger, battle-worn Hugo remembers how he fought in hopes that Gian would return safely. Staring in disbelief, the injured Hugo asks what happened to Gian. He recalls facing the other saints, who stood before him as a unified, intimidating front. A vision of a hand reaching for a crown symbolizes the other's ambition and betrayal. Cook, a younger, heavily bandaged Hugo, groans in pain from his hospital bed. He remembers confronting a smirking official, stating he had requested a search for Jian many times. The cancer saint, Zhang Moleng, coldly tells the injured Hugo that they cannot fulfill his request. Zhang Lui dismisses Hugo's hope, stating that believing Li Jian is alive after the tower's calamities is nonsensical. With a cruel smirk, Zhang Lui taunts Hugo, saying he's free to search for Jian himself and leave only 11 saints behind. The memory ends with the injured Hugo gritting his teeth in helpless fury. Back in the present, Hugo stares forward with a grim, somber expression. Overwhelmed by the memories, he loosens his collar, feeling a suffocating pressure. Staring out the window, he thinks to himself that it's too late now. Hugo sadly thinks of his lost friend, Jian, remembering his powerful presence. A call from the Prime Minister interrupts his thoughts, appearing on the car's screen. After being asked if he is listening, Hugo tiredly asks what the Prime Minister wants. On the screen, the Prime Minister gravely informs him that the Demon Tower has fallen. Hugo pinches the bridge of his nose, exhausted and asking if it's about that again. He tells the Prime Minister that he refuses to search for Jian. Hugo firmly states that Jian died that day, and the recent incident was likely caused by his followers. As Hugo accuses the minister of using the situation for votes, he is cut off with a simple no. The Prime Minister reveals with grave intensity that a special, secret call line just rang. Hugo is struck speechless, his mind reeling as he asks what could have possibly rang. His eyes widen in utter shock as the horrifying implication dawns on him. Uak! Panicked, he lunges forward, grabbing the front seat as he and the driver cry out in shock. Wild with desperation, Hugo screams at the driver to stop the car immediately. The car's tire screeches violently as it comes to a sudden, grinding halt. Reeling from the revelation, Hugo frantically reaches for his phone, realizing with dawning horror what the recent calls must have been. His phone's lock screen displays a terrifying notification, 30 missed calls, and a new voicemail. Staring at the phone with wide, terrified eyes, Hugo's face is a mask of pure dread. Trembling, he nervously lifts the phone to his ear to listen to the ominous voicemail. He presses the phone tightly against his ear, his face tense as he listens. A terrifying voice emanates from the phone, belonging to a shadowy figure with a sinister red grin, promising to find him. As the voice vows to kill him and wishes him good luck, Hugo recoils in absolute terror, his face pale with shock. He stares into the darkness, sweating and in utter disbelief, thinking that the voice simply can't be real. Forgetting his business in England, Hugo frantically screams at his driver to turn around and head back to the airport immediately. The scene shifts to the front of a brightly lit restaurant called Kimbap World. Inside the restaurant, Lee Ji-yeon smirks at his phone, noting with amusement that his target has finally learned to ignore his calls. As they eat, Jimin asks who he called so many times, but Lee Ji-yeon just gives a cryptic smile and tells him he'll see. Lee Ji-yeon examines the device, marveling at the novelty of a smartphone and finding it quite interesting. He remarks that since he entered the tower in 2005, it must be 2025 now, a much improved world. Jimin, stunned that it's Ji-yeon's first time with a smartphone, explains its many features. Intrigued, Lee Ji-yeon asks if he can also use it to read news articles about himself. Jimin confirms that news about Lee Ji-yeon is currently trending and taps the screen to show him how to search for it. A rush of digital information floods the screen as countless search results and news articles appear. Lee Ji-yeon and Jimin lean in to look at the phone, with Ji-yeon letting out a simple, "Ho, BSK." His grip tightens with sudden rage, cracking the screen as Jimin panics, crying out for his poor phone. Lee Ji-yeon seethes with fury as he reads a false report about the Crimson Eye, growling that they were the cowards who ran away. Taking a deep breath, he attempts to calm himself, trying to believe that this is nothing to get worked up about. He then recalls his will, reading an old article stating he donated all his possessions to orphanages and foundations. With a cynical smirk, he taps the screen, wondering aloud if his charitable wishes were honored. Preview articles reveal the truth. The saints faked his will, claimed his divine artifacts, and divided his properties among themselves, with only Sagittarius refusing. Crack! Enraged by the betrayal, Lee Ji-yeon crushes the phone in his hand, screaming that he'll kill all the saints and rip them apart piece by piece. Jimin collapses to the floor, weeping for his phone as its angelic spirit bids him a fond farewell. Having calmed down slightly, Lee Ji-yeon sits at the table, contemplating what his next move should be. He considers that his appearance has changed after 20 years, and if he reveals himself now, everyone will just think he's insane. He resolves to stay quiet and eliminate the traitorous saints one by one, while Jimin continues to mourn his phone's installment plan. Lee Ji-yeon's head snaps up as a sinister red aura suddenly floods the restaurant. A glowing teal system window flashes before him with a stark warning. Someone is watching. A red glint in his eyes, Lee Ji-yeon instantly recognizes the ominous presence he feels. He gets up to leave, telling a concerned Jimin that he's just gonna get some fresh air. Stepping outside, his sandals tap against the pavement. He looks up to see the street filled with floating, fiery spirits shaped like demonic rams. He identifies the spirits as household gods, recognizing them as the underlings of the Aries zodiac. A series of system notifications explains that the gods are creating an Aries barrier, weakening other zodiacs and demanding a tribute. Lee Ji-yeon clenches his jaw, annoyed by their audacity. Surrounded by a vibrant teal aura, he cracks his knuckles, ready to teach these gods a lesson for acting so boldly. But as he prepares to act, he pauses with a confused, "Ha!" He sees a man and a woman walking down the sidewalk towards him and the restaurant. As the couple approaches, the woman mentions to her companion how a certain someone is all over the news. The man scoffs while smoking, dismissing the person in the news as a lost cause, and the woman agrees. A close-up reveals a shining gold pin on the man's cardigan, bearing the symbol for Gemini. Inside the restaurant, Jimin and his friends stare out the window in shock, recognizing the couple as members of the Gemini Divine Cadre. The man from the Gemini Cadre stops and looks down at Lee Ji-yeon, letting out a questioning, "Huh?" Panicked, Jimin bangs on the window, pleading for Lee Ji-yeon to come back inside and avoid confrontation. Lee Ji-yeon stares back at the man with a cold, unbothered expression. Looking down on him with contempt, the man asks what he's looking at before telling him to fuck off. Overwhelmed with terror, Jimin and his friend break down in tears, convinced they're completely screwed. In a flash, Lee Ji-yeon snatches the cigarette from the Gemini man's mouth and places it in his own. Shrouded in a dark, intimidating aura, Lee Ji-yeon taunts the man, asking if he's angry. Holding the man by his collar, Li Jian dares him to try and land a punch. The woman pulls her companion away, mocking Li Jian as the man shoves his head down condescendingly. As the couple turns to leave, the man dismisses Li Jian as a pussy, but Jian just smirks behind them. Walking away, the man remarks that only losers admire Li Jian, and the woman eagerly agrees. A vein throbs on Li Jian's temple as he wonders why the weak admire the weakest saints, and questions the official story. Jimin nervously congratulates Li Jian for controlling his anger, warning him that the pair were A-ranked members of Gemini. With a terrifyingly wide grin, Li Jian snaps around and screams after the couple, calling them roaches as Jimin despairs. The Gemini couple stops and turns back in annoyance, with the man asking if he was just insulted. Wreathed in a teal aura, Li Jian confirms their new title with a crazed smile, a couple of cockroaches. The Gemini man takes a deliberate step forward, his expensive loafer hitting the pavement. Getting right in Li Jian's face, the man angrily challenges him to say it again. The man scoffs, dismissing Li Jian as a regular person from whom he can't sense any mana. Pow! With a simple flick of his finger, Li Jian sends the man flying backward through the air. Kiak! The man crashes into the ground with enough force to shatter the pavement as his companion screams in terror. Jimin and his friend stare in wide-eyed disbelief at this sudden, overwhelming display of power. Amidst the dust and debris, Li Jian smirks and extends his hand with casual confidence. Gritting her teeth in fear and anger, the woman prepares to retaliate as a divine light glows around her hand. Li Jian lets out a quiet, mocking laugh. The woman unleashes a brilliant blast of golden energy, but Li Jian simply watches with an unimpressed smile. He counters her powerful attack with another effortless flick of his fingers. Pang! The energy blast is deflected and explodes harmlessly against a building as the woman cries out in shock. TSK. Li Jian stands over his defeated opponent, brushing himself off and noting she doesn't amount to much. His friends rush over in a panic, scolding him for using his abilities in the middle of the street. Li Jian scoffs, retorting that if he had truly used his abilities, the duo would already be dead. Jimin and his friend are speechless, struck with the horrifying realization that he just defeated A-ranked disciples with his bare finger. Li Jian looks down at the unconscious man with a curious expression. He kneels beside the defeated man, his attention drawn to something on his chest. He notices a shining gold pendant hanging from the man's neck. Li Jian easily plucks the necklace from the unconscious man. Examining the golden medallion, he remarks that something felt strange when he hit the man and realizes it must be a divine artifact. He recognizes the object as something that only the saints should possess. A concerned Jimin asks if Li Jian is truly unaware of how the world has changed. Jimin explains that decades ago, humanity was saved from extinction by divine gods and the saints they chose. He continues, stating that the saints created divine cadres by gathering followers to help protect the world. Jimin details the modern power structure, from C-rank disciples to A-rank captains, SS-rank 10 stars, and the SSS-rank saints at the top. He reveals that because the gods' power relies on faith, they host competitions to recruit disciples, rewarding them with divine gifts. Clenching his fist, Li Jian processes that this entire system was built while he was trapped, as Jimin calls out to him in alarm. A distracted Li Jian looks past Jimin's pointing finger, his expression puzzled. The sky is once again filled with the blazing, ram-like household gods of Ares. System notifications reveal the gods' bloodthirsty demands. Kill the couple and receive a useful gift. Jimin's friend panics, realizing with horror that Li Jian has captured the household god's attention. He frantically explains that these beings are the shadows of the divine gods, and to defy them is to defy the gods themselves. He begs Li Jian to obey them, but Li Jian simply lets out a derisive ha. Li Jian understands that Yang Wei's followers are just as greedy as their piggy bastard master. Surrounded by his teal aura, Li Jian lifts his foot, ready to unleash his power on the spirits. Come! He slams his foot down, shattering the ground and releasing a massive shockwave, as Jimin's friend realizes he hasn't changed at all. The teal shockwave radiates outwards, blasting through the horde of fiery household gods. Ooh! The divine spirits roar as they are consumed by Li Jian's overwhelming power. Coke! Li Jian and his friends are blasted by the shockwave, shielding their faces from the force. A crimson energy flashes across the sky. An immense, godlike shadow looms over the city skyline. Dazed and dusty, Jimin stares upward in disbelief. The remaining fiery spirits of the household gods dissipate into the clouds. With a smug grin, Li Jian stands with his hands on his hips, asking how anyone dared to stand up to him. Jimin and his friend look around in shock, realizing the household gods of Ares and their barrier have vanished. Sweating, Jimin realizes that this man, his young, is definitely not an ordinary person. Li Jian turns to them with a wide smile, and a startled Jimin stammers, "Yeah, yes." Looking down at the unconscious man, Li Jian asks for confirmation that he's a disciple of Gemini. Jimin explains that the Gemini divine cadre is the country's most influential and elite force. A greedy glint in his eye, Li Jian asks if that means they have tons of money, leaving Jimin confused. Li Jian leans in with a wicked grin, noting the man's brand-name clothing. La 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 tilde Li Jian sings cheerfully that looting times are the best, terrifying his new acquaintances. Later that night, the trio arrives at an apartment complex, with someone remarking what a long day it's been. Jimin points to a dark apartment on the second floor as his home, while his friend says he lives nearby. Jimin bows deeply, sincerely thanking Li Jian for saving them and seeing them home. Yawning, Li Jian asks why he isn't going in, causing Jimin to panic as he realizes the man plans on mooching. Inside, Li Jian tosses aside his jacket and runs a hand through his wild hair. Taking off his shirt, he pauses before a mirror, noticing his own muscular back. He smirks at his reflection, admiring his new physique and shorter, cleaner hairstyle. Amazing. Jimin gives him a thumbs up, excitedly asking if he cut his hair. Jimin gushes that he looks so cool now, causing a flattered Li Jian to blush and ask if he really thinks so. Li Jian fondly recalls how his abilities once caused hair loss, making him treasure every strand, and feels he's hit the jackpot. His expression instantly sharpens as he senses something amiss, asking, "Oh, what's that?" He stares in shock at a giant, monstrous insect with glowing red eyes, wondering why a calamity is in the house. With his fist glowing, Li Jian instantly moves to attack the monster. Jimin gives a double thumbs up, impressed that he killed the calamity barehanded, a feat beyond most professionals. As Li Jian swats away more invisible pests, Jimin wonders if he emits a scent that attracts calamities. "Bullshit," Li Jian retorts, explaining that something in the house must be attracting them. He points to a shelf of trinkets, identifying them as evil artifacts and the source of the problem. Jimin protests, explaining he received the items, including an angelic statue, directly from the Gemini saint. Smiling serenely, Jimin holds out his hands as the statue levitates and crumbles to dust. Jimin screams in horror, while Li Jian recoils, disgusted by the remains. Li Jian holds up an ornate mask, revealing it's a divine artifact that monitors its owner. He continues, explaining the music box steals personal info and the watch attracts calamities, shocking Jimin. Surrounded by the dark, smiling visages of the saints, Li Jian sees that they're selling evil artifacts to feed on people. His eyes glow with golden fury as a tiny awestruck Jimin looks on. "Just throw them all away," he bellows, as a red-haired man appears at the apartment door behind them. "Beep!" Li Jian examines a golden artifact as a crying chibi Jimin clings to his shirt. The red-haired man silently lets himself into the apartment. Both Li Jian and Jimin turn in shock, with Jimin stuttering the name as Sung-jae. The red-haired man, Sung-jae, looks back with hollow, darkened eyes and asks, "Me?" A powerful blue aura suddenly erupts around Sung-jae. "Ah," Sung-jae says softly, taking in the scene of the messy apartment with Li Jian and Jimin. The scene shifts to the grand headquarters of the Ares Temple, adorned with ram iconography. A man with a goatee demands to know if the household gods in Korea have truly disappeared. A subordinate kneeling before him confirms the report, explaining the Korean branch is in a panic. The man grits his teeth, wondering who on earth could have accomplished such a feat. He reflects that no awakened would dare chase out the household gods, the direct subordinates of the divine gods. The man with the goatee orders his subordinate to contact the other saints and find out what they know. The subordinate reports that Sagittarius is uncontactable, but the goateed man dismisses it, assuming Hugo is working as a mercenary in England. The subordinate corrects him, revealing Hugo's destination is Korea, which shocks the leader. Standing before his throne, the man with the goatee ponders this new information. A flashback reveals Hugo, a man with wavy, light-colored hair, who is known as Li Jian's best friend. The goateed man wonders if Hugo's sudden move is connected to the rumors of Li Jian's survival. He recalls a terrifying image of a battle-worn Li Jian with a glowing eye and a maniacal grin. Surrounded by a menacing red aura, he questions if it's possible Li Jian has truly come back to life. "That's impossible!" he shouts in denial, stumbling up the stairs in a panic. He furiously demands a proper investigation and an update on the other developing situations. The subordinate reports that a fainted Gemini disciple was discovered at the location where the household gods vanished. He continues, explaining the disciple was found stripped to his underwear and left naked on the street. Witnesses reported that the disciple had quarreled with a handsome man, flashing back to a long-haired, smirking Li Jian. The goateed man dismisses the description, thinking it can't be Li Jian because his face is supposedly messed up. TSK. He grimaces, admitting the situation is bad with rumors of Li Jian's return spreading. He lists his problems. The household gods in Korea have vanished, and they failed to conquer the monstrous Spider Queen. He clenches his fist in frustration, realizing his own position is now threatened. He orders his private jet prepared, shocking his subordinate, who asks if he intends to go himself. Yeah, he confirms, stating that he needs to find out what is happening in Korea. With a cigar in his mouth, he declares his intention to see the situation with his own eyes. The scene shifts to a large, modern building at night, a Gemini-affiliated hospital in Korea. The Gemini disciple lies unconscious in a hospital bed, breathing through an oxygen mask. An elderly man with white hair and a goatee trembles with fury. Leaning over the hospital bed, the man screams in rage, demanding to know who dared to harm his grandson. He turns to a man in a white suit, who tells the chairman not to worry about the incident. The man in the suit introduces himself as Min Sung-hoon, an S-rank Gemini disciple known as Permafrost, sent by the cadre. Back at the apartment, Sung-jae listens with an annoyed expression. Jimin animatedly recounts Li Jian's incredible feats, from killing calamities barehanded to defeating an A- ranked disciple. Sung-jae grabs Jimin and his friend, shouting in disbelief about the broken divine artifacts, while Li Jian calmly insists they were all fakes. An irate Sung-jae demands to know which divine cadre Li Jian belongs to, but Li Jian cheekily asks if he needs one. When Sung-jae asks which divine god he follows, Li Jian scoffs. "Myself, not those 12 morons." Sung-jae trembles with suppressed rage as a nervous Jimin looks on. Li Jian's expression suddenly shifts to one of concern. Jimin frantically tries to calm down a glowing Sung-jae, realizing he's reacting to the name Li Jian as a confused Li Jian watches. Wreathed in a powerful blue aura, Sung-jae furiously lists Li Jian's supposed trespasses and demands to know his real name. A giant, armored spirit manifests behind him as he furiously accuses Li Jian of impersonating the great Li Jian-nim. Jimin screams at Cheon Sung-jae, reminding the enraged disciple that they are inside a house. As a system notification warns of the disciple's exploding mana, Li Jian casually notes he's about to burn his own house down. Li Jian's eye glows as he activates a skill, Gaze of a God. The status screen details Cheon Sung-jae's A-rank status as the Punisher and reveals his traits include genius and idol worship. Li Jian smirks, impressed by the high-rank summon and acknowledging that Sung-jae's genius trait is well-earned. Coo! The summoned spirit lets out a powerful roar, its eyes blazing with energy. Jimin desperately tells Li Jian to run, warning him that Sung-jae is an A-ranked disciple and a massive Li Jian fanatic. With glowing eyes, Sung-jae threatens Jimin, telling him to leave if he values his life. A shadowy apparition of Li Jian appears behind Sung-jae, taunting him about playing with fire. Sung-jae's glowing eye widens in shock and confusion. With a flash of movement, Li Jian effortlessly grabs Jimin and deflects Sung-jae's attack, sending the red-haired disciple crashing into the ceiling. Li Jian stands calmly over the defeated Sung-jae, while Jimin stares in wide-eyed amazement. Jimin nervously asks if Sung-jae is dead, but Li Jian gives a terrifying grin and assures him he's fine. Probably. As Jimin frets, a close-up reveals Sung-jae is unconscious and foaming at the mouth. He's fine? A thought bubble questions. Yawn. As Li Jian casually heads off to bed, Jimin frantically checks on the unconscious, foaming Sung-jae. Li Jian opens a door and stops dead in his tracks, shocked by a room filled with muscular, imposing figures. The figures are revealed to be an extensive collection of merchandise, including a detailed bust of a spiky-haired, muscular man. Lee Jian looks on in disgust as Jimin explains that Sungjae is a massive Lee Jian fanatic. Sungjae, now awake, weakly warns them not to touch his prized collection. Crack! Finding the figures uncomfortable, Lee Jian snaps the head off one, causing Sungjae to scream in horror for his beloved Lee Jian Nim figure. "I'm not crazy. I'm Lee Jian," he says with a wicked grin while holding the headless figure, as a frantic Sungjae begs him to stop. Wah! Sungjae lets out a soul-crushing scream of pure anguish and despair. The scene transitions to the exterior of a modern-looking Tallest coffee shop. Inside, a news report details how 2 Gemini disciples were humiliated and robbed by a suspect who stole all their belongings and clothes. Sigh. Hugo, the man with wavy, light-colored hair, watches the news in frustration, wondering what that bastard is doing now that he's in Korea. A female barista interrupts his thoughts to take his order, startling him. Hugo's demeanor instantly shifts as his eyes glow, angrily telling the barista to get out of here. Kiki kick! The barista's eye glows red as she grins menacingly, amused that he discovered her presence so quickly. A large, goateed man with glowing red eyes appears in a vision, greeting Hugo and noting it has been a while since they could contact him. The possessed barista places a hand on Hugo's shoulder, slyly suggesting he tell her what he knows about Lee Jian. Hugo violently slaps her hand away, seething with hatred as he calls her a perverted body possessor. The barista looks shocked and confused as the dark energy dissipates around her. Now free from the possession, the real barista looks at her hands, wondering what she was just doing. Hugo clenches his fist, cursing someone named Yang Wei for their trivial tricks, and renewing his resolve to find Gion before anyone else does. Elsewhere, Sungjae and Jimin's friend are grocery shopping, with the friend arguing that the man they met can't be Lee Jian. Sungjae vehemently disagrees, yelling that Lee Jian-nim is a hero who saved humanity, not some thug. The friend insists he saw the man emerge from the demon tower and possesses great strength, but Sungjae immediately shuts him down. Sungjae states he's certain because his father told him, prompting his friend to recall that Sungjae's father is connected to Sagittarius. As Sungjae pushes the cart forward, his friend looks on, perplexed by the sudden end to the conversation. Whoosh! A masked thief in a green beanie suddenly blazes through the aisle, using incredible speed to loot items. Ugh! Knocked to the floor, Jimin's friend realizes the thief is using special abilities to steal. An overhead view shows the thief zipping through the store, as the friend worries everything will be stolen. The hooded thief smirks, boasting that even a saint couldn't catch him as he prepares to leave. Bam! Lee Jian appears out of nowhere and grabs the thief, casually saying, "Caught you. Ku, GH." The captured thief stares in utter disbelief, immobilized by Lee Jian's grip. Jimin's friend stares in shock as Lee Jian, with one foot on the subdued thief, nonchalantly says he forgot to ask them to buy some chicken. A bald man in a dark turtleneck approaches, commenting on how impressive it is to catch a fast Scorpio disciple. The bald man stands with a stern, imposing presence. Lee Jian eyes the newcomer, thinking to himself, "What's with this son of a bitch?" The bald man glares back, and a palpable tension fills the air between them. The bald man's power radiates outward, shaking the entire store and causing panic among the shoppers. The downed thief mistakes the shaking for an earthquake and decides to use the confusion to make his escape. The bald man lunges forward, throwing a powerful punch towards Lee Jian and his companions. The thief is ecstatic, believing the earthquake is his lucky break after being caught. His escape is cut short as something smashes into the ground directly in front of him. A massive, spiky black creature crashes through the ceiling, bringing destruction down with it. The thief looks up in horror, screaming, Calamity?" and questioning why one is in a safe green zone. Deciding this is not his problem, Lee Jian prepares to flee before he gets caught up in the fight. Before the thief can escape, a massive appendage from the Calamity swats him into the air. The thief grins maniacally as he is sent flying. He flies directly into the waiting maw of a monstrous creature with multiple glowing red eyes. A gruesome splatter of blood marks the thief's end. The massive, insectoid Calamity looms over a crowd of terrified civilians, with a smaller, humanoid figure perched atop its head. The rider, a being with a pointed crown, surveys the scene from its monstrous mount. A close-up reveals the rider's sinister face and glowing red eyes, radiating pure menace. An emergency alert blares, warning of a calamity inside the mart and ordering all civilians to evacuate immediately. The danger is identified as the Spider Queen, escalating the threat level as the massive insectoid monster is revealed. A terrifying montage shows the monstrous Spider Queen and her spawn descending upon the screaming, terrified shoppers. As the mart is officially designated a red zone, fleeing civilians are dwarfed by the monstrous calamity. A young boy cries in terror as a creature's massive fanged maw lunges directly at him. In a flash of turquoise energy, a mysterious figure zips past, intervening at incredible speed. The boy is suddenly behind his rescuer, staring up in shock as the monstrous jaw hovers just inches away. It's Lee Jian, who casually chides the crying boy, telling him he should watch where he's going. With glowing eyes and a sharp-toothed grin, Lee Jian crouches down and asks the terrified child if he's all right. Lee Jian casually tosses the child through the air to safety, much to the silent shock of Jimin's friend. Ahem. Lee Jian clears his throat, brushing off the dramatic rescue with feigned composure. Standing atop a monster's corpse, he wonders aloud why there seem to be more calamities than people in the mart. Facing a horde of monsters, Lee Jian decides it's time to get serious, as a massive, serpentine construct of green energy materializes behind him. Surrounded by a swirling teal aura, he smirks and announces it's been a while, so he'll do some warming up. The scene shifts as a sleek, black luxury car speeds through the city. Inside, a serious man with a goatee and tied-back dark hair demands his subordinate repeat what he just said. After being told a calamity broke out in Bukyeon, he impatiently asks for the specific type of calamity. He learns it's the Spider Queen and curses in fury, recalling they failed to kill it and only sealed it away. He clenches his fist, realizing the dire implications of the monster's escape. An infographic explains the world's safety zones, starting with blue, the god's pure sanctuary, represented by a grand temple. Green zones are safe, depicted by a peaceful park where people are enjoying a sunny day. Yellow zones signify caution, illustrated by a derelict, crumbling apartment building under a dark sky. Orange zones mean danger and require evacuation, shown with two giant, menacing insectoids lurking in the shadows. Red zones are ruled by calamities, represented by a drooling, multi-eyed monster. Finally, black zones signal human extinction, embodied by a powerful, demonic beast with a fiery third eye. Mart is shown under a blood-red sky, confirming its terrifying new status as a, quote, red zone. Back in the car, the man with the goatee gives a dark order to his subordinate. Tell them to bury it. Gripping the armrest, he insists that nobody must know they failed to subjugate the calamity again. His face contorts with grim determination as he orders his subordinate to report that all the people inside are dead. The camera lingers on the mart, now an isolated island of chaos under a foreboding red sky. Inside, a terrifying swarm of spider-like monsters with glowing red eyes fills the aisles. The bald man from before glares at the horde, his body crackling with blue energy as he says, "You damn effing bugs," he roars, unleashing a powerful wave of sharp ice spikes from the floor. He casts Glacial Prison, instantly freezing the entire swarm of monsters in a massive block of ice. He smirks confidently, wondering if the creatures were foolish enough to look down on an S-rank disciple. Crack! The ice around one monster's jaw begins to shatter under immense pressure. Scree. With a deafening screech, the powerful calamity breaks free from the ice prison. The S-rank disciple looks on in disbelief, shocked that his ice magic was broken so easily. Lee Jian suddenly appears with a six-pack of cans, mockingly telling the snowflake bastard to move over. The S-rank disciple is stunned, wondering to himself when Lee Jian even got there. Tossing a can into the air, Lee Jian taunts the monsters, asking if they were trying to eat people out of hunger. With a swift motion, he whips the can forward like a projectile. "Eat this instead," he yells, launching the cans which detonate like grenades among the insectoid ranks. One of the monsters roars in agony as it's struck by Lee Jian's attack. In a single clean strike, the monster's head is violently split in two. Lee Jian angrily questions why the monsters are baring their fangs as he unleashes a storm of razor-sharp energy slashes. He becomes a blur of motion, spinning through the monsters with his devastating attack. Wielding a bloodied knife with a wicked grin, Lee Jian stands surrounded by the defeated calamities, his eyes glowing intensely. A system window appears before his blank expression, simply stating, You've handled the calamity. More windows pop up, informing him that his zodiac experience has risen, and he's acquired new materials for production, leaving him to wonder what materials are. A system notification reveals the acquired materials can produce new skills and divine artifacts, prompting Li Jian to wonder if his production skill has changed. Holding the glowing crystal, Li Jian reflects that even with a 50% penalty, he can become stronger than he ever was. Rejoining his companions, Sungjae asks Li Jian in surprise when he took the dagger from his house. As Li Jian smiles confidently, an onlooker wonders just where a guy like this came from. The bald S-rank disciple stares in utter disbelief, his body trembling slightly. He points accusingly at Li Jian, calling out to the layperson and demanding his attention. The disciple furiously accuses Li Jian of being the criminal who ambushed their people, to which Li Jian simply responds, "Ah." The disciple imagines the two disciples from before as menacing giants with glowing eyes, towering over a terrified, cartoonishly small Li Jian. Pow! Li Jian shuts him up with a swift punch to the face. Standing over the downed disciple, Li Jian's eyes glow as he menacingly asks how he found out, adding that he knows too much. The disciple, crying on the floor, yells back, questioning how he could possibly not know the truth. He furiously accuses Li Jian of beating up their disciples and stealing their clothes and the badge on his cardigan. In a flashback, a dark-haired woman presents a golden Gemini coin, described as an S-rank divine artifact given only to Gemini disciples. The disciple frantically concludes that the artifact is the source of Li Jian's power, while Li Jian looks down at the badge, confused about when he even got it. After a brief inspection, Li Jian crushes the badge in his hand and nonchalantly declares, "Looks like shit." The bald disciple screams in a fit of rage, his eyes turning white with pure fury. Li Jian dismisses the divine artifacts as ornamental, telling the disciple he was tricked by a witch who hasn't changed her bullying ways in 20 years. Scree, a monster with multiple glowing red eyes, lets out a piercing shriek. Li Jian's expression becomes grim as he turns to face the newly emerged threat. Min Sung-hoon points a trembling finger, stammering in shock at the sight before him. The monstrous Spider Queen looms over the terrified crowd, its massive form filling the wrecked aisle. The bald disciple shouts in alarm, identifying the creature as the Spider Queen, as Li Jian observes the scene. In a flash of turquoise energy, Li Jian blitzes past the stunned disciple and heads straight for the monster. A close-up shows the blur of his powerful, energy-infused slashes. Leaping high into the air, Li Jian calls out to the spider as he dives toward it. He collides with the Spider Queen's head in a devastatingly fast attack. With a furious roar, Li Jian unleashes another powerful blow, screaming, "Fuck off already!" His attack obliterates the monster's head, leaving the crowd, including Sungjae and Min Sung-hoon, frozen in absolute shock. Staring at the aftermath, the bald disciple can only think to himself, "That's insane." He realizes, in awe, that Li Jian charged the Spider Queen without any divine artifacts, as Li Jian stands victoriously amidst a swirling aura. A telepathic voice suddenly reaches the bald disciple, Sungjae and Min Sung-hoon, which the disciple recognizes as that of Divine Cadre Captain Choi Sung-yuk. A man in a sharp suit and glasses, identified as Gemini Divine Cadre Captain Choi Sung-hyuk, telepathically orders Cheon Sung-jae and Min Sung-hoon to evacuate immediately. Outside, the mart is bathed in the ominous glow of a swirling red sky. Elsewhere, Choi Sung-hyuk's subordinate informs him that Yang Wei is coming personally and they can't stop him, revealing that even he failed to subjugate the Spider Queen. The subordinate adds that certain groups are trying to hide the truth to protect their reputation, showing two agents with a ram or boar-like sigil. The bald disciple receives a direct order from his captain to use his teleport skill on Cheon Sung-jae and get out, prompting him to question if they should only save themselves. His eye widens in dawning horror as the implication of the order sinks in. Around him, injured civilians desperately try to help each other escape the carnage. The floor is littered with the corpses of defeated spider and centipede-like monsters. Undeterred by the chaos, Li Jian continues his aerial assault on the massive calamity. The bald disciple remains silent for a moment, his face a mask of conflict. A slow, sinister smile spreads across his face as his eyes begin to glow. Captain Choi Sung-hyuk appears shocked and distressed by the turn of events. The bald disciple's unnerving grin widens as he comes to a decision. Sungjae panics, yelling that they can't just leave everyone behind in the middle of this chaos. Turning his back on them, the bald disciple coldly responds, "I know," acknowledging he is condemning the others to die. He explains his grim logic, asking them to consider the public panic if it's revealed the Spider Queen appeared in the city. Sungjae is left speechless and horrified by the cold-hearted reasoning. The disciple argues that the people's faith must remain unshakable to receive the god's protection, but Sungjae furiously asks if that's the only reason. Holding up his phone, the disciple declares he has a two-person teleport and orders only Cheon Sungjae to come with him, calling it a special privilege. The red-haired young man desperately argues they can't leave his friend or the other evacuees behind. The bald disciple furiously thinks to himself, what a stupid idiot the boy is for pestering him now. His hand glows with icy power as he decides he won't be buried alive because of incompetent fools. Declaring he must follow his captain's orders, he ominously offers to get rid of the burdens for them. A close-up reveals Sungjae's eye flaring with intense turquoise energy in response to the threat. He erupts in a massive wave of power, screaming at the disciple, "You fucking trash!" The disciple scoffs at Cheon Sungjae, reminding him they're on different levels and telling him to make the wise choice. As he thinks about the choice, he is suddenly struck by a powerful blow that shatters his ice armor. Kuhok, he's sent flying backward from the force of the devastating, unseen attack. Stomp! Lee Jian lands firmly on the ground, casually asking his friends why they're still there. Brandishing his dagger, he warns them that it's dangerous and they should get outside immediately. Sungjae calls out to him, explaining that the exit is completely blocked by more calamities. He lays out their only two options: teleport or fight their way through the massive monster blocking the path. He adds that many people are injured and that agents from the Ares Guild are blocking off the entire area outside. Lee Jian grimaces, thinking what a pain the situation is, while the bald disciple groans on the ground. The disciple explodes with rage, screaming at the damn beggar for daring to trample him, to which Lee Grian just responds, "Huh?" Lee Jian angrily confronts the disciple, asking if he was really about to abandon everyone, prompting the disciple to yell, "Shut up!" Clutching his phone, the disciple furiously declares he's escaping by himself and tells the others to try staying alive on their own. Suddenly, sticky webs shoot up and ensnare him as the giant calamity launches an attack from below. The webs cover his face, his eyes wide with terror as he realizes his fate. Wah! He is violently pulled into the monster's gaping maw and devoured whole. His phone clatters to the ruined floor, its screen now shattered and dark. Lee Jian watches grimly while his two companions stare in absolute horror at the shocking turn of events. Stepping forward, Lee Jian tells his friends to take care of the injured while he handles the monster, leaving them speechless. Facing the massive calamity with glowing eyes, he confidently promises, "I'll be done soon." Outside the mart, Yang Wei asks for a status update and is told the building has been completely sealed off. He observes the blockade, questioning why the operation is progressing so slowly when it began before his arrival. An agent reports that something feels like it's blocking their efforts as they maintain a red energy barrier. Suddenly, a massive wave of turquoise energy erupts from the mart, sending the agents flying. An enormous, ethereal snakehead with a single glowing red eye manifests from the energy blast. The glowing snake's immense, scaled body continues to emerge from the building. The supernatural serpent's power slams into the building's exterior, shattering the barriers. Yang Wei stares up in disbelief, shouting in alarm at the sudden appearance of a giant snake. Kaya! A flood of terrified civilians pours out of the now open entrance, fleeing for their lives. The survivors beg the agents for help, revealing people are still trapped inside, but that someone managed to kill all the spiders. Standing alone, Yang Wei thinks to himself that killing the spiders is impossible when even he failed to do so. He unleashes a powerful red aura as he prepares to enter the ravaged mart himself. Beams of destructive red energy lance out from him, blasting a clear path through the wreckage. He stands in stunned silence before the colossal, lifeless carcass of the Spider Queen. Sweating, he wonders in complete disbelief who could have possibly killed a monster of this magnitude. Surveying the immense crater and battle scars, he confirms that the Spider Queen was indeed hunted and defeated here. He covers his face in frustration, lamenting that this problem is getting bigger while he has other matters to attend to. A sudden feeling makes him pause, his eyes darting towards a new presence. He walks across the cracked rooftop, drawn by the strange sensation. Looking down at the survivors below, he spots a familiar figure and wonders why that bastard is here. The man, identified as Hugo Otters, stands calmly among the crowd with a welcoming smile. Yang Wei immediately suspects that Hugo is the culprit behind the entire incident, realizing it all makes sense. His face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage at the thought. A shadowy figure with a sinister glowing eye appears behind him, mockingly asking, "What's wrong, asshair?" Li Jian reveals himself with a wicked grin, asking his old acquaintance why his expression is so rotten after all this time. Yang Wei's eyes widen in utter shock as he stammers, then screams the name Li Jian? Whoop, whoop, whoop! An emergency light flashes an urgent, eerie green. Amidst the chaos, rescue workers direct the injured, while Qian Sungjae and Min Sung-hoon sit wrapped in blankets. Sungjae remains silent and pensive, while Min Sung-hoon still shivers from the shock of the attack. Sungjae inwardly questions if the man was truly Li Jian, recalling his movements were identical despite his different appearance. A voice suddenly calls out, "Sungjae!" causing the two boys to look up in surprise. Hugo Otters stands before them, sternly asking Sungjae why he is there. As Hugo questions his son's return to Korea and scolds his tone, revealing their relationship, Min Sung-hoon gasps in realization that he's the Sagittarius saint. Min Sung-hoon laughs nervously while Sungjae scoffs in annoyance at his father's arrival. Hugo clears his throat, looking slightly flustered by the tense reunion. He dismisses their condition, stating they don't seem badly injured and will be fine after receiving treatment. Turning to his son, Hugo asks if he saw who managed to kill the calamity. As the boys whisper amongst themselves, Hugo grows irritated, wondering aloud who his disrespectful son takes after. Thump! In a sudden move, Hugo grabs Min Sung-hoon by his blanket, startling both teens. He frantically demands to know where Jeon Hyung is, his sudden desperation shocking Min Sung-hoon. Min Sung-hoon puts the pieces together, realizing that Saint Hugo Otter's real name might be Oh Taik-soo. He nervously explains that the man who defeated the Spider Queen is still in the mart, and that he called himself Li Jian, leaving Hugo stunned. Pang, pang, pang. A series of powerful explosions suddenly erupts from the mart behind them. Hugo whirls around in alarm as debris rains down from the building. His expression hardens with grim resolve as he stares into the dust cloud. Inside the devastated mart, someone can be heard panting heavily amidst the rubble. Yang Wei stands panting in the ruins, his body cloaked in a swirling red aura. He confronts Li Jian, complaining that his sudden appearance and attack are too much. Li Jian smirks, casually asking why Yang Wei would attack him out of nowhere after a 20-year absence. Yang Wei stares in utter disbelief, refusing to accept that this man could possibly be who he claims. He rationalizes to himself that while there's a resemblance, this man is far too young, has no scars, and a slightly different voice. Concluding he's an imposter, Yang Wei furiously erupts, shouting that he was scared for nothing. Li Jian raises an eyebrow, questioning the accusation of impersonation. Enraged, Yang Wei unleashes his power and warns Li Jian to prepare for the consequences of opposing him. As Yang Wei lunges forward screaming, Li Jian coolly calls him a retard, wondering what his problem is. Li Jian effortlessly sidesteps Yang Wei's attack, which carves a path through the rubble. He counters instantly, landing a devastating, energy-infused punch that sends Yang Wei flying backward. Boom! The impact of Li Jian's blow shatters the ground, creating an immense shockwave. Yang Wei lies defeated in a crater as Li Jian casually stands over him. With glowing eyes, Li Jian lectures his fallen foe, saying they only listen after a beating, and asks if life was better after betraying him in the tower. Approaching slowly, he accuses them of stealing his artifacts, assets, and forging his will, causing Yang Wei to stammer in denial. Li Jian cracks his knuckles with a chilling grin, declaring his original plan was to kill them all anyway. He lays out his vengeful agenda, destroying Yang Wei's house, divine cadre, artifacts, and every last one of the saints. As Yang Wei listens in terror, Li Jian vows to destroy everything, envisioning the Ares temple shattering. Yang Wei begins to sweat, realizing with dawning horror that Li Jian isn't bluffing, and that his speed was completely imperceptible. The terrible truth dawns on him. This truly is Li Jian, somehow returned from the tower as an illusion of his older, scarred self manifests. Accepting the reality, Yang Wei challenges his old comrade one last time. He levitates into the air, summoning a violent storm of red energy and lightning. With glowing red eyes, he unleashes his full power, generating rings of immense energy behind him. A massive, glowing red magic circle with the Ares sigil forms on the floor below him. Now wearing a divine headpiece, Yang Wei's power surges with crackling red lightning. He manifests a giant divine entity behind him, radiating overwhelming power and flanked by floating swords. Li Jian looks on with an unimpressed smile, remarking that only a portion of the divine god has appeared. Infused with divine might, Yang Wei points down, ready to pass judgment on Li Jian. Lashing out from the ground, dozens of glowing red magical chains fly towards Li Jian, attempting to bind him. The chains tighten around Li Jian, but he remains steadfast and unintimidated by the binding spell. With a manic, power-crazed grin, Yang Wei taunts him, asking if they still look like weaklings now. A storm of countless ethereal swords materializes as Yang Wei vows to deal with Li Jian, regardless of how he returned. The divine entity behind Yang Wei unleashes the full might of its power, sending the maelstrom of blades hurtling toward Li Jian. A cataclysmic explosion of red energy and shrapnel erupts, tearing through the already ruined mart. Caught in the blast, Li Jian's expression hardens as he braces against the overwhelming assault. "Shut up!" Yang Wei screams, pouring all his rage into the finality of his attack. Li Jian finds himself at the epicenter of a vortex of thousands of glowing red swords, all aimed directly at him. Wham! The swords converge with blinding speed, striking their target in a massive, destructive impact. Where Li Jian once stood, there is now only a massive, silent mound of interlocking swords. Peering down at the aftermath, Yang Wei cautiously wonders if his opponent is finally dead. Stepping onto the pile of swords, Li Jian's voice echoes out, mocking Yang Wei for his stupidity. Looking down from his new perch, Li Jian derides his foe's foolishness in challenging him after he's absorbed the disciple's experience. Yang Wei looks up, his expression shifting to a wickedly confident smile, seemingly unfazed by Li Jian's survival. Suddenly, the mountain of swords begins to pulse with a brilliant turquoise light from within. Yang Wei's confidence shatters as his eyes widen in utter disbelief, stammering that it can't be possible. The turquoise energy intensifies, shattering the magical swords from the inside out. Boom! Li Jian bursts free from the wreckage, his body now more muscular and radiating power. The last remnants of the sword attack disintegrate into a cloud of glowing particles. A shockwave of pure force emanates from Li Jian's position. Before Yang Wei can react, Li Jian closes the distance and sends him flying with a devastating kick. Lying broken in a crater, Yang Wei stares up in shock, wondering how he survived and asking if it's really him. His face now bearing new scars, Li Jian grins menacingly and confirms with chilling certainty that he is, in fact, back for real. Standing over his defeated rival, Li Jian sarcastically congratulates Yang Wei for finally recognizing him as the man groans in agony. He casually inspects himself, wondering what happened to Yang Wei's power for his divine weapons to smell so foul. As blood trickles from his nose, Yang Wei thinks in horror that the level of regeneration Li Jian just displayed is impossible. System notifications confirm Li Jian unlocked the 13th sense skill after a near-death experience, to which he smugly thanks Yang Wei for the power-up. Looming over his terrified foe, Li Jian offers to test out his new skill, causing Yang Wei to beg him to wait. As Yang Wei trembles, system messages reveal the divine god of Ares is astonished by Li Jian's survival and is whining about the impossibility of the situation. A final message announces the god's departure amidst a flurry of curses, leaving Yang Wei to cry out in disbelief. Li Jian leans in close, whispering that perhaps the god fled because it knew the fight was hopeless from the start. With a terrifying smile labeled "full of mercy," Li Jian promises to inflict the same pain he felt, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Sometime later, a group of men in black suits and sunglasses cautiously enter the destroyed building. The lead agent and a man with blonde hair look at the devastation, wondering what could have possibly happened. They stop short, stunned by a massive pile of slain, armored insectoid monsters. The blonde-haired man's eyes glow with golden light as he senses a familiar, powerful energy. He spots a massive crater still radiating power and yells Yang Wei's name in alarm. The blonde man covers his face in frustration, recognizing the chaos as Li Jian's handiwork, while an agent reports feeling Yang Wei's faint energy. He orders his men to stand back and unleashes a powerful wave of golden energy from his fists. The agents scream as a massive explosion of light and force erupts before them. The concussive blast clears a path through the rubble. The blonde-haired man descends gracefully through the lingering smoke and dust. Landing softly, he adjusts his collar, his expression now serious and determined. He stares into the crater, muttering in angry disbelief at the confirmation that Li Jian was here. He discovers Yang Wei's unconscious body, foaming at the mouth with a note on his chest reading, "Went to the ass hair's place." Meanwhile, Li Jian arrives at a lavish mansion, adorned with a large, golden ram's head sigil. Now inside the opulent building, he looks around with a wicked smirk. A golden bust of Yang Wei is spotlit in the grand hall, a monument to his ego. Li Jian strolls through the hall, criticizing Yang Wei's obsession with flaunting his wealth. As he proceeds deeper into the Ares temple, he thinks to himself that he can smell one of his stolen divine artifacts nearby. In the Ares temple, Li Jian dismisses the displayed weapons as fakes, though he recognizes some stolen clothes. A single toothpick sits on a velvet cushion, absurdly labeled as an artifact used by Li Jian. Pressing against the display glass, Li Jian stares at his old toothpick with a delighted, unhinged grin. Crash! He shatters the glass, causing nearby civilians and guards to stare in shock. A red alarm light begins to flash, signaling the intrusion. Security guards rush towards the disturbance, shouting that a thief is in Area B. Standing calmly amidst the broken glass, Li Jian casually holds the reclaimed toothpick. He finds himself surrounded by a massive battalion of guards demanding he surrender the item. Facing the armed crowd, Li Jian coolly contemplates his next move. Toothpick in hand, with a wicked smile and glowing turquoise eyes, he puts the toothpick to his lips as dark power swirls around him. He flicks his hand, unleashing a devastating wave of dark, tendril-like energy. The guards are sent flying, caught in the overwhelming maelstrom of his attack. Li Jian stands completely unscathed as the chaos settles around him. As the guards groan in defeat, he smirks, remarking that it's best to use a familiar tool. A cute pink slime materializes in his hand, and he happily greets it as Lime, as a system window identifies it as the divine artifact, Omnificent Mudball. System notifications confirm he has unlocked the Creation Workshop skill, which can be enhanced by the slime's shapeshifting abilities. With the happy slime perched on his shoulder, Li Jian decides it's time to leave. He stops, surprised, before a grand door with an Ares sigil, sensing the strong energy of a divine artifact within. With a menacing grin, he decides it would be a shame to leave the temple empty-handed. Outside, panicked crowds flee as explosions and smoke billow from the Ares temple behind them. The blonde-haired man cries out in anguish, begging Jian to stop as people flee the chaos. Li Jian casually walks out of the ruined entrance carrying a huge sack of loot, complaining that he's hungry, followed by an injured Min Sung-hoon on crutches. The blonde-haired man spots him and screams his name across the plaza. Surprised by the call, Li Jian, Lime, and Min Sung-hoon all turn to look. The blonde-haired man runs towards him with tears streaming down his face, cursing him for being back. Li Jian smirks down at the approaching man, remarking that he must be a friend, while Min Sung-hoon looks on confused. The emotional man grabs Li Jian, demanding to know why he didn't come to him first, before abruptly shifting his concern to Min Sung-hoon's injured leg. Li Jian's expression darkens with extreme annoyance as the man fusses over someone else. Gah! Min Sung-hoon delivers a perfect dropkick to the man's face, yelling at him for not remembering who he is. Towering over the fallen man, Li Jian scolds him for the confusion, while Min Sung-hoon tries to quietly slip away. The blonde man kneels on the ground, nursing his bruised face in pain. Li Jian grins, asking if Taixu needs a beating to get his head screwed on straight, finally naming his old friend. Overcome with emotion, Taixu shouts, "Jian!" and lunges forward, tackling him in a fierce hug. Sobbing uncontrollably, Taixu clings to him, asking in disbelief if he's truly alive. Li Jian lands a sharp blow to Taixu's stomach, breaking the embrace. Disgusted, Li Jian demands to know why he was hugged, but Taixu just laughs through his tears on the ground, happy that it's really him. A system window suddenly appears, announcing the arrival of Apollo, the divine god of Sagittarius, catching Li Jian by surprise. A powerful, godlike figure, with long, flowing golden hair and glowing eyes manifests. A brilliant golden light envelops a shocked Taixu as Li Jian watches with a serious expression. The massive, muscular form of the divine god Apollo appears behind them as Li Jian questions his sudden presence. A blinding flash of divine, golden energy fills the air. Apollo's full form radiates power, stunning Taixu into silence. A detailed shot shows the intricate, sun-like emblem of the god's power. From behind, Li Jian and Taixu can only stare up at the god's imposing figure as Li Jian again wonders why he's here. The god Apollo thoughtfully strokes his chin while observing them, leaving Li Jian confused and Taixu visibly nervous. Apollo requests to verify if it is truly Li Jian, causing Taixu to ask how he plans to do that. Apollo manifests a flaming bow and arrow, aiming it at Li Jian as a system message reveals his intent, prompting Taixu to scream in protest. Taixu shields Li Gon, yelling at the god for his recklessness while reassuring his friend that everything is fine as long as he's safe. Cutting through the sentiment, Li Jian coldly states that things are not okay and demands that Taixu pay him back, leaving his friend speechless. As a demonic visage with glowing red eyes materializes behind him, Li Jian points at his terrified friend and delivers a chilling ultimatum: "I will kill you. Good luck." A terrifying demonic aura surrounds Li Jian as he lists his grievances to a trembling Taixu who stammers his name in fear. With a menacing grin and a crack of his knuckles, Li Jian informs his friend that he's going to hit him just once. A spray of blood explodes into the air as someone cries out in pain. A man with long brown hair laughs through his tears, thinking about how hard he was just hit. As Li Jian and Taixu approach a grand building, a crowd on the steps spots them and shouts for the capture of the divine artifact thief. Li Jian casually remembers that he was being chased, while a stressed-out Taixu asks what on earth he stole. He smirks, gesturing to a massive sack of loot and sarcastically asking if it was just a few things. Taixu reels back in shock, asking if he looted Yang Wei's vault, to which Li Jian proudly admits he did. Nearby, an agent with a band-aid tells his men that Li Jian is out of their league, dismissing their offer to capture him. He explains they've called for someone powerful enough to match Li Jian's monstrosity, making his subordinates sweat nervously. A dark, ominous energy begins to swirl around Li Jian and Taixu, who looks around in alarm. Boom! A massive, glowing red fist smashes into the ground with incredible force. Taixu identifies the summoned creature as Pishu, the Ares household god, as system warnings confirm its appearance and threat. The massive, lion-like beast god lunges forward, its red energy crackling around it. Facing the immense threat, Li Jian and Taixu can only stare up in silence. Taixu panics and urges Jian to drop the loot and run, but Li Jian calmly tells him to stay still. With a confident grin, Li Jian declares that he is a man with a plan. He commands his slime, "Lime sword!" and the artifact happily obliges. Lime's eyes glow brightly as it begins its powerful transformation. Li Jian stands confidently, a bright ball of pink energy materializing in his hand. The pink slime morphs into the hilt of a sword in his grasp. With a wicked smile, Li Jian gives the newly formed short sword a practice swing. He inspects the simple blade, thinking it might be tough to use against the god in its current state. A brilliant turquoise aura erupts around Li Jian as he prepares to power up the weapon. Stunned by the sudden surge, Taixu wonders what kind of power this is. He unleashes a powerful punch of his own, shattering the ground with a blast of turquoise energy. A coiled white snake materializes around the sword, as Li Jian declares, "It's finally usable." System notifications confirm the artifact has awakened, gaining critical hit, sharpness, and attack power thanks to his Ophiuchus trait. Remembering his new skill, Li Jian sees a system window explaining his 13th sense now reveals enemy weak spots. With his eye glowing, he menacingly activates the 13th sense. He glares at the beast god, stating he can now clearly see all of its weak spots. "All right then, let's wreak havoc," he yells, lunging forward to attack. Taixu watches, recalling that this reckless, head-on approach has always been Jian's way of overcoming impossible challenges. Smiling with renewed faith in his friend, Taixu silently cheers him on. The beast god Pish, who slams its massive paw down with crushing force. Taixu screams Jian's name, his face a mask of pure terror. Pishu stands over the impact zone, annoyed by the unbearably loud screaming. Li Jian effortlessly holds up the beast's massive paw, complaining that its stench almost killed him. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he asks if it's his turn to attack now. The household god recoils, its eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The beast's severed paw flies through the air. Li Jian stands triumphant, having cleanly sliced through the god's limb with his glowing sword. The beast god lets out a deafening roar of agony. A system warning appears, alerting Li Jian that Pishu is activating its Rich's abilities. Pishu roars again, its eyes glowing with rage. The beast opens its mouth wide, preparing to unleash a powerful energy blast. T-isk. Li Jian scolds the creature, saying it wouldn't have been hurt if it had just stayed still. As the trait of Ophiuchus activates, he powers up for his own attack. Surrounded by dark energy, he calmly offers to hit the beast just once, lightly. He unleashes a devastating slice of turquoise energy, a skill named Snake Catch. The devastating turquoise energy from his Snake Catch attack slices through the air. The powerful slash tears through the ground, heading straight for the beast god Pishu. Pishu roars in agony as the immense power tears into its body. Boom! The attack culminates in a massive explosion of energy that engulfs the area. As panicked onlookers flee, Li Jian stands calm and triumphant amidst the destructive turquoise glow. From above, the aftermath is clear. A massive trench has been carved through the temple grounds. Taixu stares in disbelief, sweating as he recognizes the sheer scale of that power. He realizes with awe that this is the same power Li Jian wielded in his prime. Li Jian stands victoriously over the fallen household god, his powerful aura swirling around him. System windows confirm that he has taken down a household god, and his zodiac experience points have risen. A new system prompt appears, surprisingly asking if he would like to bring Pishu into his household. Walking towards the defeated beast, Li Jian wonders if he now has the ability to control household gods, a power exclusive to the 12 divine gods. He reaches down and places his hand on the massive, furry head of the fallen Pishu. A brilliant turquoise light erupts from his hand, enveloping the creature in a powerful taming aura. The divine beast's large feathered wings spread as the taming energy surges through it. System notifications confirm Pishu, the beast of riches, has now become a household member of Ophiuchus. The once massive god shrinks down to a cute, puppy-sized creature, which Li Jian holds up with a look of surprise. Li Jian grins excitedly, realizing he can use the beast of riches to store all his treasures, while Taixu wonders where he learned such slang. Taixu watches in amazement as Jian celebrates, wondering what could have happened to give his friend the power to claim a household god as his own. A system window prompts him to give a name to his new household god. Much to his confusion, with a greedy, maniacal expression, Li Jian proudly names the creature Piggy Bank, as Taixu looks on with weary resignation. The scene shifts to a modern home at sunset, with the single word traitor hanging in the air. Inside, Taixu yells, asking why Jian would call him a traitor after he was so worried, but Jian calmly carves a wooden figure, retorting that his friend got married and lived well while he was trapped. Taixu seethes with frustration as Li Jian continues his passive-aggressive rant about how a true friend wouldn't have forgotten him. Li Jian sarcastically says he can't mooch off his friend, but Taixu relents, offering him a place to stay since he lives alone. As Jian tries to comfort him, Taixu stammers that he's not divorced, but his wife is trailing off in distress. Taixu quickly changes the subject, asking what happened in the tower, and privately resolves not to tell Li Jian's fanatics, Sungjae and Yuha. When asked why he wasn't the one to defeat the Crimson Eye, Li Jian smirks and says it's a very sad story. He reveals with a dark grin that he was stabbed in the back and thrown into a trap swarming with calamities. He continues, explaining that amidst the chaos, the dead Crimson Eye was also resurrected. Taixu is horrified to hear the Crimson Eye came back to life, but Jian explains that what they fought wasn't its true form. He reveals the real Crimson Eye was a monstrous fiery beast deep within the tower, which he managed to defeat. The true enemy, however, was the tower's administrator, a demonic being who could revive dead calamities and tortured him relentlessly. He recalls his final battle, where he killed the administrator and collapsed, certain that he had died there. Jian explains that when he awoke, the monsters were gone, and he had somehow gained his current abilities. But one thing is for sure. He clenches his fist, realizing the one who backstabbed him must have known the tower's layout to trap him in a cave full of calamities. Li Jian vows to punish those who stole his assets and slandered him, but promises special treatment for his betrayer and asks if he needs to prepare. He declares he must first make new equipment to beat them, summoning his creation workshop skill with a surge of power. The skill's interface appears, searching for materials and offering to create divine artifacts as Jian contemplates his options. The workshop identifies his available materials: the corrupted essence of the Spider Queen, a fragment of a calamity, and various divine artifacts of Ares. With a confident smile, he decides to be reckless and just throw all the materials in at once. As the system announces the start of creation, he places a small, plain wooden horse into the swirling vortex of power. A blinding pillar of turquoise light shoots out from the house, illuminating the night sky. The system announces the creation of the imitation horse is complete, an artifact with its own ego that can absorb the magic power of anyone its owner touches. Li Jian proudly displays the new, detailed red horse artifact, excited that it can grow stronger, while Taixu claps in awe. Taixu critiques the design, saying it doesn't look that cool, which sends Li Jian into a furious rage over the precious materials he used. Fuming, Li Jian threatens to forget about making any equipment for Taixu, who immediately begins to panic. Taixu desperately backpedals, praising the amazing design and calling Jian a genius, all while wondering if he learned his design sense from the devil. Li Jian warns that any future help depends on Taixu's performance, then gets to business, declaring they need to take care of the saint bastards first. As Taixu questions how they'll lure the other saints out, Li Jian reveals an ornate golden treasure chest from his loot, grinning as he asks if this will be enough bait. Li Jian presents the Safe of the Golden Fleece, a royal divine artifact of Ares capable of storing and multiplying items. Taixu stares in shock, questioning why Li Jian would bring out a top-tier artifact that he can't even use. Li Jian smirks, claiming he brought it to fund Taixu since he's so poor, prompting a furious denial from his friend. He reveals his plan to use the safe to multiply materials for creating powerful divine artifacts to crush their enemies. Taixu points out a critical flaw in the plan, reminding Jian that neither of them can actually activate the Ares artifact. Panicked, Taixu clarifies that he is the Sagittarius Saint, not the Ares Saint, and therefore cannot use the chest. Li Jian suggests Taixu could probably use it anyway, but Taixu firmly refuses, insisting they find another way. With a devious smile, Li Jian casually reveals that he has already sent a declaration of war to the broadcasting station. As Li Jian muses about finding another way, a horrified Taixu demands to know what he sent to the station. Taixu screams in absolute terror and disbelief, calling his friend a crazy bastard. The scene shifts to a dramatic sunset over the Blue House in Korea. Inside, a man at the head of a long table furiously berates his subordinates for failing to kill a single spider and being humiliated. Leaning back with his feet on the table, the Leo Divine Cadre Captain Oliver mockingly suggests they should have stuck to selling charms. The man in charge angrily warns Oliver not to cross the line as a nearby statue shatters with a flash of purple energy. The Gemini Divine Cadre Captain, Choi Sung-yuk, laughs as he effortlessly restores the shattered statue with his power. When another cadre member suggests Li Jian could have easily killed the Spider Queen, Sung-yuk dismissively claims Jian was only powerful because of buffs and weapons from other saints. Sung-yuk boasts that they would have performed better with the same support, but Oliver scoffs, retorting that Sung-yuk's failure proves he lacked it. Surrounded by a menacing purple aura, Sung-yuk sets the record straight, claiming the Ares Temple killed the Spider Queen, thanks to an S-rank disciple's sacrifice. Oliver's eyes glow within a fiery aura as he sarcastically offers to search for this powerful person in the stomach of the Spider Queen. As their powerful auras clash, the man presiding over the meeting sweats nervously, caught in the middle of their confrontation. He grits his teeth in frustration, lamenting that the Blue House has become a den for thugs. An agent bursts into the room, urgently telling the president that something big has happened and he needs to watch the news immediately. A news anchor nervously announces that their broadcasting station has just received a mysterious package. The anchor reveals the package contained photos of Yang Wei and a bloody message reading, "I'm back," with handwriting matching the deceased Li Jian. Back at the apartment, Taixu lets out an ear-splitting scream of pure rage. While Taixu furiously questions his motives, Li Jian calmly scrolls on his phone, calling it a declaration of war and a warning for his enemies to be ready for decapitation. Taixu despairs, yelling that killing Yang Wei was already a huge issue without announcing it to the world. Looking up from his couch, Li Jian casually drops a bombshell. He's not dead. Taixu freezes in shock at the news, while Jian sits up and clarifies that while Yang Wei is alive, he's not exactly living. His friend can only stare, completely stunned and confused by the bizarre statement. Ta-da! Li Jian cheerfully presents a small, terrified-looking bunny doll, announcing it's Yang Wei, as the doll itself screams Jian's name in fury. A system window displays Li Jian's constellation skills as Ophiuchus, including Creation Workshop, Gaze of a God, 13th Sense, and Super Regeneration. The list of his powerful abilities continues with Body of 100 Poisons and the devastating Battle God Instinct. Taixu is suddenly choked by an unseen force, realizing with horror that it must be Yang Wei's spirit as the doll screams to be released. Li Jian grins, explaining that his abilities have improved enough to restrain Yang Wei's soul as he squeezes the doll, eliciting a scream of agony. As Taixu reels from this revelation, Li Jian changes the subject, holding up an ornate dagger for him to see. With a sinister look, he reveals the dagger is the very one that stabbed him in the back and led him into the trap. Taixu nervously holds the blade that nearly killed his friend, noting its intricate engraving suggests it's no ordinary weapon. Li Jian grins maniacally, confirming that Yang Wei wasn't his betrayer, then makes a dark joke about his own demise. Announcing he's going to visit the Divine Artifact store, Li Jian leaves a confused Taixu behind. With a wicked smile, Li Jian holds the dagger menacingly over the terrified bunny doll. The scene transitions to the grand interior of a luxurious building. Dressed in a new jacket, Li Jian smugly assigns Taixu the role of, quote, slave hash 2 inches to guard the house, prompting Taixu to ask who number 1 is. As he leaves, Jian waves and calls back, "I'll be back, number 1, leaving both Taixu and the doll fuming in anger. The scene shifts to an aerial view of the destroyed Ares temple grounds, scarred by Li Jian's earlier battle. A team of agents in black suits, led by a woman with sunglasses, investigates the ruins of the temple. An agent reports to the Saintess Nim that the Ares saint is gone, which she confirms, unable to sense the divine god's energy. Elsewhere, a woman with wavy purple hair smiles playfully as she relaxes in a bubble bath. Hearing the news, she splashes water happily, musing aloud about where the Ares saint could have possibly gone. An information card reveals her identity as the Aquarius saint, Sophie Marty. At the ruins, the woman in sunglasses speculates that the Ares saint may have fled with the wealth and worries he made a deal with another saint. Meanwhile, the Aquarius saint, Sophie Marty, relaxes in her bath, wondering where the bald piggy ran off to. She then erupts into triumphant laughter in her opulent bathhouse. Lying back in the water, she playfully calls out to her sister. With a pleasant smile, Sophie uses her powers to playfully trap an attendant in a swirling sphere of water. Back at the ruins, the woman in sunglasses reacts with a jolt as she hears a sharp "Kuak" over her phone. She quickly apologizes for her unnecessary comment, but Sophie calmly tells her to prepare for a trip to the Divine Artifact store to raise funds for the drachma auction. An agent bursts into Sophie's bathhouse, urgently announcing there is a huge problem. The agent reports that other saints have also applied for the drachma auction, wiping the smile from Sophie's face. The scene shifts to the exterior of a building marked Lion's Gym. Inside, a group of men stares in awe at something off-panel. A man nervously approaches a muscular figure lifting an impossibly heavy barbell, addressing him as Stephen Nim. He informs Stephen that one of Li Jian's divine artifacts will be sold at the drachma auction. The news causes the massively built man to pause his exercise, a serious expression on his scarred face. With a furious roar, he slams the barbell down, shattering the gym floor. He grits his teeth, his determination evident in the dark shadow cast over his face. With glowing yellow eyes and a savage grin, the man is revealed to be the Leo Saint, Stephen Marker. In a flash of blue lightning, a teleportation gate materializes in a city alleyway. A foot in a sneaker steps out of the shimmering portal onto the sidewalk, Lee Jian and the red-haired Sungjae arrive, with Jian noting the convenience of teleportation and Sungjae adding that it's free for Gemini affiliates. The two walk through the bustling, divine artifact store complex at night. Lee Jian smirks, thanking Sungjae for introducing him to an sulfur monosulfide rank appraiser. As Sungjae stammers nervously, his boss appears in an inset panel, excitedly ordering him to scout the man who defeated the Spider Queen. Sungjae sighs, reading texts from his bastard boss, offering increasingly desperate bribes for him to recruit the hero. Lee Jian casually puts an arm around a startled Sungjae. He returns a weapon to Sungjae, an A- rank item called Janice's Desire, which can summon a sadist or masochist soldier. Sungjae is surprised, noting the weapon was rusted, but Lee Jian explains he fixed it and altered its effects. As they arrive at an impressive building, Sungjae looks on in awe, while Lee Jian smirks confidently. They stand before the grand entrance to the sulfur monosulfide rank appraiser's establishment. A young man in a beige jacket in the street outside notices something. He and his friend are mesmerized by an approaching figure, calling her too beautiful. It is the Aquarius saint, Sophie Marty, arriving with her full entourage of bodyguards. Her elegant, star-adorned heels click on the pavement as she walks. The crowd recognizes the famous saintess, Sophie Marty Nim, as she passes. A staff member nervously informs Sophie that the appraiser is busy, though she wishes to drop off items for the auction. While Sophie smiles politely and agrees to wait, her inner self fumes with rage that anyone would be served before her. Standing outside the building with her entourage, Sophie wonders who in the world could be inside. Inside, Lee Jian browses a display case, wryly noting that both the appraiser and the prices are sulfur monosulfide rank. The appraiser holds a golden statuette and asks if its creator is present, prompting Lee Jian to ask why he's being singled out. The sulfur monosulfide rank appraiser, Jing Myung, asks Lee Jian if he made the artifact and if he has a connection to Lee Jian. Sungjae mutters that his companion is a Lee Jian pretender, but the appraiser tells him to wait, sensing an important conversation. Jin Myung presses the issue, asking about his relationship with Lee Jian, but Jian simply deflects, asking why. The appraiser explains that while famous for combat, Lee Jian was also a legendary producer. Holding the statuette, he declares that after seeing countless fakes, he can feel Lee Jian's authentic handiwork in this piece. Lee Jian smirks confidently, confirming the appraiser's suspicion with the simple, "Of course, I have to." Overcome with emotion, the mustachioed appraiser blushes intensely. Lee Jian is completely baffled by the man's sudden blushing. He crosses his arms, thinking to himself that he certainly doesn't remember ever taking on a student. The appraiser dismisses the idea that Jian is a direct student due to his age, calling his work an impressive, near-perfect copy, which infuriates Jian. Changing his approach, Lee Jian presents a small book, claiming it's proof that Lee Jian recognized him as his student. The appraiser presents a book to Lee Jian, who is shocked to recognize it as his lost notebook, instantly suspecting the man. The appraiser, Jin Myung, tearfully reminisces about a newbie who chased him in China, noting that while annoying, he had a wonderful eye for items and provided useful information. Jin Myung dramatically explains that the person vanished, leaving behind these production notes, while Lee Jian internally fumes, realizing the man stole his book. The appraiser flips through the book, admitting the handwriting is too bad to read but cherishing it as an idea book, not realizing Lee Jian is thinking, "That's my hit list, though." Lee Jian reflects on his new ability to extract information through punching, considering that an sulfur monosulfide rank appraiser should provide some very useful intel. With a monocle now in place, the mustachioed appraiser holds out the recovered notebook. Lee Jian takes his notebook, smiling as he expresses his relief at finding it since it contains some of his designs. As Lee Jian holds it, the notebook begins to glow, with a system window announcing its evolution into a divine artifact due to its owner's Ophiuchus magic power. The appraiser stares in shock at the glowing artifact, exclaiming that it's a memory-storing divine item, and that Jian possesses a skill he's never seen. An employee bursts in, yelling for Jin Myungnim, alerting him that something has happened, startling both him and Lee Jian. The panicked employee points to the entrance, urgently informing his boss that the saintess is waiting outside. Jin Myung scoffs at the commotion, but Lee Jian's interest is piqued by the mention of a saintess. A woman with long, purplish-gray hair and a golden halo, Sophie Marty, stands regally among a crowd of onlookers. Sophie looks down disdainfully, annoyed by the vulgar people staring at her, a familiar nuisance whenever she goes out. In the crowd, the red-haired Sungjae recognizes Sophie Marty, wondering why the reclusive saintess would appear in public. Impatiently, Sophie decides she's done waiting and will confront the appraiser herself, needing to sell her artifacts to fund her auction plans. An attendant tries to stop her, but she fumes, determined to see the face of the guest who is being served before her. As Sophie steps into the room, she sees Lee Jian standing calmly with Jin Myung in the background. Her eyes widen in utter shock, and she breaks into a cold sweat as she recognizes the man before her. In a flash of romantic delusion, Sophie sees Lee Jian through a dreamy filter with a floral crown. Her fantasy continues as a bouquet of glowing white roses magically appears in front of him. Blushing, Sophie clutches her heart, thinking he's a gorgeous man, and feeling an overwhelming urge to get closer. Her fantasy shatters as she hallucinates a giant white serpent with glowing red eyes lunging at her with its fangs bared. Sophie's face contorts in pure, unadulterated terror at the horrifying vision. Thud! She collapses to the ground as a bodyguard rushes to her side, frantically asking if she's all right. Pale and sweating, Sophie trembles, wondering what kind of terrifying magic power she just sensed. She recalls the horrifying sensation of hundreds of serpents coiling around her, choking the life out of her. Overcome with panic, she bolts for the door, screaming that she must leave immediately, leaving her entourage stunned. As the appraiser wonders why the saintess fled so suddenly, Lee Jian casually suggests that she might just be feeling sick. A system window informs Lee Jian that his divine power was sharpened by the encounter with a Zodiac affiliate, now at 35%, prompting him to wonder about this new power. The system explains that divine power is a form of godly power, can be stolen, and its depletion weakens the user's zodiac. Lee Jian asks if the girl who just fled was the saintess, and the appraiser is shocked he doesn't recognize someone so famous. After Jin Myung identifies her as Sophie Marty, the saint of Aquarius, Lee Jian reacts with stunned disbelief, repeating her name. Lee Jian bursts into hysterical laughter, tears flying from his eyes as he processes that the woman he just saw was indeed the saintess. He explains that he didn't recognize her because she's transformed, admitting she's prettier but that her rotten heart hasn't changed. Lee Jian lists things he dislikes: fish bones, garbage, and pests, classifying a chibi version of Sophie as a pest and stating she values skincare over human lives. He scoffs at her public image of compassion, calling her cruel and selfish, which prompts a knowing wink from the appraiser. Jin Myung explains her fame is tied to being Lee Jian's physician, a title she used to collect funds until other saints in the government intervened, which enrages Jian. The appraiser asks if he's acquainted with her, and Lee Jian smirks, claiming they're old friends and she definitely knows him. The scene shifts to a quiet, dimly lit alleyway. A masked Sophie stumbles through the alley, supported by her agent in sunglasses, who asks if she's all right. Gripped by fear, Sophie trembles, lamenting Lee Jian's return as she remembers a terrifying voice asking, "Do you really want to die?" She tells her agent that his overwhelming power gave her goosebumps, just like him, and asks if she's ever felt dying would be better than fainting. Sophie commands her agent to investigate the man at the pawn shop. The agent agrees and asks what to do about the appraiser. With eyes glowing an icy blue and a malevolent grin, Sophie gives a simple, chilling order: just kill them all. The agent protests, but Sophie dismisses both the valued appraiser and the man who triggered her trauma as impertinent fools. Sophie offers her agent a divine artifact to lend her the god's power, but the agent nervously reminds her that using such power in a neutral district is forbidden. Surrounded by a brilliant blue aura, Sophie's face darkens as she threateningly asks her agent if she's defying a direct order. The agent sweats, quickly backpedaling and declaring that the saintess's will is the will of the gods. The agent kneels in submission, ready to receive the power from the glowing, ethereal form of Saintess Sophie Marty. Kneeling in a pool of divine blue light, Sophie's agent receives a key-like artifact. A glowing, ethereal vision of the Aquarius deity appears, speaking of the undeniable will of the 12 heavenly beings. The divine being, a beautiful blue-haired woman, smiles serenely as her power flows forth. The agent is completely enveloped by the brilliant blue aura, absorbing the god's power. Back at the pawn shop, Lee Jian looks up sharply, sensing a change in the air. The scene shifts to the massive divine artifact store complex in the city's center district. Elsewhere, Sungjae walks alone through the neon-lit streets of the city at night. Taking a moment, he casually sips from a cold drink. As he sips, his eyes widen slightly as he notices something on the ground ahead. A splash echoes as his foot steps near a growing puddle on the sidewalk. He peers into the puddle, confused to see the glowing reflection of a strange, blue humanoid figure. Whoosh! A hand made of water erupts from the puddle, sending a shock to Sungjae flying backward. His dropped cup shatters on the pavement as the dark liquid spills out. From the spilled drink and puddle, a full-bodied creature made of glowing water forms on the ground. Stunned but unharmed, Sungjae nervously asks what the creature is. Kiak! His head whips around as a piercing scream cuts through the night. An overhead view reveals chaos as dozens of water creatures materialize across a public square, terrifying the citizens. Looking down from a skyscraper, Sophie Marty lets out a sinister little laugh. Standing atop a wave of her own creation, she unleashes her power, announcing the mirror of replication. She smirks, explaining that while the A-rank replicated disciples are weak, a swarm of ants can still take down an elephant. Spotting Sophie's agent on the street, Sungjae runs up and angrily calls out to the Saintess's guards. He furiously demands to know why a battle skill is being used in a neutral zone and orders her to stop immediately. Holding a golden chalice, the agent coolly dismisses his complaint, stating she's merely following the Saintess's orders, leaving Sungjae speechless. The agent begins to activate the divine artifact, which erupts with a blinding golden light. "No!" Sungjae screams as he lunges forward to stop the activation. A massive pillar of divine energy shoots up from the city center, illuminating the night sky. The agent unleashes the Oblivion-calling water chalice, sending a tidal wave of magic through the streets. Orbs of pure water magic float through the city, spreading the spell's influence. Surrounded by her water clones, the agent issues orders. She will take care of the man at the appraisal store while the clones capture the appraiser. The water clones surge forward to carry out their mission. Suddenly, Sungjae finds himself trapped inside a sphere of water, realizing too late he's been caught. He struggles against the suffocating prison, desperate to escape before he blacks out. With fierce determination, his eyes glow as he fights to remain conscious. A close-up on his eye reveals an unwavering will, glowing with intense blue energy. Back inside the shop, Lee Jian calmly watches as water begins to drip from the ceiling. Unfazed, he remains silent, his expression stern as he senses the disturbance. Both Lee Jian and Jin Myung sense the suspicious mana lingering just outside the store. A water clone bursts through the doorway, lunging directly at the appraiser. In a flash, Lee Jian intercepts the attack, effortlessly catching the watery assailant's arm. Before he can react further, another water clone appears behind him, its blade stopped inches from his neck. Sophie's agent holds a glowing dagger to Lee Jian's throat, calmly stating she has no ill will, but the Saintess is displeased. She presses the blade closer, warning him not to do anything stupid if he values his life. With Jin Myung held captive by a clone, the agent offers a deal. Apologize, buy their artifacts at a high price, and she'll smooth things over. Trapped inside a water bubble, Jin Myung watches the confrontation with a grim expression. Lee Jian casually remarks on the modern rudeness of using weapons outside, then shatters the divine dagger with his bare fingers. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he instructs Jin Myung to bill them for the damages, stunning the agent. The appraiser stares in disbelief, thinking that Lee Jian just broke a divine artifact of Aquarius with his hands. A massive water serpent materializes inside the shop, looming over Lee Jian. Whoosh! The serpent instantly collapses into a harmless splash of water. With a smirk, Lee Jian clenches his fist and simply says, "Yap!" having obliterated the creature with a single unseen blow. With a manic grin and glowing eyes, Lee Jian asks if she has any more toys, finding them quite fun to punch. The agent reels in shock, realizing he destroyed an A- rank replication in a single strike, just as the Saintess predicted. Lee Jian checks if the appraiser is hurt, who confirms he's fine, while the agent resolves to eliminate the dangerous man to protect the Saintess. Enraged, the agent brandishes a glowing magical charm, challenging Lee Jian to block her next attack. Announcing it's made from the Saintess's high-purity mana, she unleashes a torrent of magical water. The attack is announced, an orange-rank summon, the Water Wolf. Standing confidently, the agent summons a pack of ferocious water wolves that materialize from the floor. Amused, Lee Jian calls the Saintess a pest for providing him with such a feast after so long. Lee Jian casually calls out to a confused Jin Myung. Holding up a pair of ornate knives, Lee Jian reminds Jin Myung of his offer and declares he's taking them. As a defeated water clone splashes onto the floor, the appraiser slams his hands on the counter in astonishment. Li Jian leaps down from the shop's upper level, diving straight into the pack of magical wolves. He gleefully slices through a water wolf, exclaiming how great the new knives are. As his knives effortlessly dispatch the creatures, he remarks that the materials they drop are A rank or higher, as expected. Triumphant amidst the dissolving wolves, he shouts about the incredible score he's getting just for an appraisal. Roaring with power, Li Jian absorbs the wolves' energy as a system window confirms he's obtained data for the Mirror of Replication fragment. Multiple system windows announce his new abilities: nocturnality, mentality boost, and increased strength as he marvels at his score. The agent stares at her now drained artifact in disbelief, stunned that the Saintess's summons were defeated so easily. "Hey," a voice calls out as Li Jian's glowing eye is reflected menacingly in her sunglasses. With a furious expression, Li Jian challenges her, asking if that's all she's got. Frozen in terror, the agent sees a vision of a giant serpent and realizes she'll die if she continues to fight him. She bolts out the door, screaming empty threats that he won't get away with this. Li Jian smirks, thinking to himself that people who make such threats are never scary. He checks on Jin Myung, who can only stare in awe, thinking his suspicions about the man were correct. A frantic Sung Jae bursts in, shouting that the Aquarius disciples are attacking indiscriminately and he barely escaped. Sung Jae stares in shock at the destroyed shop and dissolving wolves as Li Jian calmly tells him they just finished up. Recognizing the mana as the Saintesses, Sung Jae watches a wolf dissolve while Li Jian remarks that sending summons to him is just giving him free materials. Li Jian tells Sung Jae they need to leave quickly before more enemies arrive. Li Jian and Sung Jae exchange a look, with Sung Jae still clearly confused by the situation. The appraiser, Jin Myung, recalls following the young Li Jian 20 years ago to watch him fight monsters and gather materials. With a gasp of realization, a sweating Jin Myung points a shaking finger, about to ask if he's really Li Jian. Li Jian simply smiles and raises a finger to his lips, silently asking for his discretion. Overcome with emotion at the confirmation, Jin Myung begins to cry tears of joy. As he leaves, Li Jian tells Jin Myung to keep the materials safe for him, promising to return with questions later. From behind the counter of his ruined shop, Jin Myung bows deeply, gratefully, thanking them as they depart. Li Jian walks away with a confident smile, his jacket billowing behind him. As they walk through the city, Sung Jae asks why the Saintess is targeting him, to which Li Jian nonchalantly wonders if he just annoyed her. When Sung Jae asks if he made an enemy of her, Li Jian just grins and mysteriously says, "Just wait." A close-up reveals Li Jian's intense, determined grin, hinting at a plan. The scene shifts to a peaceful night view of the warmly lit Café Eden. Inside, a delicious spread of gelato, macarons, and chocolate cake is laid out on a table. Li Jian happily digs into the gelato, urging Sung Jae to eat as much as he wants because it's so good. Sung Jae agrees to the treat, but expresses concern over how expensive the cafe is. Li Jian holds up an item he seemingly took from the fleeing agent, explaining that after they examine it, they'll have plenty to do. He reveals the item is an insignia, a golden medal that can be used as a card and can store the skills of other gods. Sung Jae recognizes it as the Aquarius insignia and worries that since it's also an ID card, it could cause problems for them. Dismissing the concerns for later, chibi versions of Li Jian happily devour the desserts, leaving Sung Jae to wonder if this is really the time to be relaxing. A man in a suit approaches, asking Sung Jae if he also likes the gelato, and Sung Jae is startled by the familiar voice. Sung Jae looks up in wide-eyed shock as he recognizes the newcomer, while Li Jian continues eating, oblivious. The smiling man waves, and politely asks if he can join their table. As Sung Jae stammers a nervous hello, Li Jian recognizes the newcomer as Sung Jae's condescending boss. The man introduces himself as Choi Sung-yuk, a Gemini Divine Cadre captain, and asks if Li Gion is the acquaintance Sung Jae mentioned. Sung-yuk explains he heard about an incredible acquaintance who defeated the Spider Queen, a feat their own forces couldn't accomplish. Unimpressed, Li Jian keeps eating his dessert and nonchalantly asks what that has to do with him. Sung-yuk smiles, explaining that scouting remarkable talent is part of his job, which finally gets Li Jian's attention. Amused, Li Jian skeptically asks what kind of bribe he's being offered to be scouted. Sung-yuk offers a tempting deal, help in managing the upcoming auction for one of Li Jian's own divine artifacts. A smirk crosses Li Jian's face as he thinks to himself that the captain certainly knows how to make a compelling offer. Licking his lips, Li Jian agrees, figuring he has nothing to lose, and asks if the auction house is close by. Victorious, Sung-yuk extends his hand with a smile, offering to lead the way. He announces their destination is the world's greatest auction house, a colossal structure towering 16,000 feet in the sky. The scene shifts to a breathtaking view of the wealthy, floating fortress city of Drachma. Massive glowing crystals are shown to be the power source, keeping the islands afloat around the main city. The central tower of Drachma gleams, an architectural marvel of white and gold reaching for the heavens. They arrive at the Drachma Great Auction, set amidst pristine gardens, waterways, and grand archways. Inside, a woman with long purple hair and an elegant gown sits on a bench, trembling with anxiety. She waits nervously, her hands clasped tightly as she glances around the room. A man holding a glass of liquor approaches and calls out to get her attention. The scarred, muscular man rudely tells her to leave if she's going to keep shaking, as her nervousness is ruining his drink. The woman scowls, thinking him a muscle-brained lout with no manners, but resolves to tolerate him for now. She reflects that her companion, the Leo St. Stephen Marker, rose above even Li Jian, making him the safest person to be near. Stephen Marker suddenly stands and begins to walk away, startling the woman. He coldly tells her to mind her own business and just wait there for him. Left alone, the woman watches him depart with a quiet sigh. She calms herself with a deep breath, confident that in a place like Drachma, the man she fears could never reach her. Suddenly, her eyes go wide with shock and disbelief as she recognizes someone new arriving. Through the glass doors, she spots a familiar blonde-haired man in a suit and mouths his name. Hugo Otters? Her fear instantly turns into a sly, cunning smile as a new plan begins to form. Now, inside, Hugo Otters looks around the grand hall impatiently, wondering where Jian is. He mutters that the allure of divine artifacts should have been enough to bring Jian here, unaware of a sinister, hooded figure approaching from behind. A hand taps his shoulder, causing Hugo to turn around with a start. The figure lowers her hood, revealing herself to be Sophie Marty, who greets Hugo with a smug smile. Hugo's expression darkens as he recognizes his old adversary, growling her name. Sophie casually remarks that he's certainly been hard to track down lately. She taunts him, noting how much he's changed from his days as the face of the Saints, implying he's grown weaker with time. As she leans in to mock him about his lack of disciples, Hugo shoves her hand away, telling her to leave him alone. "Oh my," she says, her eyes glowing with menace as she asks if he plans to ignore her again. She delivers a vicious threat, warning that if he does, he might lose his children just as he lost his wife. With a sickeningly sweet smile, she feigns curiosity, asking if his wife is even dead yet. Her eyes glow with power as she cruelly declares his wife is as good as dead, with an incompetent like him in charge. Overcome with pure rage, Hugo's hair and eyes burst into golden flames. His power explodes outward, shattering a nearby window with a resounding boom. He stands wreathed in fire and destruction, a silhouette of righteous fury. With eyes blazing like twin suns, he roars at her one last time to go away. Sophie remains perfectly calm, a single bead of sweat on her shadowed face, the only sign she's affected. She casually extinguishes the flame on his hand with her own water magic, reminding him of the truce they made 10 years ago. A close-up shows her eye glowing with a cold, intimidating blue light. As water swirls around her, she mocks his outburst, reminding him of his diminished status as half a saint. Her power surges as she prepares to face his fiery wrath with her own. Suddenly, another man flashes into the scene, striking Sophie and sending her flying across the room as Hugo watches in surprise. With a powerful thud, Li Jian slams Sophie into the ground, incapacitating her in a single blow. The blonde-haired man watches in stunned silence, his fiery aura now gone. Li Jian turns to the man and casually recognizes him, saying, "Huh? Oh, Taixu?" Taixu asks Li Jian what he's doing here, explaining he was worried he might make another mess, which only confuses Li Jian. Ignoring him, Li Jian glares down at the defeated Sophie with an annoyed expression. He wonders aloud why this girl seems to be everywhere he goes as she lies dazed on the floor. A menacing red and black title card flashes the number 13, signaling a dark turn. The scene shifts to a much younger, blue-haired woman who looks on in absolute terror. Her narration describes a terrifying man with a hideous, scarred face, an aggressive personality, and cold, condescending eyes. The story flashes back 20 years to a stormy night at a grand, palatial estate. Inside, an injured and heavily bandaged Lee Ji-yeon stands defiantly as onlookers scream for someone to stop him. A woman in a maid's uniform frantically orders him to leave the Aquarius sanctuary immediately. A brilliant flash of light bursts from the arched windows of the sanctuary. The bandaged Lee Ji-yeon appears before the terrified maid in an instant. Looking past her, he angrily demands to know the meaning of the situation. The young, blue-haired woman appears, furiously demanding he leave for trespassing. With a swift motion, he strikes her across the face, causing her to cry out in pain. He grabs her by the collar, his glowing eye filled with menace as he asks if she really wants to die. He furiously demands to know why she is fooling around here when he sent her to the rear to treat people injured by the calamities. Gripping her arm tightly, he yells that people's limbs need to be amputated because they were injured while protecting her. She erupts in a selfish tantrum, shouting that she doesn't care if people like them die and that they should be happy to have saved her. She continues her rant, complaining that the saints are already being called useless and she has no intention of cleaning up his mess. The bandaged Lee Ji-yeon glances back over his shoulder, his glowing eye radiating cold fury. She callously complains that he reeks of sweat and demands he let go so she can do her makeup for an interview. As he holds her wrist, she expresses her disgust with his hand and the strength of his grip. His patience gone, Lee Ji-yeon violently slams her head into the wall. As he declares that a pest needs a beating to learn, her muffled screams echo from outside the now damaged castle wall. Back in the present, Lee Ji-yeon rests his head on his hand with a look of utter boredom. His captive, Sophie, is now bound tightly to a chair and gagged, looking dazed and disheveled. The full scene shows Sophie tied up while Lee Ji-yeon watches from a chair, and Taek-soo stands behind him with his arms crossed. In a comedic cutaway, a horrified Sophie screams as a vision of a grand, crystalline sword tower appears. She struggles furiously against the ropes, demanding her release and questioning how they dare treat a saintess this way. Taek-soo sighs, remarking that she hasn't changed in 20 years, and Lee Ji-yeon agrees that her repertoire is exactly the same. Sophie internally fumes, vowing that she won't stand for this and that things are different from 20 years ago. Confident that such a simple restraint is useless, she plots to escape and find Stephen Marker. A hand suddenly clamps over her face, cutting off her thoughts with a pained gasp. Lee Ji-yeon looms over her, mockingly stating that her tricks are obvious just from looking at her expression. He then looks at his own hand in confusion as a sizzling smoke rises from his fingertips. Sophie bursts into crazed laughter, revealing she has an acidic protection skill that activates whenever someone strikes her body. She gleefully explains that the acid will now melt his entire body, starting from his hand, calling it Aquarius's strongest protection skill. Unimpressed, Lee Ji-yeon smirks, unleashes his full recovery, and gives her the middle finger with his instantly healed hand, calling it his strongest fuck you. Sophie's jaw drops in disbelief, screaming that instant healing isn't recovery. It's a broken skill. Lee Ji-yeon lets out a triumphant chuckle. He begins listing her offenses and their corresponding punishments, claiming to be his doctor is 1 hit, sending the goon was 5, and insulting Taek-soo is 50. With a sinister grin, he holds up 2 fingers and asks, "Wait?" He leans in, his smile widening with malicious intent. "Wait over," he announces, lunging forward to deliver his punishment. As Sophie screams in pain off-screen, Taek-soo calmly sips his tea, completely unbothered by the commotion. A nervous man with light brown hair sips from a mug, thinking that the spirits have every reason to fear their former master. Elsewhere, Lee Ji-yeon pummels the Aquarius Saint as system notifications confirm he is charging his divine status and obtaining saint rank data. He stops, surprised, as the blue-haired woman suddenly collapses on the floor before him. A close-up reveals the woman has completely fainted, with a large bump on her head and swirls in her eyes. Confused, Lee Ji-yeon looks at a system window announcing that his divine status has been unlocked but is only at 50%. He demands an explanation from the system, asking what divine status even is. In a cosmic void, the system explains divine status is a god's power source that can be stolen from other disciples to weaken and even kill their gods. Before his zodiac's massive snake form, he realizes this new power allows him to get stronger just by hitting people. A sly grin spreads across his face as he contemplates this new method of gaining strength. Taixu approaches, asking if Jian plans to interrogate the fainted Aquarius saint about the dagger. Standing over the woman, who is now tied to a chair, Li Jian dismisses the idea, admitting he just wanted to torment her as he has others investigating the dagger. He calmly reaches into his pants pocket. He pulls out a smartphone to check the time, explaining to a surprised Taixu that he borrowed it from an acquaintance. With a bright smile, Li Jian tells Taixu he's leaving for the auction house and suggests just dumping their captive in a trash can. Hey! Taixu yells as Li Jian casually uses his head as a stepping stool to enter an elevator and waves goodbye. Left alone with the unconscious woman, Taixu sighs, wondering what he should do with her now. Suddenly, the sound of an opening door echoes through the room. Thinking Li Jian has returned, Taixu turns and asks if he forgot something. His expression darkens instantly as he recognizes the visitor, muttering, "Of all people, why him?" The imposing figure is identified by name, Stephen Marker. The scarred man with dark sunglasses silently takes in the scene of the bound woman. Taixu addresses the man with a different name, Hugo Otters, his voice tight with frustration. Crackling with golden lightning, Hugo demands to know what Taixu is doing here. Hugo stands imposingly, looking down on both Taixu and the unconscious Aquarius saint. He removes his glasses, revealing glowing golden eyes as he smirks, remarking that this is hardly a friendly reunion. Taixu asks why Leo is here, and Leo explains that the unconscious Aquarius saint had come to him seeking an alliance. As the bound woman drools in her unconscious state, Leo adds that he simply stopped by because he had other business in Drachma. Leo then turns the tables, demanding to know why Taixu is there. Taixu curtly replies that his business at the auction house is his own. Enraged, Leo grabs Taixu's jacket, accusing him of being after Li Jian's divine artifact, which shocks Taixu, who had no idea it was being auctioned. Leo mockingly asks if he truly didn't know, then dismisses him as too poor to afford it anyway. A confident smirk crosses Taixu's face as he asks if Leo is still obsessed with collecting the divine artifacts Jian makes. A memory flashes of a triumphant Li Jian standing over a defeated Leo as Taixu narrates Leo's deep-seated inferiority complex. Taixu pushes a button, questioning if Leo really thinks hoarding those items will make him as strong as Jian. Struck a nerve, Leo erupts in a massive burst of golden energy. The shockwave sends Taixu and the captive flying across the ruined room. Engulfed in his own fiery aura, Taixu notes how predictable it is that Leo loses his temper whenever Jian is mentioned. Leo lunges forward, his fist crackling with lightning as he unleashes a powerful punch. The attack is suddenly stopped mid-air in a blinding flash. An enraged Taixu, now crackling with his own power as Sagittarius, catches the punch, telling Hugo not to get ahead of himself. His grip is unbreakable, completely neutralizing Leo's devastating attack. Sagittarius coldly calls Leo a half-wit and warns him never to speak of Jian in his presence. With a lion's visage roaring behind him, Leo furiously declares that he has finally surpassed Jian. Their confrontation is interrupted as one of Leo's subordinates rushes in, shouting that there is trouble. The subordinate breathlessly reports that Gemini's disciples are buying up all of Li Jian's items at the auction, sending Leo into a rage. Keok. Deciding he has no more time to waste, Leo brutally kicks Sagittarius away. He announces that the auction takes priority and orders his men to leave Aquarius behind, dismissing her as a competitor. As he leaves, Leo gives his former comrade Sagittarius one last piece of advice. Lay low if he wants to live. Sagittarius smirks mockingly, sarcastically thanking him for the heartfelt concern. He turns his back on the scene, leaving the dazed Aquarius saint still tied to her chair. Looking down at his dirt-stained hand, Sagittarius curses in frustration. A man in a suit stands alone in a dark, empty space, lamenting that this is why he's no good. The scene shifts to the magnificent glowing drachma auction house under a starry night sky. Inside the auction house, a glance through a large window reveals a door marked VIP. Someone from within the VIP room furiously shouts, "Gemini!" On stage, an auctioneer slams her gavel, excitedly announcing that another divine artifact has been sold to Gemini. Inside the VIP room, as the auctioneer announces a break, a dark-haired man celebrates his successful bid. "It's mine again," the man cheers, grabbing a bottle of liquor from a well-stocked bar. A man with glasses and styled blue hair congratulates him, casually saying he can buy as many items as he wants. The dark-haired man smirks, thanking his host for the VIP treatment and the unlimited shopping spree. The blue-haired man, addressed as Divine Cadre Captain, explains they're willing to invest in talent like his, as his red-haired companion nervously calculates the billions being spent. The captain smoothly asks Sungjae to cover the alcohol bill, claiming he forgot the corporate card. The red-haired subordinate internally panics over his boss's borrowing habits, but reluctantly agrees. Sungjae coolly waves a black card, revealing he's already paid for everything himself. The captain is stunned, realizing with horror that Sungjae somehow swiped his personal black card. With a smug grin, Sungjae taunts his host for almost making a subordinate pay for his drinks. The captain forces a smile, pretending he was about to pay anyway, while silently fuming about the rookie's audacity. He reassures himself, recalling that Sungjae is the super rookie who killed the Spider Queen, and deciding the expense is worth it to recruit him. Surrounded by a subtle purple mist, the captain smiles, ready to get down to business. He begins his recruitment pitch, praising Sungjae's S-rank potential and mentioning the blessings of their saint, Ares. As Sungjae listens, his eyes glow teal, and he mentally identifies the purple mist as a mind-dominating fog that induces trust. The captain offers him a coveted position as a successor to the saint, one of the legendary 10 stars. He continues his tempting offer with visions of immense wealth and unparalleled honor. He promises Sungjae the great authority of Saint Ares, all for free, as an explosion of golden light erupts behind him. "Take my hand," he insists, reaching out to seal the deal and make Sungjae a disciple of Ares. Hoo ha ha ha! Sungjae erupts into laughter, completely dumbfounding the captain and his subordinate. Lounging on the couch, Sungjae mockingly says that today has been hilarious and offers to summarize the situation. His eyes glowing with contempt, he asks, "You're asking me to become the lackey of a poor divine god?" The shocked captain panics at the sudden shift in tone and scrambles to change the subject, insisting Sungjae is mistaken. A timely knock at the door provides a welcome interruption, as an attendant announces the delivery of the purchased auction items. The captain eagerly invites the attendant in, and the female auctioneer enters the room. She presents Sungjae with his purchase and a certificate of authenticity, confirming it's Li Jian's divine artifact, which he privately dismisses as bullshit. The captain screams in disbelief, realizing Sungjae actually bought one of Li Jian's relics. Dangling a golden infinity symbol necklace, Sungjae reminds the captain he was told to buy anything he wanted. The captain frantically tries to get a refund, warning that a man named Steven is obsessed with Li Jian's artifacts. Kayak! The room explodes in a flash of golden lightning, shattering the furniture. From the dust emerges a powerfully built, scarred man crackling with raw electrical energy. "Who dares to lay his hands on my items?" The imposing man roars with fury. The captain, his subordinate, and the auctioneer all stare in terror at the intruder's overwhelming presence. Unfazed, Sungjae calmly glances over, recognizing the man as Steven. The captain bows apologetically to Steven, blaming the newcomer for the mistake and promising to return the item immediately. Steven calmly agrees, stating that all the newcomer has to do is admit his error and return the artifact. As the captain expresses his relief, Steven smirks, thinking how fortunate it is that he won't have to spend any money. His demeanor instantly darkens as he grabs the captain, Choi Sung-yuk, and menacingly asks if he thought he could get away with touching his property. As lightning arcs around his head, the terrified captain realizes Steven is using the mistake as an excuse to save billions. "Stop bullshitting," Sungjae calmly interjects, cutting through the tension. With a confident smile, Sungjae offers to sell the artifact to Steven for a premium of 200 billion. Steven's golden eyes narrow as he stares intently at the bold young man. "Ha ha ha ha." Steven bursts into laughter, impressed by Sungjae's audacity, while the captain panics, thinking Sungjae has a death wish. Puke. Steven violently shoves the captain aside, declaring that he likes Sungjae's courage. Standing before Sungjae, wreathed in lightning, Steven suggests their fated meeting calls for proper introductions. The scarred man, wreathed in lightning, fiercely declares that when he likes someone, his introduction is always full of sparks. Unimpressed, Li Jian asks what he's talking about, privately noting that the bastard Steven's skills have improved slightly. A magnificent golden lion roars before a zodiac wheel, as a narrator praises Leo's specialization in combat. As Steven Marker and his lion spirit bare their fangs, a scaly serpent appears, ready for a fight to the death. Li Jian remains unimpressed by the temper of Steven's serpent as he casually meets the incoming attack with his own hand. A massive explosion of golden energy erupts, obliterating the ground where the attack landed. A red-haired young man shouts, "Hyung!" in terror, caught in the blast shockwave. A man with glasses curses in disbelief, realizing that one of them was just completely destroyed. Stephen Marker stands confidently amidst the settling dust, smugly asking, "Huh?" His confidence vanishes as a hand clamps down on his arm, and Li Jian's voice asks what he's doing. Effortlessly stopping the attack, Li Jian mockingly asks Steven if he's just dusting off his shoulder for him. Steven stares in absolute shock, realizing his direct hit somehow failed to connect. He demands to know if Li Jian used teleportation, but Li Jian simply calls him all brawn and no brain. With a sinister grin and glowing teal eyes, Li Jian summons a swirling vortex of dark energy in his hand. Terrified by this unknown power, Steven frantically asks who he really is. Just as the tension peaks, an announcer's voice cuts in, declaring the start of the auction's highlight. Now seated, a flustered Steven worries about the timing while Li Jian wonders if another of his artifacts is being sold. Steven points at Li Jian, stating that while he has questions, the auction is his top priority. He tells Li Jian to guard a pendant for him and promises to return after the auction is over. As the red-haired man rushes to check on Li Jian, the man with glasses marvels at how he dodged a saint-rank attack. Li Jian whispers something into the red-haired man's ear, leaving him utterly stunned and wondering who this man could be. On stage, the auctioneer welcomes the crowd and prepares to reveal the auction's most anticipated item, a divine artifact. She begins her speech by asking the audience if they recall the calamitous Berlin Wolf incident from 24 years ago. A flashback shows a battlefield of melted weapons, a disaster so great that even the 12 saints failed to resolve it. She recounts how the hero Li Jian single-handedly defeated the calamity, and now they will reveal the very artifact he used. In the audience, Stephen Marker grins with manic anticipation, recognizing the legendary weapon from his dreams. The story flashes back to a dark, foreboding island shrouded in mist. A news helicopter circles the island, with a reporter announcing they are broadcasting live from the site of the calamity. The reporter explains that it has been 14 days since Li Jian entered the blighted forest, and his status remains unknown. An armored, younger Stephen Marker stands guard, as the report explains that the island's strong poison prevents other saints from entering. Exhausted, Stephen rests, while a fellow knight informs him they can't advance any further into the corrupted zone. Clenching his fists, Stephen internally rages, unable to comprehend how Li Jian is fighting inside a place they cannot even enter. He seethes with jealousy, questioning what separates him from a man with almost no divine blessing. Power? Subordinates? As he wonders what he lacks, a knight shouts that Li Jian is emerging from the calamity zone. Stephen looks up in shock as a news reporter stammers in disbelief at the sight. A battered but triumphant Li Jian walks out of the forest, hailed as the hero who defeated the impossible. Wiping sweat from his brow, Li Jian complains about the heat as the world celebrates the hero's return. While another knight complains that Li Jian stole the glory again, Stephen begins to laugh, a dark understanding dawning on him. His subordinate asks for orders, and a changed Stephen calmly tells him to prepare for their withdrawal. Leaving his own sword behind, Stephen walks away, telling his subordinate he no longer needs it. Meanwhile, Li Jian, surrounded by awestruck soldiers, hoists a massive new weapon, declaring he found something better. A close-up reveals Stephen's predatory grin as he finally understands what he was missing. His revelation is clear. What he needs is a weapon. Back at the auction, the announcer unveils one of Li Jian's 8 great divine artifacts used to defeat the Berlin Wolf. Behind a glass partition, the red-haired man and the man with glasses stare in shock. Li Jian watches from the VIP room, holding a drink with a look of mild curiosity. Stephen's face is alight with obsessive glee as he finally gets to see the legendary artifact once more. Revealed in a display case is a skeletal, bone-like artifact, the very divine weapon Stephen believes will make him the strongest. The scene shifts to a majestic, glowing city dominated by a colossal white and gold tower. Atop a lesser tower, a shadowy, monstrous creature with glowing red eyes materializes under the moonlight. A monstrous, shadowy beast with glowing red eyes declares that it can feel something. The creature senses the presence of Li Jian's divine artifact within a grand hall. A caption reveals the item is one of Li Jian's 8 great divine artifacts. The red-haired subordinate and the captain stare in shock, identifying it as the weapon from the Berlin Wolf incident. Steven smirks with greedy anticipation. The female auctioneer dramatically unveils the legendary artifact, the strongest bone club. The audience gasps, awestruck at seeing a weapon they've only read about in history books. The auctioneer hypes up the crowd, asking who will become the new owner of Big Bone. From the VIP room, the red-haired man panics that Leo will win the artifact, while the man with glasses laments that they can only watch. Sungjae seems bored by the commotion. Sungjae recognizes the weapon, recalling a time when he wielded it as a masked warrior. The red-haired man frantically tries to talk to Sungjae, who impatiently brushes him off. The red-haired man pleads with the Divine Cadre captain to intervene, who decides to contact headquarters as Sungjae glares at them, annoyed. The auctioneer officially starts the auction for the item with an opening bid of $1 million. The bidding erupts, quickly jumping from $5 million to an astonishing $50 million. As the artifact is revealed, Sungjae is flooded with system notifications that his fame and status are increasing. The red-haired man angrily questions the massive bids, but his companion reminds him that it's a legendary weapon made by Li Jian himself. Sungjae listens silently as his companion continues his explanation. He explains that people will buy anything Li Jian made, from ornaments and tools to mere fragments. He specifically warns about the Leo Saint, Stephen Marker, a powerful and obsessive collector of Li Jian's artifacts. The red-haired man tries to calm himself by remembering that all the profits go into a government-managed bank account. Sungjae has a sudden realization. The profits from the sale will go directly into his bank account. A huge smile on his face, he kicks back with popcorn and 3D glasses to watch the bidding war, which has now reached $100 million. From the audience, a powerful voice bellows a show-stopping bid, $1 billion. The entire auction house, including a popcorn-spitting Sungjae, is left speechless by the astronomical sum. Stephen Marker confidently strides down the steps, asking if his bid was heard. With a wild grin, he declares he'll bid $10 billion if $1 billion isn't enough to secure the item. The crowd stares in stunned silence as the red-haired man panics, realizing they've lost. With a final slam of the gavel, the auctioneer announces that Big Bone has been sold for an unbelievable $1 billion. Two janitors discuss the shocking $1 billion sale as they clean a hallway. One of the men sighs, wishing someone would appear to shake things up and disrupt the status quo. A menacing blue aura appears behind them as a voice warns them to take back that statement. The auctioneer congratulates Stephen Marker, who triumphantly holds the artifact high as the crowd cheers his name. With the crowd chanting his name, a speaker declares that Leo has taken another giant leap forward. Kuak. To everyone's shock, Stephen suddenly smashes the artifact's case open on the stage. The floor beneath him erupts as a dark, malevolent energy bursts forth, sending everyone scrambling. Kya! The crowd flees in terror from the emerging calamity, which declares it has found its prize. The massive skeletal beast locates Li Jian's divine artifact. Amidst the chaos, Stephen stands firm as the monster lunges, its jaws open to attack. The creature's head is violently knocked back upon impact. The massive beast is sent flying backward across the ruined stage. With his eye glowing golden, Stephen reveals he easily repelled the attack. He retaliates with a blinding counterattack, blasting the monster with a powerful wave of light. The creature is completely engulfed in the destructive golden energy. The resulting explosion rips through the auction house and tears into the city beyond. Stephen laughs, thanking the calamity for giving him the chance to immediately test the divine artifact's power. Wreathed in golden lightning and holding the bone club, Stephen poses victoriously as the crowd continues to cheer for him. He looks toward a crumbling distant tower with a slightly confused expression. From the safety of their VIP room, the group watches in horror as the red-haired man yells that the teleport zone's magic tower is collapsing. The massive tower shatters and begins to fall apart from the shockwave. As the structure collapses, citizens on the ground below scream in terror. A woman with pink hair and a purple hat screams that if the falling debris hits, the entire floating island will collapse. An elderly man rallies his disciples, urging them to gather their strength to block the incoming disaster. A group of armed warriors, ready for battle, shout that they will help in the defense. As the woman commands them to unleash their mana, the assembled disciples begin to glow with brilliant blue energy. Raising their hands in unison, The disciples channel their combined power into a swirling vortex of energy. With a final command to fire, they prepare to unleash their collective power skyward. A colossal beam of concentrated blue energy erupts from the ground, striking the falling debris. Their defense shatters, and as debris rains down, people scream in pain and flee for their lives. A fiery new power announces its arrival with the words, "Fury of Apollo." A massive wave of incinerating fire rushes forward, consuming everything in its path. Civilians cry out in shock as the sudden inferno sweeps over the battlefield, turning rubble into ash. The pink-haired woman and a warrior stare in disbelief as the debris is burned away instantly, recognizing the powerful ability. Surrounded by a vortex of fire, the Sagittarius saint, Hugo Otters, makes his dramatic entrance. The grateful crowd cheers for Hugo, who silently scolds a moronic lion for its lack of control. Hugo Otters looks down with a confident smirk, the fires of his power swirling around him. He leaps into the air to confront the monstrous skeletal creature looming over the city. The massive calamity is revealed in full, a terrifying beast of exposed muscle and bone with glowing red eyes. Hugo realizes with alarm that there's another monster as the skeletal creature drools a dark, corrupting substance. Dark tendrils erupt from the ground, ensnaring terrified citizens and knights who scream in agony. A man gasps in horror as the vile, blood-like substance painfully consumes his face. Two victims are graphically overcome by the tendrils, their muffled screams pleading for help. Enraged, Hugo Otters unleashes a torrent of fire, furiously demanding how the creature dares to attack. A massive, grotesque blue worm-like monster lunges from above, its gaping maw ready to devour him. Caught within the beast's spiky jaws, Hugo grits his teeth as his protective golden aura flares. A blood-curdling scream of pure agony erupts from Hugo as he is violently crushed by the monster. The terrifying blue beast continues to clamp down, its immense power overwhelming the trapped saint. With a flame-like aura covering his eyes, Hugo endures the immense pressure of the creature's bite. A visceral splash of blood and dark energy marks a brutal, unseen impact. As the blue beast attacks, a panicked Hugo screams for Jian, while Li Jian yells at someone named Taixu to get a grip. With a powerful right hook, Li Jian smashes into the side of the monster's head, shouting at his companion to pull himself together. A relieved Hugo thanks Jian for saving his life, but Jian immediately scolds him for being a combat saint weaker than a craftsman. Li Jian furiously laments how uneasy he feels with such a weak ally, while a dejected Hugo sulks in the corner. In a chibi-style argument, Li Jian calls Hugo runt otters for nearly dying, and Hugo defensively yells back that he did his best. Their bickering is cut short by a distant scream as they both turn their attention to a new threat. Muscular, bearded man wielding a massive bone weapon charges forward, wreathed in lightning as he yells at them. He furiously demands to know if they are trying to disrupt his experience with his divine artifact. The red skeletal monster roars, turning its attention towards Li Jian and his companions. Li Jian casually acknowledges the man's presence, while Hugo sweats nervously behind him. As sparks of lightning arc through the air, Li Jian watches the approaching man with a thoughtful expression. The bearded man warns them not to interfere with his and Big Bone's performance, gesturing to his two monstrous allies. Li Jian wonders why the man has gone crazy again, as Hugo realizes with dawning horror what's about to happen. Roaring for all obstacles to get out of his way, the bearded man unleashes a massive surge of golden lightning. He activates a royal skill, leaping into the air amidst a destructive storm of divine lightning. A massive wolf-like creature watches as the lightning storm engulfs the area, a battlefield meant only for victors. The bearded man lands powerfully, his feet cracking the stone ground as lightning dissipates around him. Standing within the swirling vortex of power, he declares that nothing can be destroyed inside his lightning storm. He holds a massive bone blade with a savage grin, crackling with untamed electrical energy. He explains his counterattack as the blue beast with black fur recoils, stunned by the infused magic power. Resting the bone weapon on his shoulder, he confidently announces his intention to see what Big Bone can do on its own. A crowd of amazed onlookers identifies the man as Stephen Marker, hailing him as the strongest saint who surpassed Li Jian. As a massive blue beast with dark flames for a mane stands before him, Onlookers cheer for Steven to send it flying. Whoosh! Steven roars to brace for impact as he swings the massive bone club with all his might. Pow! He lands a devastating blow against the side of the blue beast's monstrous head. As the beast's jagged teeth are shown, Steven smirks confidently while onlookers below laugh with glee at the spectacle. The scarred warrior and the ethereal blue beast face off amidst the smoldering embers of the battlefield. Whoa! Steven unleashes a mighty roar, his eyes glowing white as lightning crackles around his face. The massive blue beast lunges forward to attack as Steven prepares a powerful upward swing. The enraged beast silently seethes, anger marks pulsing on its head as it glares down at its opponent. Kaio! The creature unleashes a furious swipe, but Steven grits his teeth and blocks the powerful blow. Thrown off balance, Steven thinks that the situation is strange, as his attack should have definitely landed. Elsewhere, a hand touches a crackling golden barrier, as a voice explains that a royal skill can't be destroyed so easily. Sungjae clenches his fists in fury, vowing revenge, while his blonde companion curses the stupid lion bastard for using a royal skill on them. Sungjae turns to his companion, a plan forming in his determined eyes as he decides on their next move. He suggests they take care of that guy first, looking toward a monstrous red skeletal calamity that stands before a horde of mind-controlled people. The crowd of victims stare blankly, their eyes glowing red and their skin cracked under the calamity's control. The blonde companion deduces the calamity is using the mind-dominated people as hostages, making it impossible to attack directly. Stepping forward with purpose, Sungjae and his companion advance toward the dangerous standoff. Sungjae declares they'll have to go head-on, prompting his worried companion to ask if he has a plan. Not really. We'll just wing it, Sungjae says nonchalantly, as his panicked companion begs him to wait. As Sungjae steps forward, a terrified man in the crowd screams a warning. Jian, in front of you, look in front. Before the man can finish, a dark, shadowy hand clamps over his face, silencing his cry. Grr. With glowing green eyes and a cruel smile, Sungjae grips the man's head and shirt, his power manifesting as dark veins. Ha! Sungjae effortlessly lifts the struggling man into the air with one hand. The blonde companion stares in wide-eyed shock as the scene unfolds, with the skeletal monster looming in the background. Holding the now unconscious man, Sungjae smirks and asks if it was simple, while his friend worriedly asks if the victim is all right. As a black viscous substance pools on the ground, the blonde companion asks in stunned disbelief how he did that. With strength, Sungjae replies with a confident grin, prompting his companion to admit he could never do it, not being stupidly strong. PFFT. Sungjae dismisses his companion as a weakling he has no expectations for, laughing at a picture of the mind-controlled crowd he intends to handle himself. The blonde companion lets out a resigned smile, accepting his friend's blunt assessment. A new ally with blonde, flaming hair appears, offering to cover Sungjae and calling him Taiksu. Surrounded by a vibrant teal aura, Sungjae prepares for battle, as the man with flaming hair calls out his name, Taiksu. The flaming-haired man and the teal aura-wreathed Sungjae share confident, battle-ready grins. The two warriors leap into action, with one declaring their intent to finish the fight quickly. The colossal skeletal calamity stands over the broken body of one of its victims. A foot slams into the ground, kicking up dust and signaling the start of the assault. Sungjae launches himself into the air, his teal energy swirling as the mindless crowd below stares in surprise. A wave of dark energy erupts from the ground, enveloping the helpless, mind-controlled citizens. From a seated position, Sungjae unleashes twisting tendrils of shadow that bind the dominated crowd, restraining them without harm. Grr. The skeletal calamity snarls as the dark tendrils begin to wrap around its muscular form. Sungjae sprints toward the monster, dodging the grasping shadow tendrils that now focus on the main threat. Leaping through the air, Sungjae contemptuously calls the massive calamity a small fry. Mid-stride, Sungjae realizes the shadows are targeting the crowd behind him and changes his approach. His allies watch from a safe distance as a massive, fiery explosion erupts on the battlefield. The dark tendrils form a protective dome around the crowd, just as the explosion's shockwave hits. The battlefield is consumed by a blinding, fiery blast. The man with flaming hair holds a fiery sword to a fallen enemy, seething, "How dare you!" as onlookers gasp. Watching the display, Sungjae shouts with pride, "Nice one, as expected of my Taiksu." Sungjae rushes the skeletal beast, now calling it Skullface and telling it to stop resisting. The Calamity's red eye glows as it glares menacingly, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around it. With a powerful cry, Sungjae slams his fist into the ground, shattering the pavement with a burst of teal energy. With a furious roar, Lee Jian shatters the massive skeletal monster with a single devastating blow. As remnants of dark power dissipate, Lee Jian lands amidst the rubble, and the blue beast lets out a guttural growl. Facing the second monster's charge, Lee Jian unleashes a powerful, glowing punch that completely obliterates the creature in a flash. Hugo Otters runs up in amazement at the instant victory, to which Lee Jian responds with casual confidence, surveying the crater filled with unconscious people. Lee Jian reassures Hugo that Steven's controlled victims will soon recover. Suddenly, Lee Jian flinches in surprise as a strange blue light begins to glow from his side. Looking down, he questions the glowing symbol that has unexpectedly appeared on the palm of his hand. A series of glowing blue system windows materializes before them, humming with an unknown energy. The system notifies him of gathering divine power, his charge level exceeding 81%, and the availability of a new skill, Battle God Instinct, which he realizes is a charged ability. With a thoughtful look, Lee Jian decides he'll test out his new skill later, while Hugo watches with a puzzled expression. Nearby, a defeated Steven Marker clutches the remains of his bone weapon, muttering a curse under his breath. He looks up in despair as a new, draconic beast materializes from the flames, worsening his already dire situation. He stares at his weapon, wondering why Big Bone failed him, and questioning if he's too weak to unlock its true power. As the new calamity looms over him, he questions if his own strength is still inferior to that of the monster. The beast lunges forward, and onlookers watch in horror as Steven cries out in pain from the attack. His followers panic, realizing Steven is cornered, until one of them points out a sudden, unexpected development. A flash of energy explodes as a powerful force tears through the remaining dark tendrils. With glowing eyes and immense strength, Lee Jian physically tears apart Steven's royal skill with his bare hands. Steven stares in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone could have torn through his powerful royal skill. The draconic beast senses a grave danger, abandoning the artifact to focus on a new, urgent goal, killing Lee Jian. Letting out a furious roar, the monster opens its maw, preparing to strike. The beast snaps its jaws shut on empty air, as Lee Jian has already moved to stand casually behind it. With a confident smirk and glowing eyes, Lee Jian reveals he has successfully caught his target. He effortlessly swings the massive beast by its tail, demonstrating his incredible physical power. Steven and the onlookers cry out as they are caught in the destructive aftermath of Lee Jian's powerful swing. Enveloped in a powerful aura, Lee Jian stands triumphantly over the stunned and defeated draconic beast. The creature lets out a final, piercing screech of pain and terror. As it lies defeated, the monster questions how a human could wield such authority, a horrifying realization dawning in its mind. Lee Jian stands calmly atop the beast's head, a figure of absolute power amidst the swirling energy. When the beast thinks he's not human, Lee Jian retorts angrily before raising his foot to deliver the final stomp. With a single stomp, he completely obliterates the creature's head in a massive explosion of energy and debris. The shockwave from the impact continues to tear through the battlefield, showcasing the immense destructive force. A battered Steven Marker watches in disbelief, realizing that only one man could possibly possess such overwhelming power. As Steven comes to his realization, a wolf-like figure appears, and Lee Jian greets him with a predatory grin. "So glad to meet you, you lion bastard," Lee Jian sneers, his eyes glowing as he asks if Steven enjoyed tarnishing his name. Trembling, Steven stumbles backward, muttering in absolute denial of what he's seeing. He screams that it can't be Lee Jian, just as a powerful punch connects squarely with his face. A close-up shows Steven's eye wide, with shock at the sudden, brutal impact. Lee Jian easily catches Steven's bone weapon with one hand, casually remarking on how much fun he seems to be having. With a simple clench of his fist, he shatters the divine artifact into pieces. "But what now?" he asks with a grin, dismissing the legendary weapon as nothing more than a big dog's bone. Steven lets out a scream of pure rage and despair as the fragments of his weapon rain down around him. Grinning menacingly, Lee Jian suggests that since Steven has been hitting him so hard, it's only fair he gets a turn. He then unleashes a devastating blow that sends Steven hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Screaming, Steven crashes into the ground with enough force to create a deep, spiderwebbed crater. Utterly defeated, he screams Lee Ji-yeon's name one last time as he plummets from the sky. Elsewhere, a blue-haired woman lying on the ground seems to stir as his name echoes through the air. She groans that her head hurts as she begins to stir, a mysterious green light glowing from the pendant around her neck. A celebratory image shows a man in a yellow suit riding a magnificent tiger to ring in the new year. The destructive impact is shown again as the tower explodes, sending a shower of stone and debris everywhere. Lee Ji-yeon and Hugo stand before the massive, spiraling crater left in the wake of Stephen Marker's defeat. Hugo expresses shock at how far Stephen fell, but Lee Ji-yeon nonchalantly dismisses it, confident he'll survive, and mockingly bids him farewell. Lee Ji-yeon asks if the trapped citizens are all right, and Hugo points to the crowd cheering in joyous celebration. With a mischievous grin, Lee Ji-yeon summons a cute, winged, lion-like creature that he calls his piggy bank. He orders his creature to scavenge for useful items, earning a dry comment from Hugo about his thriftiness. As the creature gathers loot, Lee Ji-yeon remembers he has to pick someone up, prompting Hugo to ask if it's the person who lent him a phone. Lee Ji-yeon confirms the person's name is Sung-jae, causing Hugo to stare in wide-eyed, utter shock. Panicking, Hugo asks if it's Cheon Sung-jae, while Lee Ji-yeon describes him as a strong, creepy, but worthy young man. Hugo despairs that Sung-jae got caught up in the disaster. As Lee Ji-yeon wonders about his strange reaction, Hugo thinks desperately that he was trying to avoid his kids finding out Ji-yeon is alive, as they're huge fans. A terrified Hugo imagines his demonic-looking children and father tormenting him, screaming that the revelation will ruin his family. Confused by the outburst, Lee Ji-yeon offers to call a Gemini teleportation user, but Hugo frantically insists they just leave on their own. Lee Ji-yeon questions why, and Hugo argues he should be sick of the Gemini clan. Lee Ji-yeon then recalls a flash of annoying past encounters with them. Admitting they've been pissing him off, Lee Ji-yeon grimaces as Hugo triumphantly points out that the Gemini clan dislikes him too, while apologizing to Sung-jae under his breath. Hugo laughs and throws an arm around Lee Ji-yeon, trying to convince him that the Gemini aren't worth his time or attention. A distant voice suddenly shouts, "Dad!" causing Hugo to freeze mid-laugh with a nervous sweat drop. Recognizing the voice, Hugo looks back with a strained smile as Lee Ji-yeon turns around, curious. The red-haired man, Sung-jae, appears behind them, still holding his phone to his ear. Hugo's face contorts in pure horror as he realizes Sung-jae was on the call the entire time and heard everything. Sung-jae confronts Hugo, demanding to know who he was talking about, just as a dark, disembodied voice hisses Lee Ji-yeon's name. A massive, sharp tendril of dark energy plunges from above, aiming straight for the group. Lee Ji-yeon glances up calmly, unimpressed, as the deadly dark blade descends upon him. In a flash, a pink, slime-like creature with a cute face intercepts the attack just inches from Lee Ji-yeon. The pink creature completely absorbs the dark energy, its body swirling with the consumed power. After neutralizing the threat, the slime creature makes a soft plop sound as it lands on the ground. A system window announces that the omnificent mud bundle has gained poison resistance as Lee Ji-yeon holds it, his companions staring in disbelief. Enraged, Lee Ji-yeon furiously shakes the slime, demanding to know why it ate random crap off the ground. As Lee Ji-yeon scolds the creature, Hugo realizes with concern that it must have come from the dangerous remains of the skeletal calamity. Sung-jae stares in shock, remembering from a book that the slime is actually Lee Ji-yeon's legendary divine artifact. With dawning realization, Sung-jae connects the incredible abilities and rough magic power he's witnessed to the legendary hero. Overcome with emotion, Sung-jae bursts into tears of pure joy, much to the dismay of Hugo, who is being struck by metaphorical fact arrows. While Hugo screams in panicked denial, Sung-jae lets out a cry of pure fanboy elation. Lee Ji-yeon yells, "Hey!" at his glowing, squishy artifact. An immense scream echoes across a vast, floating city dominated by a magnificent central tower. The scene shifts to a tall, imposing modern building, adorned with a golden lion emblem. In the Leo executive's meeting room, a muscular man in sunglasses named Oliver suggests hiring the Gemini to find the missing Castellan. Another executive scoffs at the idea, reminding Oliver of a past incident, who then mutters that he was just trying to show off, while Oliver privately praises the Castellan's strength. Other members think about how much they dislike the lions and love Jian. The large U-shaped conference table is filled with executives, leaving only the head chair empty. A woman in a black cap and red jacket casually scrolls through her phone, interrupting the meeting's silence. The woman, identified as Leo Vice Castellan Cheon Yuha, apologizes for forgetting to set her phone to vibrate. An executive shouts her title in frustration as Oliver clutches his head in annoyance. Oliver angrily reminds Yuha that the meeting is about finding the Castellan, but she coolly asks why they should even bother looking for that bitch. Correcting her mistake, Yuha claims the Castellan is tough enough to survive on their own, as the other members exchange confused looks. Yuha ignores Oliver's rant, distracted by a text about a new uncle, and wonders who it could be. Reaching his breaking point, Oliver erupts in a furious scream of pure frustration at the chaotic meeting. At the Aquarius Sanctuary, a massive crowd of reporters surrounds Sophie Marty's residence, demanding answers about Li Jian and her kidnapping. Security personnel hold back the press, insisting that the Saintess needs her rest and cannot speak to them today. As the press is turned away from the grand building, security promises an official announcement in the near future. Inside, the blue-haired Saintess, Sophie, silently watches the commotion from her window. She furiously throws her covers aside, cursing Li Jian and wondering just how much trouble he's going to cause. Outside the magnificent Aquarius Sanctuary, a voice cries out for the crowd to make way for the Saintess. As the blue-haired Saintess is escorted through the chaos, onlookers gossip about her recent kidnapping. The crowd suddenly panics as a new presence appears, with some shouting about a terrorist attack, while others realize it's a message. The Saintess stares at a glowing blue window bearing a message from Li Jian, demanding she reveal the truth of what happened 20 years ago. Gripped by terror, the Saintess realizes she's trapped between betraying the other saints and defying Li Jian. Overwhelmed by her impossible choice, the blue-haired woman lets out a piercing scream of utter despair. Elsewhere, Li Jian sits with his sleeping lion creature, casually wondering if he should just make some instant ramen. A news report on the screen announces that Saintess Sophie Marty has refused to make any statements and remains in her residence. In a dark room, a man watching the news sighs as the reporter mentions the major fallout from the drachma incident. Leaning on his fist with a grim expression, the man mutters that this is not good at all. The scene shifts as an arrow strikes a perfect bullseye on an archery target, earning 10 points. A hand firmly grips an intricately designed and powerful-looking bow against a clear blue sky. A man with light-colored hair stands at an archery range, holding the impressive bow at his side. Li Jian asks the archer if he likes the new arrows, and the man enthusiastically praises them as the best he's ever used. A second arrow splits the first, hitting another perfect bullseye, as the light-haired man nervously addresses Jian. Blindfolded and holding a simple wooden bow, Li Jian laughs, admitting that shooting arrows is surprisingly fun. The archer, O Taixu, furiously accuses Jian of intentionally shooting at his target, but Jian just laughs, saying it's too fun to mess with him. Li Jian now sits calmly, sipping a cold drink with a thoughtful expression. An energetic, red-haired Sungjae rushes over, eagerly offering his Samchan Li Jian a towel and a drink. The group, including a monstrous-looking Hugo, erupts in joyous laughter, sharing a happy moment together. In a simplified art style, Taixu tells Sungjae to get his father some water, but Sungjae is already offering it to an annoyed-looking Li Jian. Sungjae coldly tells his father to get his own water, earning a gleeful thumbs up from Li Jian in the background. While a tentacle creature attacks Taixu, Li Jian sips his drink, remarking he looks like an octopus, as a system window glows before him. System messages announce the formation of Li Jian's private palace, the sanctuary of the Serpent-Bearer constellation. As he sips his drink, Li Jian learns he can manage his new sanctuary and even move his piggy bank creature there. Contemplating adding a human member, Li Jian is interrupted by Sungjae, who reminds him it's time for them to leave together. Sungjae confirms he has an appointment, while in the background, a defeated Taixu lies exhausted on the grass. With a towel slung over his shoulder and a confident grin, Li Jian says he has a lot of people to meet today. The scene changes to a modern building, home to Red Ice Studio and Pacoma Chicken. In a restaurant, a man in a suit flanked by bodyguards cheerfully asks someone to join the Gemini Guild. Li Jian, surrounded by a mountain of fried chicken, dismisses the man, saying he's busy, while a woman wonders just how much he can eat. Li Jian explains to the recruiter that even though he's busy, Gathering talent is always a priority. The recruiter leans in with a sinister smile, questioning if Lee Guo thinks he can just use Gemini's money and walk away. With his cheeks puffed out with food, Lee Jian simply stares back at the recruiter. After wiping his mouth, a thought bubble reveals that walking away was, in fact, exactly what he was planning to do. Li Jian decides that while the situation was initially annoying, it now presents a good opportunity for him. He mentally lists his defeated enemies, thinking of them as ass hair pest lion. His thoughts turn to his next target, a mysterious robed woman he calls that rotten little witch. Li Jian cheerfully agrees to join Gemini's divine cadre, but tells the eager recruiter there's one condition. Holding up a piece of chicken, Li Jian points it at the man and demands he hand over the badge on his lapel. As the bodyguards shout in protest, Li Jian casually tells the small fry to be quiet while the adults are talking. The recruiter argues the badge is needed for benefits, but Li Jian insists he prefers tangible rewards up front. Li Jian holds out the chicken as an offer, pressuring the nervous recruiter to invest in his talent, who asks for time to think. While his bodyguards look on in alarm, Li Jian impatiently tells the divine cadre captain to hurry up. Stating he has another appointment, Li Jian checks a text from his nephew Sung Jae, who says he might be a little late. He replies to Sung Jae, telling him to take his time and that his sister might also be late. At a cafe, Sung Jae texts while hoping his uncle will like the gelato this place is known for. Blushing with excitement, Sung Jae eagerly anticipates his sister's shocked reaction when she learns Li Jian is truly their uncle. With a sly grin, he pulls out a large, serrated dagger, planning to ask Li Jian for his autograph on it. Sung Jae is startled as someone suddenly snatches the dagger from him, scolding him for playing with a dangerous weapon. Sung Jae shouts in protest as a blonde man, and his cronies confront him, the man having just snatched his dagger away. Sung Jae calls out the man's name as a system window identifies him as Yoon Shiwoo, an A-rank Gemini disciple. While Sung Jae demands his dagger back, Shiwoo's companion scolds him for his disrespectful tone, noting they visit the cafe often. Sung Jae internally curses his bad luck, wishing he could fight back, while Shiwoo taunts him with the dagger. Sung Jae realizes he can't fight back because Shiwoo is the son of the powerful Libra Saint, which Shiwoo is knowingly exploiting. Panicked, Sung Jae desperately demands the return of the dagger, shouting that Shiwoo doesn't understand what it is. With a sharp command to sit, Shiwoo watches as his men violently slam Sung Jae down onto a table. As cafe patrons wonder if they should intervene, a man in an orange hoodie calmly observes the escalating fight. Shiwoo pins Sung Jae down with his foot, mocking him for still trying to talk tough. Leaning in close, Shiwoo taunts Sung Jae, asking if the precious dagger was a gift from his hero Li Jian. At the mention of Li Jian's name, Sung Jae's eyes blaze with blue energy as he erupts in a furious scream. The dagger, revealed to be a divine artifact, responds to its owner's danger by activating a random skill, shocking Shiwoo. Shiwoo cries out as a furry, dark creature suddenly bursts from the dagger and latches onto his face. The strange creature viciously attacks Shiwoo, horrifying his companions and the other customers in the cafe. In a flash of light, the creature teleports and grabs a terrified man in sunglasses from behind. A yelp of "Gah!" is heard as the man in sunglasses is violently thrown aside by the powerful creature. Pinned to the table, Sung Jae looks up with a tearful but triumphant smile as his unexpected backup wreaks havoc. Li Jian appears, shocked to see Sung Jae, who happily calls out to his Samchon as Shiwoo writhes in pain on the floor. As the glowing dagger lies on the ground, Sung Jae explains to a bewildered Li Jian that a consumable summon skill must have activated. Li Jian casually surveys the scene, looking down at the defeated Shiwoo squirming on the floor. As Shiwoo clutches his bloody mouth, Li Jian turns to his nephew and asks if this group was threatening him. Cracking his knuckles with a menacing green aura, Li Jian warns the thugs not to touch his nephew, who now looks terrifying to them. With a sinister grin and glowing eyes, Li Jian promises to teach them a lesson about messing with what belongs to him. Back in the chicken restaurant, the Gemini recruiter agrees to Li Jian's terms, offering the badge for his immediate recruitment. The recruiter smirks, thinking the badge is a small price to pay and that he can just reclaim it later. Holding out a digital contract, the recruiter eagerly urges the stoic Li Jian to sign up. A bright pillar of light erupts from the contract as the recruiter excitedly prepares to finalize the deal. The light fades, revealing an empty chair as the recruiter realizes Li Jian has vanished, likely headed for the toilet. In a chibi-style cut, the recruiter and his bodyguards finally grasp the situation. They've just been dined and dashed. The scene transitions to the exterior of Cafe Eden, where the confrontation with Sungjai took place. Inside the now trashed cafe, Shiwoo's two companions lie unconscious on the floor among broken furniture. Li Jian holds a defiant Shiwoo by the collar, cutting off his attempt to boast about his identity. Li Jian viciously smashes Shiwoo's head into a table while he tries to declare his status as an A- rank Gemini. As Li Jian continues the brutal assault, Shiwoo's desperate cries about being Libra's saint are repeatedly cut short. Holding up the battered and pleading Shiwoo, Li Jian ignores his desperate attempt to talk. Li Jian coldly tells the dazed Shiwoo that he's just getting started, while Shiwoo panics internally as his defense magic shatters. Refusing to give up, Shiwoo digs his hands into the broken floor, determined to fight back. A surge of blue flame erupts around Shiwoo as he vows not to lose to someone like Li Jian. Shiwoo summons a massive, glowing astral beast, Polaris's bull, which unleashes a wave of magical energy. Terror, screaming about the illegal use of powerful magic in a public space, Shiwoo gloats that this is the price Li Jian pays for his arrogance. Unimpressed, Li Jian calmly tells him he's being noisy as he effortlessly begins to absorb the incoming magic. Li Jian mocks the spell as pathetically weak before completely nullifying it and acquiring the data for Polaris's bull. Shiwoo stares in disbelief at his own summoned beast, now standing behind Li Jian, stunned that he could be a magician. Correcting him with a smirk, Li Jian reveals he's a blacksmith whose abilities allow him to copy skills and craft them into artifacts. Deciding to use the skill data, Li Jian declares he'll show Shiwoo the true meaning of fire. With a dramatic cry, Li Jian unleashes his own vastly superior version of Polaris's bull. Shiwoo lets out a garbled scream of pure terror as he's engulfed by the overwhelming power of the attack. The attack culminates in a massive pillar of crystallized energy crashing down upon the battlefield. Shiwoo lies defeated in the center of a huge crater, the cafe floor completely annihilated by the force of the blast. Defeated and face down in the crater, Shiwoo is warned not to touch Sungjay ever again. Giving Sungjay a thumbs up, Li Jian proudly tells his blushing nephew that his uncle has his back. A woman in a pink jacket and baseball cap runs toward them, calling out Sungjay's name. Calling her Nuna, Sungjay dismisses his sister's concern about the messy cafe, telling her it's not important. Sungjay excitedly grabs his sister's arm, pointing her towards someone as he exclaims, "Look, he's here!" Sungjay's voiceover describes a legendary hero standing atop a mountain of vanquished monsters at sunset. In a flashback, Sungjay and his sister are seen as children, watching the hero on television. The flashback goes further, showing them as a toddler and a baby, captivated by the hero on screen. A close-up shows the masked hero from their childhood, his gaze filled with grim determination. Back in the present, a clean-shaven Li Jian looks on with a calm, knowing expression. Li Jian stands confidently with his hands in his pockets, revealing his full tracksuit and shorts ensemble. Sungjay's sister is stunned silent before breaking into tears of joy, much to Sungjay's amusement. Surrounded by a sparkly aura, she stares in disbelief, wondering how the handsome man could possibly be Li Jian. As she internally marvels at how handsome he is, a slightly confused Li Jian looks back at her. She recalls the scarred warrior from 20 years ago, shocked that he looks so good after 2 decades in the Demon Tower. Necklace with a warm smile, she expresses her relief that Li Jian is safe. Sungjay points out that his flustered sister is speaking her thoughts aloud, as Li Jian chuckles beside him. Li Jian greets her as Yuha, and she bows deeply, introducing herself as Cheon Yuha and thanking him for his help. With a big, friendly smile, Li Jian tells Yuha not to be so tense, since she's his niece. Yuha blushes happily while Sungjay peeks from the side, gleefully teasing her about her reaction. Yuha shyly asks her uncle for a favor, which Li Jian casually agrees to, assuming she wants an autograph. Just as she begins to ask, the ground cracks and shatters violently beneath their feet. A massive, scaly monster with a molten hot maw erupts from the ground with a horrifying screech. As the monster lunges, Yuha leaps forward, instantly summoning a glowing spear to counter the attack. While Li Jian calls her name in shock, Yuha lands a powerful blow and tells her uncle to wait a moment. Her eyes glowing with red energy, Yuha declares she'll make a proper proposal after killing the calamity. She moves in a blur, launching herself forward to continue her assault on the monster. A bewildered Li Jian remarks that seeing him must have flipped her switch, leaving Sungjae just as confused. Li Jian's face drains of color as he struggles to comprehend what she meant by pro-what. The scene pans over a city under a grim, cloud-filled sky as a deep, rumbling sound fills the air. Citywide alarms blare, broadcasting a calamity warning that this is not a drill. A monstrous talon crushes a siren pole, while an evacuation order is issued to all citizens. The sky darkens as a massive swarm of glowing bat-winged creatures descends upon the city. Across the metropolis, gigantic worm-like monsters burst from the streets, wreaking havoc. A man screams in terror as the massive snake monster from the cafe rampages through traffic, smashing cars. A grotesque, purple, multi-eyed creature emerges, its maw lined with sharp teeth. Surrounded by several of the purple beasts, Yuha prepares to unleash a devastating attack with her energized spear. Moving at incredible speed, Yuha's thoughts race as she frantically carves through the monsters. Activating a massive, serrated blade on her weapon, she pushes herself to move even faster amid flying dragons. Vowing to end this quickly so she can propose to him, she curses the monsters for getting in her way. Preparing a massive circular attack, Yuha resolves to wipe out all the surrounding monsters in a single blow. She slams her powerful weapon into the ground, unleashing a destructive shockwave of red energy. Twirling her spear, she fiercely warns the monsters not to get in the way. With her eyes glowing a menacing red, she prepares to finish her thought and her attack. "Of my proposal," she screams, unleashing the full force of her power. A cataclysmic blast of red and black energy erupts from her attack. A monster is instantly vaporized by a blinding beam of red light. The name of her skill, Phosphinous Lotus, glows ominously against the dark sky. Standing alone, Yuha unleashes a colossal pillar of destructive red light that engulfs the city blocks around her. Li Jian watches from a distance as his niece unleashes an overwhelming display of power. Watching the distant battle, Li Jian admits he was worried, but now sees Yuha has better battle sense than someone named Hugo. Yuha turns her head, her expression shifting to one of confusion or surprise. "Out, uncle!" In a flash, Li Jian lunges forward, grabbing both Yuha and Sungjae to pull them from the path of the monster's devastating attack. Still in his arms, a blushing and bewildered Yuha stammers his name in shock. A new, sinister voice compliments the dodge, calling it pretty good for a human, as Yuha's fallen baseball cap lies on the ground. A horned, blonde woman in red demonic armor, who smirks and offers to take the human as a special pet. She is revealed to be perched atop a colossal, red, armored beast whose mouth drips with molten lava. Facing the enormous beast, Li Jian complains about everyone playing with fire and sees an opportunity to acquire a blast furnace for his crafting. Li Jian grins maniacally, declaring he'll take the beast as gas burner number 1, while the horned woman smirks, vowing to enjoy training him. Watching the confrontation unfold, Yuha identifies their opponents as the dangerous fantasy race. Fight, Li Jian's hand stops her, asking why she looks so serious and intends to fight alone again. Turning his back to them, Li Jian instructs his niece and nephew to handle crowd control and leave the main threat to him, explaining that he's entrusting this to them because he knows they're strong, and asks for their trust in return. Yuha and Sungjae enthusiastically agree, their faces alight with determination and trust in their uncle. Donning a black mask, Li Jian rallies his team as Yuha and Sungjae power up, ready to have some fun. The horned woman unleashes a barrage of attacks, repeatedly demanding more, as Li Jian stands firm against the onslaught. Suddenly, thorny red vines erupt and wrap around Li Jian, who looks on with a puzzled expression. The horned woman laughs maniacally, declaring that his resistance makes him more worthwhile to train. From atop her beast, she lashes out with a long, thorny whip toward the city below. The whip slams into the ground, causing a massive, destructive explosion as she laughs with glee. The shockwave tears through the street, obliterating cars and pavement in its path. Li Jian slowly rises from a crater, still entangled in the thorny vines. With a surge of power, he shatters his bonds, dismissing her attack as all style and no substance, before asking, "Is that all you got?" The horned woman's confident smirk vanishes, replaced by a grimace of pure rage. Screaming, "Of course not!" she orders her beast to unleash a massive, swirling vortex of fire directly at Li Jian. The attack detonates in a cataclysmic mushroom cloud explosion that engulfs a huge section of the city. Elsewhere, Sungjae's summoned Blue Guardian shows signs of cracking under the immense pressure of the blast. Sungjae bravely stands before fleeing citizens, yelling for them to head to the shelter as his guardian shields them. With a relieved smile, Sungjae pats his chest as his summoned guardian stands protectively behind him, confirming a successful evacuation. Sungjae runs to his sister, reporting that he's evacuated the last of the civilians, to which a distracted Yuha gives a hesitant reply. Yuha turns back toward the fiery battlefield, her expression filled with concern. She worries that Li Jian is facing the fantasy race, one of the most dangerous calamities, who are ranked above red rank. Her thoughts race as she considers the possibility that he might still be suffering from injuries sustained in the Demon Tower. Ignoring Sungjae's frantic plea, Yuha dashes back into the fray with her glowing spear, telling her brother to hide. The horned woman mockingly asks if she'd railed him too hard, gloating over what appears to be his smoldering remains. The scene reveals a raging inferno, a wall of flames consuming everything in sight. Within the fiery vortex, a lone silhouette stands completely unharmed. The horned woman looks on in utter disbelief, her triumphant expression turning to one of shock. A voice echoes from the inferno, declaring that these flames are finally hot enough, unlike the lukewarm ones from the Gemini Brat. With a wild grin, Li Jian emerges from the fire, declaring he's chosen her as his forging flame, and absorbing the blaze as a notification confirms he's acquired it for his workshop. Less in disbelief, unable to process how he could have possibly survived her fiery pit. Now armed with the flames, Li Jian announces he's done holding back and summons a massive, glowing production hammer as his creation workshop activates. Tasked with choosing a subject for strengthening, he wreathes his hammer in fire and declares his target is Yuha, who is fighting in the distance. The horned woman defiantly refuses to let him proceed, just as Yuha rushes into attack, activating a skill. As Yuha's skill, Thunderclap, activates, a surge of red energy envelops her spear. The horned woman effortlessly catches the spear just inches from her face, her expression twisting with fury as she snarls, "You dare!" With a furious roar to fuck off, she unleashes a shockwave that sends Yuha flying backward, smashing through a building's facade. "Ha!" Yuha cries out as she spits blood, reeling from the force of the brutal counterattack. Li Jian tosses a small red monster at the colossal armored beast, declaring that it's the beast's lunch. Roaring in agony, the massive beast is struck by the smaller creature. As the beast's claws swipe through the air, Yuha watches the chaos unfold from below. The beast looks down in surprise at Li Jian, who has appeared on the ground beneath it. With glowing eyes, Li Jian glares up at the monster, demanding it play with him instead. He effortlessly catches the small red lizard creature as it's knocked back toward him. The scene closes in on the colossal beast's massive, tooth-lined maw. The horned woman realizes in shock that he threw a hell lizard barehanded as Li Jian, shadowed by a draconic aura, coldly warns her that he'll kill her if she touches Yuha again. Reflected in a giant reptilian eye, Li Jian's silhouette appears to be falling into its depths. The horned woman panics, realizing with dawning horror that she, a superior member of the fantasy race, is about to be devoured and defeated by a mere human. Facing a swirling vortex of purple energy, Li Jian calmly agrees that playtime is over. Coke! Straining against the immense pressure, Yuha cries out at the absurd amount of mana being released. Emerging from the purple energy, a transformed demonic being acknowledges that while it dislikes this form, it will now recognize Li Jian. The being reveals its full form, a menacing, winged creature wreathed in purple flames, identified as the red rank calamity, Hellwings, as it recognizes Li Jian as an enemy. Hellwings threatens to reduce both Li Jian and his companion to ash. The demonic creature gathers its power, preparing to unleash a calamitous skill. The name of the skill, Hellbound, echoes as the attack is launched with overwhelming force. Li Jian is caught in Aelstrom of violent purple energy. The powerful energy vortex continues to swirl around him. Watching in horror, Yuha screams, "Uncle!" as he's consumed by the blast. A blinding light erupts from within the chaotic city street. The vortex of destructive purple energy intensifies. The Hellwing's creature stares in shock as something unexpected happens within its attack. Li Jian holds up a hand clad in a newly created vinyl glove, marveling at its usefulness after it was strengthened by the flames, granting him flame and spicy food resistance. Hellwing shrieks in disbelief that its attack was blocked by a simple vinyl glove, while a regenerating Li Jian vows to make the beast the new fire for his smithy as payment for the city's destruction. Fuming at the utter humiliation, the Hellwing's creature trembles with rage. Li Jian grins sadistically, mocking his foe for looking down on vinyl gloves. He continues to taunt his opponent, asking if they have any idea how useful the gloves are when eating spicy chicken. With a maniacal grin, Li Jian announces his next move, a purification punch. While the horned woman begs him to wait, he repeatedly pummels the small hell lizard with his purification punch. He stands over the defeated horned woman's body, confused about why she isn't being purified. The system notification informs him he can't purify dead subjects, leaving him disappointed that she couldn't even handle his attack. Turning to the terrified hell lizard, Li Jian decides it will serve as a replacement for the broken gas burner. Whoa, the hell lizard quickly waves a tiny white flag, surrendering completely. Li Jian offers a list of names for the creature, and a notification confirms the hell lizard has chosen Torch. As Yuha and Sungjae rush to his side, Li Jian checks if they're hurt, standing over the defeated woman with his new pet Torch. Yuha confirms they're fine, but says she has something important to tell her uncle. Li Jian is struck with horrified realization as he remembers Yuha's earlier vow to make a proper proposal. He stammers awkwardly as Yuha addresses him simply as uncle. A tense silence hangs between them as Li Jian looks on with a serious expression. Yuha begins to explain, stating that she has always held doubts about his past. She recounts the official story of his sacrifice, but admits she found it suspicious that the strongest saint was the only one to die against the Crimson Eye. Clenching her fist, Yuha explains that after witnessing his true power, her long-held suspicions have become a certainty. She looks him in the eye and declares her belief that he wasn't sacrificed, but was instead betrayed with malicious intent. Li Jian listens silently to her accusation. A small smile touches his lips as he commends her for being sharp, just like her father, Taixu. Confirming her suspicions are correct, he begins to recount the events of 20 years ago in the Demon Tower. He reveals the shocking truth. He was betrayed by one of the 12 saints who were supposed to be his allies. Yuha and Sungjae react with utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how the world's saviors could have turned on him. Sungjae cries out in anguish, unable to accept that the saints would betray humanity's greatest hero, Li Jian. Li Jian points at him, suggesting his status as the greatest was the very reason for the betrayal, leaving Sungjae confused. In a flashback, a masked and armored Li Jian stands over a zodiac seal, explaining that he simply excelled beyond his peers. He reveals the shocking truth. He killed the Crimson Eye himself, and that's why the other saints wanted him dead. Li Jian explains that, with the ultimate calamity defeated, he became the final obstacle to the saints' ambition to rule the world. As the saints argue in a flashback, a hooded Li Jian with a sinister grin confirms he was their last remaining problem. Back in the present, Li Jian admits his theory about their motives is just a guess, not a certainty. He stands before Yuha and Sungjae, his expression grim as he states that the saints are simply too much. Crying, Sungjae laments that the saints stole the glory meant for Li Jian, the one who truly saved humanity. A close-up reveals Li Jian's cold, determined eyes, foreshadowing his resolve. His expression remains firm and unyielding. Li Jian places his hands on his tearful niece and nephew's shoulders, telling them they don't have to cry. Sungjae looks up as his uncle vows that he will make the traitors pay back their debt 1,000,000 times over. Yuha listens intently, her expression filled with somber determination. With a confident smirk, Li Jian pulls out his phone, ready to make his next move. He scrolls to a news alert about Saintess Sophie Marty's urgent trip to Korea, declaring it the final event on his schedule for the day. The scene shifts to two imposing skyscrapers topped with satellite dishes against a stormy, red-tinged sky. Inside one of the buildings, a vast press conference hall is packed with reporters and journalists. A wall of photographers snaps photos, their camera flashes illuminating the room. Two reporters speculate on the reason for the conference, wondering if it's about the drachma incident or the truth from 20 years ago. A male reporter leans in, certain that the conference is related to Li Jian's return and that a major revelation is imminent. At the podium, a nervous saintess with bluish-purple hair sits silently amidst the flurry of flashing cameras. Internally panicking, she thinks to herself with a forced smile, "I'm fucked." Her thoughts race as she clutches the glowing divine artifact around her neck. Fearing Li Jian has strapped a bomb to her. Realizing she's being puppeteered by Li Jian, she concludes she must obey him to survive, terrified he will erase her from existence otherwise. The saintess takes a deep, shaky breath, trying to compose herself before the waiting press. She addresses the audience, confirming she is there to reveal the truth behind the Demon Tower incident from 2 decades ago. The reporters murmur, recalling the official story of the 12 saints defeating the Crimson Eye and becoming heroes. The saintess pauses dramatically before revealing the identity of the true hero who slayed the beast. She announces the name Li Jian, causing confusion among the reporters as one man begins to jot it down. The reporter suddenly freezes, a look of dawning shock on his face as the name registers. Whoosh! The entire room of reporters leaps to their feet in a frenzy. The conference descends into chaos as reporters shout questions, demanding to know if the saints have been lying for 20 years. The crowd presses forward, asking the ultimate question. If the saints lied, does that mean Li Jian is still alive? A sinister voice from the shadows behind the saintess confirms the reporter's suspicions, causing her to flinch in terror. She turns in horror as a dark presence envelops her from behind. A man with curly dark hair appears, mockingly telling the saintess she looks unwell and that her conference is over. Surrounded by a malevolent red and black aura, the man is identified by the terrified saintess as Jean-Louis Morin. Jean-Louis Morin leans in close, his red eyes glowing as he asks menacingly, "Right, Sophie?" Stuttering his name in fear, Sophie watches as he reaches forward and, with a click, turns off her microphone. A close-up captures Morin's cruel, condescending smirk. He whispers furiously, demanding to know what she was trying to say before ordering her to shut up. Morin taunts Sophie, questioning why she would cause trouble when her only job was to play the part of the saintess. His face contorts with rage as he threatens to tear her mouth off on live television if she doesn't remain silent. Click. His finger firmly presses the microphone's off switch. Morin turns to the reporters with open arms and a false smile, announcing that the saintess is being blackmailed. He calmly declares that he will take care of her and promptly ends the press conference, leaving the audience stunned. A lone reporter shouts from the crowd, desperately asking what this means for Li Jian. A dark energy strikes the defiant reporter, silencing him instantly. Morin coldly dismisses the question, stating Li Jian died 20 years ago, and sneering that if he had returned, he would have shown himself by now. The reporters erupt, demanding to know who the real blackmailer is and why Morin is bringing up Li Jian's name, sensing a cover-up by the saints. Fuming, Jean-Louis Morin seethes at the defiant reporters, summoning a dark aura as he commands the damn insects to know their place. Suddenly, Morin's enraged expression shifts to one of wide-eyed shock as he senses an unexpected presence. Wham! Li Jian bursts onto the scene, delivering a ferocious flying kick directly to Morin's face. The powerful kick connects with a sickening impact, sending Morin reeling as he cries out in pain. Boom! The force of the blow sends Morin crashing through the podium, shattering it completely. The saintess screams in pure terror, clutching her head as she realizes Li Jian has arrived. Dazed and battered, Morin looks up from the wreckage, wondering what just hit him. Li Jian lands with a flourish, gleefully greeting the rotten crab and commenting on his wrinkled face while brandishing a long, black tail. He swings the tail like a whip, smashing Morin again as a gift from him. Horrified, the saintess stares at the monstrous appendage, realizing it's a tail. Elsewhere, a massive red, bear-like creature labeled Unarmed Torch sits whimpering in a city square next to a "Please do not feed" sign. Back at the destroyed conference hall, Li Jian stands over the rubble, challenging the rotten crab for ending the press conference. Li Jian casually identifies the weapon he's holding as the tail of a hell lizard. Looking down at the shadowy Morin, Li Jian correctly guesses that he was the one who recently killed the creature. Li Jian accuses Morin of using a clone, prompting a shocked Morin to demand who he is to have figured out his division ability so easily. Ripping off his torn shirt with a wild grin, the man proudly declares himself to be Li Jian. The assembled reporters stare in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of confusion and shock. The crowd remains speechless, staring at Li Jian standing on the ruined stage with Morin and the Saintess. Suddenly, the reporters burst into laughter, mocking the idea that the young and handsome man before them could possibly be the legendary Li Jian. Morin rises to his feet, condescendingly telling the man he's delusional for trying to impersonate someone so skilled. With a flick of the tail, Li Jian effortlessly smacks Morin, sending him crashing to the ground once more. As the reporters gasp in shock, Li Jian announces that they all need a beating to get their act together. His face twisted into a maniacal grin, Li Jian summons the crowd, commanding them all to come to him. A reporter screams in terror as the chaos escalates. Amidst the pandemonium, the Saintess sees a chance to escape, scrambling to get away from the fight. He grabs her jaw, demanding she confess how the Saints ran from the Crimson Eye and sold him out to live like kings, as she internally panics that he's already saying everything. Li Jian is suddenly alerted by a new presence, his expression turning serious as he looks past the Saintess. A terrifying wave of malevolent pink and black energy surges through the hall. The dark energy engulfs everyone, causing Morin's clone to disintegrate and the reporters to scream in agony. The Saintess shouts in disbelief as Li Jian looks around, confused about what he supposedly did, prompting her to yell that it wasn't his doing. Fuming, she points at him, blaming him for causing the uproar that summoned this new threat. An immense, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes materializes, its divine energy flooding the room as Morin stands before it. The monstrous entity grins, its voice echoing as it expresses surprise that Li Jian is the real one. The entity acknowledges Li Jian's survival of the Demon Tower, while the Saintess looks on in terror. A close-up reveals the terrifying, jagged maw of the shadowy divine being. With Morin floating before it, the entity offers Li Jian a nice welcoming party. The scene shifts to the Sagittarius Sanctuary, where a blonde man named Hugo cooks ramen, relieved that Sungjae, Yuha, and Jian are finally gone. Hugo, now wearing a bear-themed apron, relaxes on his couch and turns on the TV. He eats his dinner while watching a news report about the absolute chaos unfolding at Sophie Marty's press conference. A reporter on screen breathlessly covers the intrusion of a man claiming to be Li Jian, who is now fighting the Cancer Saint, admitting it's fun to watch. Hugo chokes on a mouthful of noodles as he sees the Cancer Saint's skill erupt on his screen. The broadcast shows Morin unleashing a swirling vortex of dark destruction, causing the crowd to flee in terror. Unfazed, Li Jian charges directly into the attack, taunting that such weak attacks won't work on him. Morin smirks confidently, believing he has his opponent trapped as Li Jian plunges deeper into the dark energy. Li Jian's glowing eyes pierce through the darkness from within the vortex. Morin stares in utter shock, unable to comprehend what is happening. Xing! A brilliant, aqua-glowing blade materializes, effortlessly splitting the dark attack in two. Li Jian appears upside down, perfectly balanced on the tip of his dagger, which has completely nullified the dark vortex. Whoa! The reporters shout in unison as Li Jian, still upside down, smirks triumphantly at a stunned Jean-Louis Morin. As Morin struggles to comprehend the attack, Li Jian lands gracefully amidst a cloud of dust. With a final flourish, Li Jian touches down, his body crackling with aqua-colored energy that sends a shockwave through the floor. The camera focuses on his powerful stance, highlighting the energy radiating from his legs. Clutching his head in frustration, Morin demands to know if Li Jian spent the last 20 years just practicing acrobatics. A powerful, unseen force sends Morin hurtling through the air as Li Jian stands his ground below. Effortlessly deflecting a dark tendril, Li Jian grins and mockingly asks if this is all Morin has to offer. Gah! Morin lunges forward in a rage, his face contorted with fury as Li Jian prepares for the charge. Li Jian's expression shifts to one of surprise. A clone of Morin, its head missing, dissolves into black particles before him. Spitting blood, Li Jian taunts Morin, asking if he's only been practicing cleaning for 20 years, then calmly accepts an unheard insult as a compliment. Eek! The Saintess shrieks as dark energy erupts, shattering a nearby microphone and engulfing the screaming reporters. Surrounded by crackling energy and holding two daggers, Li Jian fumes at the Saintess, wondering how she'll cover up this disaster. A pair of polished dress shoes steps forward as Morin's voice declares he'll deal with that when he gets to it. Revealing monstrous red-clawed hands and a creepy masked grin, Morin tells Li Jian he's decided to use the crowd to his advantage. Ha! A single tear escapes Li Jian's eye as he glares intensely, demanding to know if Morin was the one who stabbed him in the tower. Morin and an army of masked clones mock Li Jian's obsession with finding the culprit, sneering that he acts more like a thug than a hero. Li Jian scoffs, calling Morin a coward for running his mouth while hiding among his trembling clones. Morin reveals a horrifying truth. The clones were created from the life force of the journalists, and killing them means killing the reporters, prompting Li Jian to call his tactics filthy. Surrounded by his grinning army, Morin confidently declares that those will be Li Jian's last words. Die! The command echoes through the hall. The horde of clones swirls together into a vortex of dark, destructive energy. Suddenly, Morin's expression turns from confidence to shock. A massive, red, scorpion-like tail bursts from the darkness, stunning the clones who wonder how it appeared. As the tail whips through the clones, Li Jian announces it's a new skill he acquired at Drachma. Get hit, he yells, unleashing a powerful punch. In my place, Li Jian shouts as the blow connects, sending a clone flying. A system window explains his new shield ability as he reveals he knows one clone is Morin's true high-ranking Shazant and plans to take it down to defeat the rest. The true clone recoils, stunned that he was discovered, but Li Jian grins, explaining his 13th sense let him perceive the foul vibration of his enemy's rotten core. Jackpot! Li Jian shouts as he plunges his hand into the Shazant's chest, pulling out its glowing core amidst a burst of dark energy. The clone screams in disbelief that its core was found, as Li Jian holds the brilliant pink crystal triumphantly. System message confirms he has acquired a fragment of Cancer's core, which has cracked the constellation's power and can now be absorbed. The dark energy dissipates, leaving the dazed Saintess and confused reporters wondering how they survived. Li Jian stands over the dying Shazant, which remarks on the divine power it feels from him, before dissolving completely. Smirking, Li Jian promises to put the core to good use, while the defeated Morin vows to retreat for now, warning he still has cards to play. Morin's face dissolves into shadow, his final menacing grin promising future trouble for Li Jian. Clutching the glowing core, Li Jian contemplates his enemy's threat, knowing Morin wouldn't give up so easily. Huh? His thoughts are interrupted by his phone ringing with a call from someone named Taixu. Answering the call, he's immediately blasted by an enraged voice screaming at him to get out of there now. It's Hugo on the line, panicking as he watches the news, warning Li Jian that a missile strike is imminent now that he's destroyed one of Morin's high-ranking Shazants. Li Jian's eyes widen in alarm at the sudden, dire warning. The scene abruptly shifts to the silent vacuum of space, focusing on a large satellite. The satellite orbits high above the Earth, a silent predator, waiting for its command. Beep! A targeting system activates, locking onto a location over the Japanese archipelago. The satellite's weapon ports glow with immense, fiery red energy as they power up. An impossibly bright beam of pure energy erupts from the satellite, hurtling towards the planet below. The beam strikes the Earth's surface, creating a cataclysmic explosion of fire and light. A schematic reveals the weapon's name, Missile Mormut, a decisive catastrophe-class weapon created by Capricorn and Gemini after Li Jian vanished. It was built to combat unstoppable threats, like the massive three-headed dragon shown laying waste to a city. The weapon became humanity's ultimate defense, an orbital cannon capable of annihilating even the largest catastrophes from space. On the phone, Li Jian learns from a frantic Hugo that Jean-Louis Morin created a dead man switch to launch missiles if his vitals ever failed. Li Jian recalls the moment he sealed Morin's fate, ripping the glowing pink core from the Shazant's chest. Realizing the high-rank clone was identical to the real Morin, Li Jian ignores Hugo's desperate pleas to evacuate immediately. Li Jian points out that running is useless, as the missile will erase several cities, leaving Hugo to panic over what to do. Turning from his call with a smirk, Li Jian startles the Saintess as he approaches her. He leans in with a menacing grin, telling the confused Saintess that he has a plan. A cataclysmic surge of energy marks the missile's devastating descent from orbit. An emergency broadcast blares across the city, warning that the Mormont missile is targeting their location and ordering an immediate evacuation. Civilians flee in terror, questioning why a catastrophe-class weapon is targeting downtown Seoul and panicking over the lack of teleportation skills. As the crowd scrambles for shelter, a woman with dark hair asks a red-haired man what's happening, referencing the Mormont missile. A powerful shockwave rips through the city streets as the missile draws nearer. A massive red reptilian creature stares up in shock as panicked civilians run past it. Kya! With incredible speed, Lee Jian grabs the Saintess from behind, dragging her into his reckless plan. The Saintess screams in pure terror, demanding to know what he is doing. With the cancer core in his mouth, Lee Jian activates Gemini's float and teleport authorities, preparing to intercept the missile head-on. Enveloped in purple light, Lee Jian and the captive Saintess are teleported high into the sky. An immense fiery warhead barrels down towards them from the heavens. The missile plunges through the atmosphere, a meteor of pure destruction. Facing the incoming doom, Lee Jian tells the Saintess to use her power to turn things into liquid and melt the missile. He laughs maniacally as she screams in protest, horrified at the idea of crashing directly into the weapon. Lee Jian delivers a harsh ultimatum: succeed or everyone dies, telling her it's time to prove her worth after 20 years. Kaya. He begins to throw her, and she screams for him not to. Off you go, Saintess, he yells, hurling her towards the missile as she screams his name in a furious curse. Aquarius's divine god descends in a torrent of blue energy, shocked by the insane situation, but casting buffs on the Saintess to ensure she survives. The divine entity rapidly bestows a series of boosts, enhancing the Saintess's mental strength, defense, and even her luck. Wreathed in divine power, the Saintess unleashes a desperate, ear-splitting scream. A tear streaks from her terrified, wide-open eye as she faces certain impact. A single glowing tear falls into the darkness, brimming with immense power. The divine spirit of Aquarius unleashes its royal skill, Goddess's Tears. An impossibly huge wave of celestial water erupts from the Saintess, surging up to meet the fiery missile. The divine torrent collides with the warhead, engulfing it in a swirling vortex of blue and orange. Kewa. The impact creates a blinding explosion, vaporizing the immediate area in a flash of light. The missile shatters into countless pieces, its destructive power neutralized by the divine water. Deep within the dissipating vortex, Lee Jian falls amidst the missile's harmless debris. Dizzy but triumphant, the Saintess realizes she did it, then immediately screams at Lee Jian for not catching her. Lee Jian just smirks, casually telling her, "See you," and thinking she'll be fine thanks to all her buffs. Floating in the sky, he notes that while she stopped the main blast, the falling fragments will still create a mess. The crowd below looks up in renewed panic as the missile's fragments begin to rain down from the sky. Recalling that the missile was made by Gemini, Lee Jian grins wickedly, deciding to send the witch a special delivery. He shouts into his phone for Taixu, startling Hugo in his kitchen miles away. Recognizing the urgency, Hugo listens as Jian asks to borrow his absolute aim skill to handle the falling debris. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hugo's eyes glow as he summons his power, agreeing to send everything Jian needs. Lee Jian smirks, thanking his slave number 1 for the assistance. A system notification confirms he's received Sagittarius's absolute aim skill with 238 uses, which he deems plenty. Crackling with purple energy, Lee Jian prepares to use the borrowed skill. He activates absolute aim on every single missile fragment, preparing to send Gemini a present she won't forget. The crowd on the ground stares in awe at a massive, intricate magic circle materializing in the sky above them. To their astonishment, the missile and all its fragments completely vanish, leaving them to cheer in relieved disbelief. The red-haired man celebrates wildly, shouting that his uncle did it again as the crowd erupts in joy. A man in a suit and glasses looks on, utterly stunned that someone managed to neutralize the unstoppable Mormont missile. A man with dark blue hair and glasses, Choi Sung-yuk, shouts into a communication spell, questioning a familiar voice he's hearing. An unseen man yells back furiously, berating a divine cadre captain for his actions as Sung-yuk reacts with shock. Elsewhere, a man in a purple vest looks on in terror, revealing that Gemini's yin and yang palace is being bombarded by the Mormont missile fragments. A hand reaches out amidst the dust and chaos of the ongoing bombardment. An aerial view shows the majestic palace being relentlessly pelted by fiery debris raining from the sky. The scene shifts to the Cheonghwa president's office, where someone inside shouts in disbelief about Li Jian's sudden reappearance. Inside a briefing room, a man reports on Li Jian's recent shocking exploits, crashing the press conference, defeating Cancer Saint, and stopping the missile strike. An official dismisses the report as nonsense, but his words are cut short as a massive turquoise portal erupts, sending everyone screaming and flying. Li Jian casually steps out of the portal, his foot planted on a stunned official's head. He kneels down, mockingly asking the terrified men if they have something bothering them. With glowing eyes and a vicious grin, Li Jian announces he's there to get his money back. He explains that he heard they've been profiting from his belongings and that he couldn't access his bank account, while the council members whisper nervously among themselves. Casually sitting on the table, he asks the terrified officials why his proxy, Oh Taiksu, would be locked out of the account. A nervous official in a suit explains that the Korean government has difficulty placing its faith in Hugo Nim. As Li Jian questions this, the official elaborates that after his disappearance, they couldn't trust a foreign saint like the Australian Hugo, whose power had also weakened. The official concludes they chose someone more trustworthy, as a light brown-haired man is shown looking on grimly. Wham! Enraged at the mention of the Purple Witch, Li Jian lands a brutal punch on the official. He continues his furious tirade, grabbing another official and screaming in frustration at their excuses. Radiating a powerful aura, Li Jian furiously declares that only he is allowed to treat his slave Taiksu poorly. As the council members protest, he continues to rage, defending the, quote, penniless and worthless saint from their insults. He shakes a man violently, demanding to know why they mistreat a naturalized citizen, causing the man to apologize and take the blame. Cracking his knuckles, Li Jian issues a final warning. Hand over his money, or he'll tear the place apart. Shut up. He unleashes a wave of purple energy, silencing the entire room with overwhelming pressure. Choi Sung-hyuk recognizes a new voice entering the fray, his face filled with disbelief and terror. The platform shoe slams into the ground, cracking it with a surge of purple energy. Li Jian smirks, announcing that she's finally here as the light brown-haired man looks on. The Gemini Saint, Haze, appears in a swirl of dark energy, informing Li Jian that they now own his bank account. With glowing purple eyes, Haze coldly states that his assets were already used to repair her palace. She glares at him, accusingly asking if he was the one who sent the missile fragments to her palace. Floating angrily, she demands to know if he understands the catastrophic damage he caused, leaving her palace a wasteland. Li Jian stands with his hands on his hips, nonchalantly pondering her accusation. Thought he feigns ignorance, and casually asks, "Who are you?" Haze grits her teeth in fury at his blatant disrespect. "Silence!" she screams, unleashing a massive purple magic circle to destroy him as her power rages. The government officials panic, fearing they'll be caught in the blast, as a notification reveals she's communicating with a spirit. Choi Sung-hyuk excitedly identifies the technique as Gemini's divination, announcing that she is summoning a powerful spirit. A system message confirms the use of spirit invocation as the beautiful fairy queen Relican responds to the summons. The massive winged fairy queen fully materializes from the magic circle, towering over the onlookers. Haze laughs maniacally, boasting that Li Jian stands no chance against a spirit second only to the celestial bodies. Wapow! He slams her head backward with incredible force. The impact shatters the wall behind her as the brutal attack connects. Li Jian is sent flying through the air, launched out of the building by an unseen force. He lands in a massive crater on the floor below, as the council members cry out in shock for the Celestial Lord. With Gemini's magic power fading, Li Jian stands over the defeated Fairy Queen within the dissipating magic circle. A notification confirms that Fairy Queen Relican is beginning to return to her own realm. As the spirit starts to fade away, Li Jian nonchalantly places his hand on her head. He says nothing, merely looking down at the startled spirit with a determined expression. Kaya! The Fairy Queen screams for him to let go as he yanks her back, with a system message confirming her successful capture. Holding the tiny, struggling Fairy Queen by her antlers, Li Jian scolds her for trying to sneak away as she cries and apologizes. Ga! A loud cry echoes as Li Jian looks on with a calm, indifferent expression. A man in glasses panics, asking if the celestial lord is all right, as Li Jian stands unfazed over a dizzy, defeated opponent. As the woman loses consciousness, a system notification reveals Pisces' transformation magic has been lifted, shocking an onlooker who realizes it's not Gemini's saint. On gloats while holding the tiny, crying fairy queen, saying he knew he'd never seen her before and that she got overconfident. Li Jian dismisses the purple witch to the stunned council members, then asks them a threatening question as a massive snake materializes behind him. Carrying a stack of documents, Li Jian suggests to a blonde man in an apron that they celebrate getting his assets back, but the man senses something is off. The blonde man questions why the real Haizi, known for her explosive temper, didn't show up, but Li Jian seems unconcerned. Li Jian gives a sly, knowing grin as his companion looks on, completely bewildered. With a menacing image of Haizi behind him, Li Jian reveals he knows where she is and proposes they go pay her a visit. The scene shifts to a large, modern apartment building identified as Qian Sungjae's house. Now in casual wear, Li Jian suggests to his three companions that they eat while they work, all gathered on the floor of a sparse room. Li Jian offers a hamburger to the red-haired young man sitting before him. The red-haired man stares down at the offered hamburger with a quiet, intense gaze. After the red-haired man declines, Li Jian takes a bite of a burger and asks what Yu Jimin and the other young woman want to eat. Yu Jimin looks coyly at Li Jian as he eats, saying she wants his favorites, she declares, causing Li Jian to choke as their companions watch with wicked smiles, noting her feisty nature. Asked if Taixu is coming, Li Jian explains that he sent him on a mission, as Hugo is shown overlooking a burning, war-torn city. Li Jian, Yu Jimin, and the red-haired man gather around a gilded glass case on the table, their expressions a mix of anticipation and mischief. As Li Jian prepares to, quote, start the interrogation, the tiny, bound fairy queen is revealed inside the hardy exhibition case, an Aries divine artifact. Immediately stammers out a "why yes" in response. Li Jian menacingly offers her a choice between the case and his cookbook, an inventory artifact, and she quickly agrees to cooperate. Li Jian muses that it's strange the rude purple witch hasn't appeared, while a voice clarifies that she can't appear. Li Jian deduces Haizi must be trapped right there in Sungjae's house, a fact the terrified fairy queen confirms. Holding his book, Li Jian gives the fairy queen one chance to tell him Haizi's exact location. His face twists in a terrifying rage as he glares down at the trembling fairy queen, silently demanding an answer. The terrified fairy shakily points her finger towards something off-screen. She points to a small angel sculpture on a nearby shelf, catching Li Jian and the red-haired man by surprise. The blue-haired man with glasses recalls the angel sculpture, remembering that it had broken before. Li Jian holds the small statue, grinning as he declares he knew he could smell a nasty stench in the air. He theorizes the statue was likely used for a magic spell to cast coordinates. In a flashback, the man with glasses reacts in horror, as another man behind him happily mentions a saint's blessing. A man with glowing turquoise eyes holds the same angel statue, his 13th sense awakened. A system notification confirms the activation of the 13th sense, granting the ability to interfere with the spiritual world. Li Jian holds up the angel statue, now possessed by a wailing spirit, and jokingly berates Reliquin for tattling as his friends recoil in shock. The dark-haired woman in the bun stares in utter disbelief at the spectral figure. She identifies the spirit as the Gemini saint, Haizi, which a system notification confirms. Elsewhere, the real Haizi pulls her hair in fury, enraged that she was caught by the one man she absolutely could not be. Ugh. A bead of sweat rolls down Haizi's face as her eyes widen in sheer frustration. A flashback begins, showing the imposing, skull-adorned demon tower on the day of its collapse. A cataclysmic explosion rocks the landscape. A teacup shatters on the ground, symbolizing the sudden disruption. In a lavish room, Haizi feels a sudden, bone-chilling energy sweep past her. Her face is a mask of shock and disbelief as she wonders if Li Jian could possibly be alive. Realizing he's heading to Qian Sungjae's house, she sees his return as a shocking development. Deciding to confirm his return personally, she uses teleport and spiritual possession to send her soul to a location under her control. Her purple spiritual energy streams towards the angel sculpture at Qian Sungjae's house, her designated target. The angel sculpture sits on its pedestal, subtly vibrating as her soul arrives. A large white X marks the sculpture, indicating a critical failure in her plan. Gah! In the past, a young man screams as Hazy's wailing spirit is ejected from its host after the sculpture breaks. The trapped spirit of Hazy despairs, realizing the broken sculpture has doomed her to be trapped. As the man with glasses enters, Hazy's spirit celebrates finding a divine artifact. The spirit muses that even a low-grade restoration skill could fix the broken sculpture. A hand holds a tube of Hogo glue, featuring a cartoon pig and a hard hat. A younger Cheon Sungjae squeezes the glue onto the statue as the spirit watches, hoping it holds. Yeah! In the past, Hazy's spirit lets out an ear-piercing scream of agony. Back in the present, Lee Jian holds the statue containing the wailing spirit, demanding Ralikin explain how she could escape a display case. The trapped fairy queen frantically explains that escaping would only lead to being recaptured by Lee Jian. Lee Jian smirks at Ralikin's quick thinking, while Hazy's spirit silently seethes with rage. Hazy's spirit commands her disciple, Cheon Sungjae, to attack Lee Jian as a celestial lord's order. The red-haired young man points to himself in utter confusion, asking, "Me? Why?" Sungjae stands in his figurine-lined room, refusing to fight Jian Samchon, as Hazy's chibi spirit scolds him. Hazy insists that as a disciple of Gemini, fighting Lee Jian is his duty, but Sungjae just ponders the command. As she urges him to attack, Hazy's spirit is suddenly snatched from behind. A grinning Lee Jian holds the struggling spirit, ready to make his move. He shoves the frantic spirit of Hazy directly into Sungjae's face. The spirit stares in disbelief at the young man, questioning what he just said. Sungjae firmly states that although he's with Gemini, Gyan Samchon is his hero, shocking the spirit. As he speaks, he pulls a small, gleaming gold coin from his pocket. Declaring he'll leave Gemini if he has to become an enemy, Sungjae drops the coin. Hazy's spirit watches, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. A massive shockwave erupts, throwing Lee Jian and his companions across the room. Hazy's spirit furiously declares this to be the divine god's punishment. Cheon Sungjae stands motionless as blood streams from his eyes, nose, and mouth. His friends cry out his name as he collapses to the floor under the divine pressure. Hazy commands Sungjae to beg for forgiveness and attack the wicked Lee Jian, denouncing him as an idol. An enraged voice roars, "Shut up," accusing them of using people for their own benefit, while another asks if that's a problem. A flashback reveals a man with glasses ordering Lee Jian be left behind, and another man suggesting they claim everyone is dead. Sungjae recalls the order to burn the site, remembering his fear for his Samchon amidst the chaos. In a childhood memory, a young Sungjae and a girl huddled together in fear. The children watch a news report featuring a masked warrior, Lee Jian, on television. Sungjae remembers Lee Jian promising to always have his back, establishing him as his hero. Fueled by righteous fury, the bloodied Sungjae screams at them not to look down on his hero, erupting with blue energy. A notification reveals Gemini's god, Freya, has appeared, increasing the punishment and telling Sungjae to disappear with his hero. As Freya prepares her attack, Lee Jian smirks and activates a skill of his own. Lee Jian stands poised, surrounded by a whirlwind of dark and teal energy. He unleashes his attack, severing the abyss, catching Freya completely off guard. A searing red line of energy slices through the darkness. Lee Jian forms a hand blade, channeling immense power into a single, decisive strike. Freya recoils in shock, as Lee Jian's severing the abyss attack connects with her power. At the burning beginning palace of Yin and Yang, a leader orders the wreckage to be cleared with magic. Mages gather at the burning palace, desperately trying to summon water magic to douse the flames. A close-up shows a mage's hands forming a spell creating blades of water. The spell fizzles, leaving the brown-haired mage confused as to why he can't gather magic power. A panicked disciple rushes to Captain Ken, reporting that something is terribly wrong with their magic. Widespread panic erupts as the disciples realize they can no longer sense or use magic at all. Elsewhere, a group finds their communication and teleportation abilities have been nullified. Disciples flee from rampaging monsters, shouting that all communications are down in the Calamity Districts. The symbol of Gemini crumbles into ash as a voice realizes their god's magic power has vanished entirely. Back in the apartment, Li Jian stands over his friends, a blade of teal energy dissipating from his hand as the divine power vanishes. Li Jian kneels before the injured Sungjae, smiling gently and thanking him for believing in him to the end. Despite bleeding from his eyes, Cheon Sungjae looks up with a relieved and genuine smile. An enraged spirit of Haize confronts Li Jian and the shocked Sungjae, demanding to know what he's done to her. Panicked, Haize's spirit desperately questions why the divine god's power has completely faded from her. A system notification confirms that Li Jian's attack has severed the divine connection between Gemini's saint, Haize, and her god, Freya. An explanation reveals that divine gods, like Freya, provide their saints, like Haize, with their strength. The hierarchy is shown, with Haize standing empowered above her many disciples, including Sungjae. An illustration explains the relationship, depicting the divine god as the primary, quote, power plant. Continuing the analogy, the saint is shown as the, quote, transformer and transmission tower for that power. The disciples are depicted as mere electrical outlets and cords, drawing power from the saint. Li Jian sadistically taunts the powerless spirit of Haize, holding her statue and asking how it feels to be helpless. Li Jian recalls that the Cancer Saint often used severing the abyss, a powerful royal skill capable of severing anything. As Haize's spirit recoils in agony, Li Jian muses that mixing the skill with his own abilities yielded interesting results. He declares triumphantly that he can even sever a contract with a divine god, unlocking a forbidden ability. Haize's spirit threatens him with the divine goddess's wrath, but Li Jian simply says he's looking forward to it. With a wicked grin, he clarifies that her threat just means the goddess will finally show herself, terrifying Haize. A massive column of purple divine energy erupts in the room, signaling the goddess's arrival. Outside, a furious storm of purple lightning crackles in the sky above the city. Onlookers below stare up in horror at the swirling vortex of divine power gathering overhead. A massive tornado of purple energy and lightning descends from the sky, aimed at the city. As system notifications warn of the Gemini god's fury, Li Jian and Haize brace for the divine influence. The overwhelming divine power rushes down upon them in a blur of purple energy. The swirling maelstrom of raw divine power engulfs the area in chaos. Li Jian is caught in the vortex, pulled upwards towards a glowing magic circle in the sky. As he's drawn in, his silhouette appears before the immense shadow of the goddess. He and his companions are thrown about violently within the powerful divine storm. Landing amidst the cracked earth of a glowing magical seal, Li Jian coolly comments on the flashy entrance. The divine being begins to materialize from the portal, her regal form wreathed in lightning. Her arrival is confirmed by a system notification identifying her as the Gemini divine god Freya. Freya gathers an immense amount of purple energy, preparing a devastating attack. Facing the goddess, Li Jian calmly takes an item out of his storage. With tears of rage, Freya unleashes her divine power. Two colossal hands, formed of purple energy, move to crush everything between them. The divine power surges in a blinding flash. The city below is dwarfed by the immense scale of the divine phenomenon. Freya's attack halts as she looks on in sudden shock. A notification reveals Li Jian's item, the fragment of Cancer's core, is absorbing Freya's divine power. He holds the glowing pink crystalline fragment, which easily draws in the overwhelming purple energy. A notification explains that Freya is astonished to see a fragment of another divine god. Li Jian smirks, lamenting that he doesn't have his signature weapon, heavenly punishment. In a flashback, he recalls how he could have easily defeated his enemies with his giant axe. Deciding to improvise, Li Jian summons his creation workshop, preparing to forge a new weapon from the divine materials at hand. Grinning fiercely, he declares that if you have no teeth, you have to make do with your gums. He unleashes a powerful punch, combining the materials into a swirling vortex of bright teal energy. A temporary weapon, the Tempest Scythe of the Abyss, is forged from the divine power, though its durability is low. Li Jian activates Battle God's Instinct, his aura taking the form of a great serpent as he grips the new scythe. He swings the massive scythe down, cleaving through Freya's divine attack with overwhelming force. The teal blade of the scythe slices effortlessly through the goddess's purple energy. Wah! The attack strikes Freyja directly, and a notification states the super effective blow has her writhing in disgrace. Sungjae and his companions stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Li Jian actually injured a divine god. The makeshift scythe shatters after the single blow, and Li Jian clicks his tongue in annoyance at its poor quality. Screaming in agony, Freya is overwhelmed by a blast of violent purple energy erupting from her head. A notification explains that the Gemini divine god Freyja is attempting to gather all her power and descend into the world. Through swirling purple portals, Freyja summons a massive army of soldiers and monstrous dragon-like creatures. Her power continues to surge, opening more portals that reveal glimpses of her vast forces and grotesque monsters. The chaotic summoning intensifies, filling the space with glimpses of armies, monsters, and even a massive celestial owl. As the notification announces Freya has gathered her forces and power, Li Jian stands before her in a massive fireball, ordering her to stop. Whoosh! The fireball erupts, but Li Jian stands firm and unscathed within the inferno. From the dissipating flames, a mysterious blonde man in a dark, hooded cloak and armor emerges. Sungjae's friends react with utter shock, and the dark-haired young woman cries out, "Dad!" as a golden emblem appears before them. Standing behind the hooded figure is a colossal, muscular, blonde-haired divine being with a golden circlet, his arms crossed defiantly. The hooded man takes a confident step forward on the shattered ground, his presence commanding. Freyja glares down with a single glowing eye as the hooded man looks up, warning her that going any further is against the rules. The hooded man stands as a vanguard, with the immense, golden-haired divine being watching over him. The hooded man gestures dismissively, ordering Freya to go back, reminding her that gods cannot interfere with their true forms. A notification reveals Freyja's disdain, realizing the Sagittarius divine god stands in her way as she mocks his deteriorated state. A man with two-toned hair calmly states that, of course, Sagittarius cannot handle her with pure strength alone. Suddenly, other divine entities deny Gemini's descent, expressing their displeasure and forcing out her power from their territories. Massive, glowing zodiac circle materializes in the sky, a symbol of divine intervention against Freya. Massive divine chains descend from the heavens as a notification reveals the other gods are imposing sanctions for breaking the rules. The chains bind Freyja, who struggles as a notification explains she must now pay a heavy price to continue her interference. Amidst the devastation, the hooded blonde man looks up at the restrained goddess and says, "What a shame." Overwhelmed by countless silver and gold chains, Freya is completely immobilized by the other god's power. The battlefield is a scene of utter destruction, with a colossal monster lying defeated among the ruins. A thought bubble reveals the hooded man's satisfaction, noting that the other divine gods had no intention of staying idle. The hooded man holds a cracked, glowing red gem towards the bound goddess, tauntingly asking if she can handle any more risk. Roaring in fury and pain, Freya is ensnared by the divine chains as the hooded man stands before her with the Sagittarius god. As a building cracks behind them, Sungjae and his friends scream, clutching their heads from the psychic backlash of Freya's rage. Gritting her teeth, the bound Freyja glares down at Li Jian and his ally, vowing she will never forget what happened today. Li Jian casually flips her off, mockingly telling the pissed-off goddess to bring her older brother next time. Freyja seethes with pure hatred as multicolored divine chains tighten around her, suppressing her power completely. Li Jian and the hooded man watch as the enraged and defeated goddess is restrained by divine authority. System notifications flood Li Jian's vision, confirming he's trampled Gemini's pride and gained a huge amount of experience, leveling up. The hooded man receives his own reward, a special SSS rank quest for the awakening of Ophiuchus as the Sagittarius god glows behind him. In the aftermath, Sungjae's companions sit dazed and exhausted amidst the rubble of the battlefield. Li Jian cheerfully praises the hooded man, calling him Taiksu, who humbly replies that he just did what was necessary. Taiksu's expression hardens as he remembers what Freya did to Sungjae, his anger barely contained. Clenching his fist tightly, he thinks that simply lodging an arrow in her head wouldn't have been enough punishment. Li Jian places a hand on his shoulder, calmly telling him to be patient for now. With a vicious grin, Li Jian promises that he will completely crush and wipe out both Freya and her brother. A small smile appears on Taixu's face as he looks at his ally and says, "Thanks, Jian." Taixu then excitedly tells Li Jian that he successfully retrieved the item he was asked to get from the palace of Yin and Yang. "Oh, nice," Li Jian exclaims as Taixu presents him with a large scroll, identified as the soul register for Gemini's spirits. Heise's spirit appears, aghast, demanding to know how they stole the scroll from a maximum security location. Taixu smirks, boasting that infiltration and stealth are fundamental skills for any archer. He recalls having the special golden badge Li Jian had given him, which undoubtedly helped his mission. As Li Jian unfurls the scroll, Heise's spirit grumbles, calling Taixu a mere errand boy for his harsh methods. A system notification appears as Li Jian examines the soul register, which details Gemini's legendary affiliated spirits. The scroll reveals powerful legendary spirits under Gemini's command, including Jotun, the giant of the giant kings. The list continues with another legendary spirit, Warrior King Jarl, as a notification explains they have surrendered and can be claimed by Ophiuchus. Looking over the list of powerful new potential allies on the scroll, a chibi-faced Li Jian lets out a surprised, "Oh." The notification reveals another powerful being, the commander's spirit, has surrendered from its prison beneath the palace of Yin and Yang. Li Jian contemplates the scroll, noting that a commander spirit is on par with a mythical rank spirit. Smirking, he challenges the spirits on the scroll, demanding they prove their sincerity before he accepts their surrender. A swirling purple portal immediately opens in the sky in response to his challenge. The scroll in his hands begins to glow with an intense purple light. From the light emerges the serene, upside-down form of a woman with long, dark hair. Li Jian looks up, shocked by what is materializing from the unfurled scroll. Taixu and the spirit of Heise both scream, horrified by the sudden development. The woman is fully pulled through a portal as Taixu shouts her name in disbelief. "Heise?" Heise's spirit floats in the air, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. A notification explains the spirits offered Heise's physical body as their proof of surrender, now lying before Li Jian and Taixu. Gahahaha. Li Jian bursts into laughter, finding the whole situation hilarious, and gladly accepts their offer. As a notification confirms the transfer, Li Jian grins, holding the scroll now glowing with his own teal energy. Deciding names are a pain, he simply numbers his new dependents, which the system promptly accepts. "Impossible!" Heise's spirit panics, calling Li Jian a nightmare for his casual cruelty. Gah! Li Jian viciously grabs the spirit's face, silencing her protests. He coldly taunts the struggling spirit, reminding her that she's been completely abandoned by her divine god. His eyes glow with cold fury as he asks the question he's been waiting for. "Were you the one who stabbed me in the demon tower?" He tightens his grip, choking the terrified spirit as he awaits her answer. Black and teal energy tendrils begin to envelop Heise's spirit form under his power. She screams in agony as his power tears through her very essence. Li Jian sadistically explains he's using fragments of his scythe to tear her soul apart, calling the feeling exhilarating. He furiously demands that she stop playing dumb and confess everything. Overwhelmed by pain, the spirit insists that she truly doesn't know anything about it. He threatens her with utter annihilation, showing her visions of his allies in peril, demanding to know who was behind it. Virgo. She finally screams, revealing it should have been the Virgo zodiac god, shocking Li Jian. She explains that Virgo possesses the legendary weapon, Heavenly Punishment. With a look of pure, chilling rage, Li Jian finally understands the truth behind his betrayal. The teal crystal fragments violently shatter Heise's spiritual form. As her essence dissipates, Li Jian looms over her, his grim task complete. With a sinister smile, he tells the fading spirit that, since she was so helpful, he'll hand back her body. The spirit of Heise clutches her head, believing she somehow survived the ordeal, a strange mark now on her forehead. Huh? Confused, she looks down to see her physical body standing before her. A cheerful pink-haired girl with antlers sits atop her body's shoulders, while the body itself laughs maniacally, much to the spirit's horror. Li Jian explains he gave her body to a spirit named Raylikin, who happily hugs him as Heise's spirit watches, utterly defeated. Elsewhere, the newly embodied Rayliquin angrily reviews contracts, complaining to a Yang Wei about toxic loopholes. Rayliquin eagerly asks for the soul register, promising Li Jian she will raise all the new spirits to sulfur monosulfide rank, which he allows. Wah! A sudden, loud, crying sound interrupts the moment, and Li Jian looks over, annoyed. He glares at a display case where several muscular men and an angelic statue are sobbing uncontrollably, with Hazy's spirit crying alongside them. The angelic statue weeps, pathetically begging to be let out of the case. Li Jian thoughtfully reviews a list of new skills he can now manufacture, with Taixu watching behind him. A notification announces his new household is praising him, calling it an honor, though he and Taixu look completely unimpressed. Whoa! His massive new spirits, including Jotun and Jarl, cheer like fanboys, ecstatic that Li Jian is looking in their direction. Li Jian remarks to a confused Taixu that he's never seen household gods with such little pride. The spirits immediately turn on Taixu, telling Li Jian's errand boy not to interrupt. The insult echoes in Taixu's mind, sending him into a state of dramatic despair. Li Jian steps in, telling his new followers they're misunderstanding the situation. With a wicked grin, he clarifies that Taixu isn't an errand boy, he's a slave, leaving Taixu utterly crushed. As the spirits poke at the shattered form of Taixu, Li Jian asks them why they really abandoned Gemini to join him. They nervously claim it was because of Gemini's tyranny, recalling a memory of their former god's oppressive fury, but Li Jian seems skeptical. The three muscular spirits, one bear-like and one wolf-like, confess to Li Jian that they were moved by his overwhelming power against Gemini, as Li Jian appreciates their honesty. A spirit reveals that it's not just them. Their commander and other household gods also wish to pledge their allegiance to Li Jian. However, they explain that their comrades are trapped, locked away at the bottom of the ocean beneath a mysterious, spiky sanctuary. The scene shifts to a view of Earth from space, with a dark, ominous energy corrupting the eastern hemisphere, wrapped in a swirling red nebula. A narration explains that while it seems the saints and calamities are in a stalemate, humanity is actually losing territory to an unknown civilization. A cartoonish diagram shows a small party of heroes bravely holding their ground in a golden circle, completely surrounded by a horde of monsters. Li Jian thoughtfully deduces that the underwater sanctuary must be in the Pacific Ocean, near the palace of Yin and Yang. With a determined look, he decides he needs to investigate the current state of this unknown civilization personally. A spirit begins to say that they know to kneel before Li Jianim, but Li Jian seems puzzled by the formal address. Thump. The three massive spirits slam their fists to the floor, powerfully swearing their lives and allegiance to him. With a wide, glowing-eyed grin, Li Jian enthusiastically welcomes his new followers, christening them the Three Brothers. Watching from afar, the dark-haired young woman remarks to Sungjae that Jian truly is their Samchan. Sungjae excitedly agrees it's cool that he's gathering high-ranked gods, while the dark-haired woman grins slyly, thinking, "I really did a good job proposing to Samchan," she exclaims proudly as Li Jian and his new allies stand before them. Haz's spirit recoils in horror, frantically asking Li Jian what on earth the young woman is talking about. A speech bubble over a small bunny doll asks if Hugo would become Li Jian's father-in-law, with another bubble remarking how terrible that would be. Whoosh! An instant later, the bunny doll is engulfed in a powerful blast of fire. Taixu, his bow drawn and wreathed in flames, screams in pure rage as the cause of the fiery explosion. Li Jian grabs the bow, trying to de-escalate the situation, and telling a distraught Taixu to put it down. Eyes blazing with fiery fury, Taixu screams that he never even got to hear his daughter say, "I like my dad," on Father's Day, as a notification states he is pouting. He unleashes a wild barrage of flaming arrows while screaming, forcing Li Jian to back away in alarm. Li Jian frantically dodges the destructive volley, yelling at the crazy bastard to calm down as the room erupts in explosions. Declaring that Jian must die, the Sagittarius Saint uses stealth, vanishing in flames and reappearing behind a shocked Li Jian. Wincing from the heat, Li Jian wonders if he's really that worked up, as notifications confirm he's using Gaze of a God to perceive the magic of Hugo Otters. A bright light flashes as Li Jian focuses his power. He swiftly moves to counterattack, his fist glowing as magical circles flare to life around him. Pow! Li Jian lands a clean, powerful punch directly on Hugo's jaw. He follows up by grabbing Hugo's bow and twisting it from his grasp. In a blur of motion, Li Jian slams Hugo to the ground, pinning him decisively. Li Jian stands over the defeated Hugo, the floor around them littered with the smoldering remains of his arrows. The fiery assault has left dozens of arrows embedded and smoking in the floor. Annoyed, Li Jian gathers the spent arrows, complaining that the flies are annoying him to death. A loud scream echoes from off-panel, catching Li Jian's attention. Now shirtless, Li Jian unleashes a massive wave of fire, activating his royal skill, the Sun God's Ring, and questioning if Hugo has any restraint. The room is consumed by a cataclysmic, fiery explosion. Hugo screams in terror as he is caught in the overwhelming inferno, preparing to fire his bow one last time. Li Jian thinks to himself that Hugo's destructive tantrum reminds him of the poverty zodiac, deciding he needs to calm him down. Sungjae and the dark-haired girl burst in, pleading for their dad to stop, but Hugo, his eyes glowing like embers, yells back at them. The two kids desperately shout that he can't do this to Gion Samshan. They scream that he can't possibly win against Gion, as Hugo's horrified reflection appears in a shattered mirror. The fight ends with Hugo hanging upside down, caught by his own bow on the ceiling. With a decisive stomp on the bow, Li Jian sends Hugo plummeting to the floor below. Bam! Hugo lies unconscious on the floor, a comical bump on his head. Hugo suddenly jolts awake to find Li Jian sitting calmly before him, asking if he's up now. Li Jian scolds Hugo for nearly wrecking his house over a misunderstanding, assuring him the kids care for him and even bought him a present. Clack. Just then, Sungjae and the girl enter with trays of cake and drinks, asking if he's awake. Overcome with emotion at their thoughtful gesture, Hugo's eyes fill with tears as he lets out a quiet sob. He pulls them into a group hug, crying, "You guys!" as Sungjae's spirit comically leaves his body from the crushing affection. Sungjae proudly tells Li Jian they sent the fight footage to the reporters as ordered, earning a good job and a head pat. Overjoyed by the praise, Sungjae declares he'll never wash his head again, while Hugo sulks on the floor nearby. The dark-haired young woman offers a slice of strawberry cake to a man she calls Samchon, as Hugo marvels at the number of strawberries. A close-up shows the delicious-looking strawberry cake and a mug of coffee on a tray. Hugo points accusingly at the tray, asking his daughter, Yuha, why his cake slice is missing a strawberry. With a sweet and mischievous smile, Yuha happily confesses she gave the strawberry to Samchon instead. An enraged Hugo starts a chaotic brawl with Sungjae and Li Jian over the perceived slight, sending them all flying. The screaming continues as a massive explosion blows the roof off the house. A purple-haired woman with antlers calmly stitches up the burned bunny doll, remarking on how the kids have grown. The argument rages on as Hugo demands the strawberry. Yuha retorts that it's already eaten, and Sungjae defends Samchon. A hand holds up a phone, displaying a red-level alert for the Calamity Divine Bridge, demanding all disciples respond immediately. The scene shifts to Manila, Philippines, where a massive army has gathered on a beach beneath a sky rent by lightning. Bolts of brilliant blue lightning tear across the dark, stormy sky over the turbulent sea. The assembled knights look out at the stormy sea, some expressing fear while others find confidence in their large numbers. A knight with lion-themed armor rallies the troops, shouting that danger is simply another name for opportunity. He delivers a rousing speech, vowing to defeat the Thousand Arms Calamity for the glory of Leo, and the army roars its approval. Woo! Amidst the cheering soldiers, a weary Yuha stands apart, sighing that she just wants to go home and see Samchon. Elsewhere, a different army of soldiers in gas masks and modern gear assembles before a large, ominous building under the stormy sky. A man with gray hair and a glowing monocle sits condescendingly, musing that the other soldiers are simply boisterous barbarians hiding their fear. Back at the now-wrecked house, a man in a business suit arrives with a suitcase, stopping before a danger of collapse sign. Wearing a yellow hard hat, Hugo cheerfully greets the new arrival. Identified as Sagittarius's secretary, Yoon Yerin, the woman greets Hugo and asks in shock what happened to the house, forcing a panicked Hugo to tell her not to ask. Inside, Hugo confirms to Yerin that his daughter, Yuha, has been deployed to the Thousand Arms raid they are watching on a screen. Hugo gestures to a box, explaining he found it at her door and brought it inside for her. Suddenly grabbing him, a frantic Yerin ignores the box and urgently demands to know where Li Jian is. Kaboom! A brilliant flash of energy erupts from the workshop. A system notification appears over a shattered tool, warning that low-level equipment has caused material damage. In his workshop, an annoyed Li Jian, wearing a bear-themed apron, holds his broken hammer and wonders how many times this has happened. Staring at the shattered production hammer on his anvil, he curses that he's reached its limit. Li Jian laments losing his legendary hammer that grants achievements, having no idea where it's been for the last 20 years. He glances at two sleeping familiars, thinking he can't make high-tier divine artifacts with his current slime assistant. His thoughts are interrupted by a notification alerting him that another Zodiac's member has secretly entered the sanctuary. Outside, Yeren points towards a cardboard box near Hugo, asking if the person over there is Hugo Otters of Sagittarius. A small, ram-headed statue inside the box speaks, introducing itself as Sergeyevich and greeting Hugo. Hugo recoils in disgust, calling the goat's hobby terrible, while the stitched-up bunny doll wonders why he's being blamed. Hammer in hand, Li Jian enters, stating he heard an intruder and realizing it's the old goat man. The goat statue greets Li Jian warmly, causing Yeren to gasp in shock at seeing Li Jian in person. Introducing himself as Capricorn's Sergeyevich Vladimir Ivan, the statue asks Li Jian if he remembers him, calling him by the name Sebastian. The statue angrily corrects Li Jian's mistake, shouting that his name is Sergeyevich, as Hugo and Yeren watch bewildered. A narration explains that Sergeyevich is the Capricorn Saint, a master of production whose weapons have become famous since Li Jian's disappearance. An array of intricate and powerful-looking weapons and armor, all bearing the Capricorn seal, are displayed. The goat statue continues, expressing its relief that Li Jian appears to be in good health. Tak, Li Jian places a hand on the statue's head. As it begins to explain, it came to apologize for past events. As the statue proposes a new cooperative relationship, Li Jian casually flips it into the air. Ha! Wearing glasses for effect, Li Jian swings his hammer like a baseball bat, yelling, "Strike!" as he smashes the statue to pieces. Another man pats Li Jian on the back as Hugo watches, asking if he should have heard the goat out, but Li Jian dismisses the offer as bullshit. The sparking, broken statue lies on the floor as Li Jian scoffs at the idea of cooperating with someone who was too scared to give him ingredients. In a dark room, the human Sergeyevich holds the broken head of his statue, remarking that Li Jian is as short-tempered as ever. A subordinate in a gas mask announces that it's time, and the Capricorn Saint confirms from behind a curtain. Sergeyevich pulls back the curtain, ready to observe the Thousand Arms calamity, his identity as the Capricorn Saint confirmed. A reporter in tactical gear broadcasts live from the tense scene in Manila, covering the unfolding red-level calamity raid. She reports that a new Thousand Arms, the same species of massive calamity Li Jian defeated 20 years ago, has appeared offshore. The reporter details the formidable forces gathered to fight the Thousand Arms, highlighting Vice Celestial Lord Qian Yuha and Divine Cadre Captain Oliver of Leo. Joining the fray are the Mages of Pisces, Masters of Transformation, and Naval Warfare. The heavily armored members of Taurus form an iron wall, ready to defend the front lines. The Saintesses of Aquarius stand ready, their holy powers capable of deflecting even a nuke. Capricorn has also arrived to produce and strengthen weapons, with the Capricorn Saint, Sergeyevich, appearing in person. Watching the broadcast, Li Jian wonders what the hell that geezer is doing over there. On the battlefield, the reporter exclaims that Capricorn Saint is attempting something as he raises a glowing symbol into the air. A massive, ornate hammer wrapped in green energy materializes before him. He dramatically seizes the weapon, which the reporter identifies as Capricorn's royal divine artifact, the hammer that grants achievements. Stunned, the blonde man asks an enraged Li Jian if that's the hammer he used to use. The broadcast explains that Sergeyevich will use the hammer to strengthen the divine artifacts of all the assembled forces. Cut the bullshit. Li Jian furiously screams, a vein throbbing on his forehead. "That's mine!" Clenching his fist, he fumes that the goat bastard not only stole his items, but is now disgustingly showing them off, vowing to give him a beating. In a flash, Li Jian storms out of the workshop, declaring he's leaving immediately to punish that man. His departure is cut short as a reporter shouts that it has appeared, and his expression turns serious. Li Jian watches the screen as the reporter exclaims that something massive is appearing from the depths of the ocean. A monstrous creature with multiple glowing red eyes breaks the ocean's surface amid a raging storm. The reporter screams its name as the colossal calamity, Thousand Arms, rises from the waves. Yuha, Sergeyevich and the leaders of Pisces, Taurus, and Aquarius all stare in shock and horror. The full, terrifying form of the Thousand Arms is revealed, its danger level confirmed as, quote, RED. A knight nervously orders all units to prepare for battle, while a subordinate hesitates in fear. Gah! A muscular, brown-haired man screams as he's caught in the churning water. The soldiers stare in disbelief, with one pointing and asking if that's who he thinks it is. Grinning maniacally, the man wrestles a massive tentacle, yelling, "Let go of my big bone!" From the monster's point of view, it sees a tiny figure clinging to its tentacle, a look of confusion on its face. Huh? Onlookers are aghast that he's fighting a calamity-rank monster over a bone, with one person commenting that losing $1 billion would make anyone go crazy. The lion-armored Captain Oliver shouts at the man, identified as his celestial lord, pleading for him to calm down and get off the monster. Sergeyevich appears beside a startled Oliver, coolly asking what he's doing. He slyly prods Oliver, asking if he'll just wait while the celestial lord of Leo fights the monster, suggesting he should take command. Coke. Annoyed, Oliver thinks the old man is trying to steal his credit, and mutters that he was just about to give the orders. Stepping up, Oliver commands the Leo forces to drink the strengthening potions provided by Capricorn. He then orders Pisces to use their spells to improve the army's movement on water. Next, he commands Aquarius to focus on battle and survival buffs for the troops. Finally, Oliver orders Taurus into a defensive formation to stop the monster if it reaches shore. Hoo-ha! With his orders given, Oliver leaps high and smashes down onto the beach, ready for battle. Roaring with power, he rallies his beast bastards, yelling for all of Leo to charge. The electrified Knights of Leo soar through the air, launching their assault on the Thousand Arms. They clash violently with the Calamity's writhing tentacles. A brief, intense reflection of the battle flashes across someone's glasses. The Knights shout in unison, activating their special skill. Leo skill activation, beastification. Oliver's face contorts as golden lightning crackles around him, his power surging. A system window confirms beastification is active, granting the power of a wild beast. The Leo soldiers transform into ferocious beastmen, lunging forward with primal fury. From a ship, Yuha announces that the Leo battle squad has used beastification. She plants the butt of her spear firmly onto the wooden deck. Before a massive army of disciples, Yuha commands them all to release their magic. A massive wave of blue and white energy surges forth as they activate a divine cadre alliance skill. The combined magic coalesces into a singular, overwhelming force of spiritual energy. The powerful alliance skill is unleashed. Night parade of 100 beasts. The attack takes the form of a gigantic, spectral beast of pure energy charging toward the enemy. The spectral beast, formed from pure energy, closes in on its target. Roaring with immense power, the energy construct opens its jaws to strike the Calamity. The spectral beast makes a direct, violent impact with the Thousand Arms monster. Biting down hard, the massive energy beast envelops the Calamity's head, churning the sea. A transformed Leo warrior roars that the attack worked, shouting that now is their chance to strike. Stunned by the powerful blow, the Thousand Arms recoils from the spectral assault. Crackling with golden lightning, the beastmen of the Leo Temple charge into the fray. A blur of golden light signifies their ferocious, high-speed attack. The warriors swarm one of the Calamity's massive eyes, ordered to tear it to pieces. The allied forces climb all over the Thousand Arms, relentlessly attacking the giant beast. Still wrestling a tentacle, the muscular celestial lord yells at his allies to stay back until he gets his bone. An enraged Oliver roars at his celestial lord to stop talking nonsense, but the man insists he's almost got it. As the celestial lord and Oliver argue over the bone, onlookers despair, shouting that their people will die because of this foolishness. On the shore, Yuha decides she has to intervene, musing that she's surprised to see Vice Celestial Lord Cheon Yuha is still here, and that she doesn't need to save someone named Steven. She plants her feet firmly, her hand tightening around her weapon in preparation. Ignoring a call to get buffs, Yuha declares she doesn't need them as red energy erupts around her. Leaping into the air with a cry of Godspeed, she becomes a streak of red light. The muscular man finds himself trapped, completely constricted by one of the monster's tentacles. He screams in agony, his body being crushed by the tentacle's immense pressure. In a flash of red, a blade slices clean through the thick tentacle. Yuha lands effortlessly, declaring the rescue successful as she looks down at the freed man. Coo! The man crashes helplessly into the chaotic waters below. PFTT. He resurfaces, spitting a mouthful of seawater. Yuha lands directly on his head, pushing him back underwater with a disdainful stomp. A group of warriors and a saintess stare in utter disbelief, wondering how what they just saw is possible. Standing on the sputtering man's head, Yuha is praised for crossing the sea in a single leap to tear through the calamity's tentacles, while her unwilling platform yells at her to get down. A knight rallies the troops, shouting that since the celestial lord of Leo is saved, it's time for them to deal with the monster. Whoa! The soldiers charge forward, eager to get in on the action and not let Leo claim all the credit. The beastmen coordinate their attack, shouting orders to cut the annoying tentacles and aim for the monster's torso. As a mage casts a spell, a commander notes the calamity's movements have slowed and orders everyone to overwhelm it. The calamity's glowing red, reptilian eye stares out from the darkness. Its many crimson eyes watch the swarming attackers with silent menace. The Thousand Arms gathers its power, coiling its tentacles as the water around it crackles with energy. It unleashes its attack, summoning a massive, electrified tidal wave. The soldiers cry out in panic, yelling for it to stop as they brace for impact. The Knights of Taurus stand firm, forming a golden hexagonal energy shield to defend against the wave. The immense wave crashes violently against the unwavering defensive barrier. A Taurus knight screams in shock at the incredible force, questioning if a volcano just erupted. As a soldier points ahead in terror, a far more monstrous form with countless razor-sharp appendages rises from the depths behind the first calamity. A soldier's face is frozen in a mask of pure horror at the new arrival. The Leo warrior growls that the Thousand Arms was bad enough, asking what the hell this outrageous new monster is. The new, heavily armored calamity reveals its terrifying, colossal form. A system window identifies the new threat as a super-large calamity, 10,000 arms, with a red risk rating. Observing the dire situation from a safe distance, Sergeyevich calmly remarks, "Oh, well." He casually clicks a small golden device in his gloved hand. An unseen person suddenly speaks, asking Sergeyevich what he's holding. Startled by the voice, a shocked Sergeyevich whirls around, demanding to know who's there. The device in his hand is instantly crushed by an invisible force, crackling with blue energy. Sergeyevich looks up in horror at a massive, pink, jiggly creature looming over him, unable to believe what he's seeing. The giant pink slime crashes down on the balcony, completely engulfing the Capricorn Saint. As Sergeyevich's legs kick futilely from within the pink slime, a new voice mockingly calls him Sebastian. Li Jian and his crew step through a purple portal, confronting the trapped Sergeyevich about his reckless plan to bomb everyone. Stomping the ground, he cracks the earth beneath his feet with a surge of power. Cracking his knuckles, Li Jian grins confidently, his serpentine weapon at the ready. Meanwhile, a maelstrom of red energy signifies a furious battle still raging against the new calamity. Wreathed in crimson energy, Yuha dives fearlessly toward the colossal 10,000 arms. With glowing red eyes, Yuha realizes the allied forces are too exhausted to fight this new threat. She resolves to ignore the lesser creatures and focus all her power on taking down the strongest one first. Unleashing Godspeed and Lotus Thread, she recalls memorizing Uncle Jian's Thousand Arms strategy. Executing the Thousand Arms strategy, she expertly uses one of the monsters as a stepping stone. She weaves with incredible speed through the monstrous forest of razor-sharp limbs. In a flurry of red and blue energy, she and other allied warriors clash with the swarming tentacles. She moves like a crimson comet, carving a path through the calamity's defenses. The strategy's first step is revealed in a flash, cleanly severing the most dangerous tentacles in one strike. Yuha channels her power, creating a vortex of red energy and glowing lotus petals. Her attack culminates in a brilliant, devastating explosion of crimson light. A web of her energy threads crisscrosses the battlefield, trapping the monster's arms for her allies to strike. She lands with crushing force, the impact shattering the armored surface beneath her. The heavily armored, spined torso of the 10,000 arms is revealed as her ultimate target. Landing nimbly on a piece of the monster's body, she prepares for the final phase of the strategy. Her red eyes gleam as she recalls the strategy's next step, closing the distance to the main body. She prepares a powerful thrust, aiming to pierce its forehead like a skewer. She lunges forward, her long hair whipping behind her as she aims for a massive red eye. Screaming with effort, she gathers an incredible amount of crackling red energy for a final blow. The scene closes in on the monster's seemingly impenetrable armored hide. Nearby, the blue-haired beast man braces himself, his own eyes glowing with power. With a final, desperate scream, Yuha unleashes the full force of her attack. Her ultimate skill, Blazing Lotus, erupts as a massive beam of destructive energy. The Blazing Lotus engulfs the 10,000 arms in a cataclysmic explosion of fire and light. Yuha watches in stunned silence as the smoke clears, her expression turning to shock. In disbelief, she sees her ultimate attack was effortlessly blocked by a single, thin tentacle. The monster's giant eye stares down, unimpressed, as its tentacle easily holds her power at bay. The immense counterforce sends her flying helplessly backward through the air. Just in time, the blue-haired beastman leaps in and catches her, breaking her fall. He lands securely with her in his arms amidst a powerful shockwave. The monster's tentacle whips out with terrifying speed as Li Jian watches with a grim expression. A soldier screams in horror for the Celestial Lord and Vice Celestial Lord as his comrades are thrashed by the waves. As soldiers are overwhelmed and cry for help, a transformed Leo commander roars at them to keep fighting. Li Jian streaks through the air, sword drawn, rushing to Yuha's side. Her expression turns to one of pure, cartoonish shock. As Li Jian sprints across the surface of the water, both Yuha and the Celestial Lord of Leo cry out his name in shock. The swarm of smaller, red-eyed calamities surges forward to attack him. Grinning manically, Li Jian swings his weapon, unleashing a torrent of bright cyan energy. A massive arc of energy from his swing slices cleanly through one of the attacking monsters. Leaping high into the air, he prepares to unleash a powerful skill. Mountain Pierce! A devastating beam of pure energy shoots from his weapon, carving a path through the ocean. The attack hits its mark, causing a massive explosion that parts the sea itself. The attack obliterates the 1,000 arms in a single blow, leaving the white-robed priests speechless. As the colossal corpse of the 1,000 arms crashes into the sea, a nearby soldier whispers in awe. Onlookers spot the massive crater on the distant shore, where he launched from, realizing the immense power he commands. Li Jian's serpentine weapon glows with a powerful, crackling cyan energy. Thud. He lands with enough force to shatter the ground, wondering aloud if he threw his weapon too hard as soldiers look on in shock. Standing on a severed tentacle amidst the wreckage, he hears someone cry out his name in disbelief, asking what he's doing here. Li Jian, looking irritated, retorts that he came to show them how to fight since they struggled so badly, much to a soldier's vocal dismay. Standing proudly on the monster's remains, Li Jian smirks as angry soldiers accuse him of stealing the last hit and claim they could have won themselves. Suddenly, a new tentacle wraps around Li Jian, lifting him into the air as shocked soldiers cry out in alarm. With a determined look, Li Jian is violently yanked toward the massive, armored body of the 10,000 arms. Tightly constricted by the thick tentacle, he realizes what he's up against. He is helplessly dragged toward the calamity's spiky, impenetrable torso. Watching in horror, Yuha screams for her uncle. As soldiers despair, questioning if anyone can defeat the monster, the 10,000 arms and its red-eyed minions loom over the battlefield. The colossal beast's multiple crimson eyes flare with malevolent energy. The ground erupts as a massive pillar of cyan light bursts forth. A powerful skill is unleashed upon the monster, Lotus Disaster. The monster's face is engulfed in the brilliant cyan energy of the attack. A blinding wave of pure power washes over the entire area. A soldier recognizes the attack as the Vice Celestial Lord's ultimate technique, while his comrade looks on in disbelief. A storm of ethereal cyan blades swirls within the blinding light. The raw, destructive energy continues to surge upwards from below. A stylized title logo for the series is displayed. Li Jian lets out a primal scream, unleashing the full force of his power. The swirling vortex of cyan energy intensifies around him. Screech. The 10,000 arms shrieks in agony as it's blasted by the overwhelming attack. Its smaller minions are also caught in the blast. dissolving as they let out piercing cries. In the eye of the storm, Li Jian spins his weapon at blinding speed, creating a devastating cyclone of energy. His eyes glowing with power, he prepares to activate another skill. He unleashes engulfing wrath, a cataclysmic blast of energy. The immense attack tears through the 10,000 arms, shredding its armored body to pieces. The remaining soldiers and the Beastman warrior stare upward, their faces masks of pure shock. Amidst the churning, electrified waves, Li Jian stands alone on the monster's floating corpse. He casually remarks that the monster's large size just means there's more to cut, a wild grin spreading across his face. He dismisses the beast as just an octopus, regardless of its number of arms, as a severed limb floats nearby. Standing triumphantly in the rain, he promises to tear the rest of the monster into bite-sized pieces for everyone. The shattered remains of the 10,000 arms drift lifelessly in the turbulent sea. A knight states in awe that Li Jian defeated the monster alone, while the Beastman confirms the legendary rumors about him were true. Narration reveals that those who witness his power are filled with awe and have even begun to worship him, as various robed figures are shown in reverence. A field reporter, microphone in hand, announces to the world that a historic event has just taken place. A crowd of people watches a giant screen on a skyscraper broadcasting the news of Li Jian's victory over the 10,000 arms. Cheers echo from the city below as the news spreads. A system notification explains he has gained strength from the worship of the people, his legendary deeds now being recorded in a divine book. Holding the glowing book, Li Jian realizes it's a holy text that explains how he gains power, and muses that his disciples reading it will make him even stronger. Looking across the water, he hears a distant cry of "Uncle!" from a tiny figure on the shore. An ecstatic Yuha waves enthusiastically from the beach, calling out his name. Appearing beside her instantly, Li Jian asks if she's hurt, and she assures him she's all right. With a smug, mischievous expression, Yuha feigns ignorance about his concern. Changing the subject, Li Jian presents her with the broken hilt of her weapon. Holding the shattered remnant, he promises to forge her a new weapon soon. Overjoyed, a chibified Yuha erupts with excitement at the prospect of getting a new weapon made by her uncle. The muscular celestial lord of Leo throws his head back and lets out a roaring cheer. Li Jian snaps at the celestial lord for his sudden outburst, but the man just laughs, declaring he feels great. An annoyed Li Jian points a finger at the celestial lord of Leo as Yuha glares from behind him. The celestial lord of Leo, Stephen, grins excitedly, asking if this means he'll get a new weapon too. A spiky-haired man angrily reminds Li Jian that he was in charge of making divine artifacts for the saints 20 years ago. Leaning in with an intense glare, the spiky-haired man demands Li Jian make him a new weapon for breaking his big bone. Haired man sarcastically forgives Qian Yuha for stealing the big bone. A wild-haired man points and curses at her. A massive dragon-shaped explosion of green energy erupts in the distance. The spiky-haired man asks in disbelief if Li Jian caused the explosion by shouting, but Li Jian denies it, calling him an idiot. The strange green smoke continues to billow and spread across the battlefield. Caught in the blast wave, terrified soldiers are thrown through the air, crying out for help. A heavily armored knight cries out in alarm, realizing all the frontline forces have been caught in the mysterious explosion. Amidst the chaos, a horned knight asks what's happening as a shadowy, clawed hand reaches for him. The horned knight's eyes widen in shock as he sees the source of the attack. A massive, white-furred werewolf with glowing yellow eyes snarls at the terrified knight, who asks what's wrong. The werewolf brutally attacks the horned knight. In agony, the knight questions why this is happening, as the narration reveals the Leo constellation troops have gone berserk, turning on their allies with savage fury. Watching the chaos unfold, Yuha questions why the Leo troops are attacking the Taurus troops and what caused the explosion. Li Jian coldly explains the explosions are from the guinea pigs he prepared, but finds them disappointingly weak. Stephen and Yuha stare in shock as a new figure emerges from the smoke. A massive mech suit appears on the battlefield, and someone cries out the name Sebastian in shock. Oh! A dazed pink slime creature named Lime appears, its eyes swirling with dizziness. Stephen furiously demands what Sebastian did to Lime, while the spiky-haired man confronts him about the guinea pigs and the explosions. From his mech, Sebastian calmly tells everyone to relax, stating the explosion was merely the signal for the main event. Li Jian quickly deduces Sebastian caused the Leo troops to go berserk, leaving a shocked Steven to ask what he just said. The white-haired man, Sebastian, laughs, confirming Li Jian's suspicion and promising a more interesting show. He raises a golden flute to his lips, preparing to play. A powerful force erupts from the flute, blasting both Li Jian and Steven backward. The chaotic energy spreads across the battlefield, overwhelming the remaining soldiers. A confused knight looks up as a massive, glowing-eyed warbear looms over him. Ga, various beastmen from panthers to crocodiles go on a violent rampage. A horde of monstrous creatures charges from the sea as soldiers on the beach desperately try to stop them. Steven tries to rally his men, but they ignore him, swarming him in their berserk state. Yuha is pinned down by a white tiger-like creature, crying out for her uncle. Li Jian is also swarmed and overwhelmed by the berserk warriors as Yuha cries out his name again. Sebastian smirks, confident that an exhausted Li Jian has no strength left to resist. As Li Jian is pinned to the ground by his former allies, Sebastian declares, "It's checkmate." Standing over the defeated Steven and his fallen troops, Sebastian's mech voices its satisfaction at finally taking him down. Steven furiously demands to know what the darn geezer did to his subordinates and why they are ignoring his orders. Sebastian explains that, unlike Steven and Yuha, his troops drank a potion that makes them respond excitedly to his masterpiece and only obey his flute. As the spiky-haired man demands Sebastian return the troops to normal, Sebastian calmly offers to explain if he'll listen. A massive, serpentine sword glowing with cyan energy slams into the ground before him. Steven recognizes Li Gon's weapon, and Sebastian confirms that Li Go crafted it himself. Sebastian makes an offer to Steven Marker, use Li Jian's own sword, to kill Li Jian, an order that leaves Steven completely stunned. Steven questions why he should follow such an order, but Sebastian reminds him he has no choice if he wants his subordinates returned to normal. Sebastian extends a hand, confident he holds all the cards. He claims they have something in common, a shared inferiority complex regarding Li Jian. Steven angrily denies it, but Sebastian mockingly questions his obsession with Li Jian's weapons as proof of his insecurity. A flashback reveals the moment Steven felt the overwhelming gap in strength between himself and Li Jian. Sebastian reveals he too felt a similar gap between his own creation ability and that of Li Jian. In a flashback, Steven recalls the struggle against insurmountable walls, a metaphor for an opponent's overwhelming power. The memory continues, showing a lone warrior battling his way up a vast, treacherous, snow-covered mountain. Sebastian's voice echoes, passionately urging Steven to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Steven vehemently declares he is not messed up like Li Jian, and that his words hold true conviction. Sebastian, his eyes gleaming, offers his full support, promising to forge the most powerful weapon ever created for Steven. From his mech, Sebastian proposes an alliance to overcome Li Jian, guaranteeing Steven will become the strongest divine cadre. Back in the present, Sebastian gives his final command: pick up Li Jian's sword and eliminate him. The massive serpentine sword plunges into the earth with immense force. A desperate Yuha cries out to the Celestial Lord, warning him that Sebastian is untrustworthy and this is a blatant trick. Ignoring her pleas, Steven stares intently at the weapon as his berserk troops continue to pin down Li Jian. Held captive by a beastman, Yuha furiously vows she will never forgive them if they harm her uncle Li Jian. As snarling werewolves restrain Li Jian, Steven reaches for the hilt of the legendary weapon, his resolve hardening. With a cruel grin, Sebastian gives the order to strike the final blow. Bam! In a shocking turn, Steven pivots and smashes his fist into Sebastian's mech, leaving Yuha stunned. As Sebastian yells in outrage, Steven furiously roars back, questioning why he would ever obey the one who corrupted his men. Steven declares that he is resolved to surpass Li Jian on his own terms, free of inferiority and without resorting to dirty tactics. While a pinned Li Jian smirks, Steven proclaims he has already surpassed his rival and merely needed a proper weapon. Steven furiously rejects Sebastian's proposition, yelling that he is nothing like him. He furiously questions Sebastian's offer, mocking the idea that a weapon from someone inferior to Li Jian could ever be superior. Sebastian grits his teeth, his face contorted with rage as he mutters, "How dare you!" Threatening that Steven will regret his decision, Sebastian powers up his mech's arm cannon. A brilliant blast of yellow energy erupts from the mech's weapon. Surrounded by golden light, Steven counters with a powerful punch of his own. The force of Steven's blow sends the massive mech staggering backward across the battlefield. Steven lands a devastating strike that shatters the mech's cockpit, shocking Sebastian inside. Sebastian screams at him not to be so conceited. Enraged, Sebastian's mech glows with power as he lets out a furious battle cry. The heavy mech stomps forward, shaking the very ground. With a cry of full launch, the mech unleashes a volley of missiles trailing green energy. A colossal explosion of green and yellow energy engulfs the battlefield. Sebastian laughs triumphantly, convinced that even the mighty Leo is no match for his masterpiece. His celebration is cut short as a massive, lion-like figure emerges from the smoke, surprising him. Transformed and enraged, Steven declares he has overcome his past and shattered his limits. His power surges, fueled by the singular obsession of finally surpassing Li Jian. Steven fully awakens his power, a massive, ethereal lion spirit roaring behind him as he prepares a skill. Flashes of memories surge through his mind as he gathers an immense amount of golden energy. He unleashes his ultimate technique, Thunderclaw. A storm of golden lightning descends from the heavens, striking Sebastian's mech relentlessly. Kook! The mech is torn to shreds by the overwhelming electrical onslaught. Now in a hybrid lion form, Steven stands over the defeated Sebastian, commenting on Capricorn's surprisingly tough armor. He grabs the stunned Sebastian by the collar, lifting him from the wreckage. Steven brutally pummels Sebastian, his fists crashing down again and again into the helpless man. He fought calamities without any gear, demanding Capricorn stop hiding behind armor as Sebastian screams his name. An unimpressed Li Jian appears, now standing freely with a bored expression. Li Jian casually stands beside Steven over the wreckage of the mech and the defeated Sebastian. Startled and confused, both Steven and Sebastian stare at Li Jian, demanding to know how he's there. In a comical aside, Li Jian explains he got bored with Sebastian's long-winded speech, while Yuha complains the beastmen were weak, leaving the two men speechless. Coke! With a cocky grin, Li Jian kicks both Steven and Sebastian away, telling them to get lost. Leaning over the fallen Sebastian, Li Jian smiles menacingly, suggesting they have a little chat. The scene shifts to Li Jian, pinned down again by beastmen who demand he not be treated like Capricorn and hand something over. While Li Jian lets out a bored yawn, the werebear holding him furiously laments being made by that old geezer. An invisible force erupts from the unimpressed Li Jian, causing the beastmen to scream in agony. Jian crushes the werebear's head, muttering that this is all incredibly boring. As a different white werewolf restrains Li Jian, a man in a black coat appears, calling the sight pathetic. The man in the coat turns his back on the beastmen, declaring he was a fool to wait and must end this quickly. Gatilde! Enraged and glowing, the beastmen turn on the man in the coat, charging him with savage fury. He moves in a flash, a streak of cyan energy cutting through the rampaging beasts. The screen fills with the bloody aftermath of his swift, brutal counterattack. In a flashback, a smiling Sebastian declares with certainty that Li Jian will die in the Demon Tower. Monocle questions him, asking if this is the prophecy from Hugo Otters, but Sebastian dismisses it as a simple prediction. Sebastian clarifies he's talking about the plan that will make the prophecy a reality, much to the other man's horror. Back in the present, a hand crumples a note detailing a plan to analyze Li Jian's corpse. Li Jian rips the note to shreds, demanding to know who tried to kill him, and ignoring any talk of the past. The beaten Sebastian, now looking much older, agrees to talk if Li Jian guarantees his safety. Kook! Li Jian immediately grabs Sebastian by the throat, rejecting his offer. Holding the choking man, Li Jian mockingly asks if he understands the situation, stating this is not a negotiation. He threatens to rip out Sebastian's tongue if he wastes his time again, demanding to know who was behind the plot. Under duress, Sebastian gasps out a single name, Virgo. Li Jian's face hardens as he recalls the name Virgo, an image of a stone carving of a woman flashing in his mind. A chaotic memory shows a man with glasses exclaiming that it's definitely Virgo behind the attack. The scene shifts to a man with a mustache holding a purple dagger, vowing to meet Jin Myung to discuss the investigation. Returning to the battlefield, Li Jian stands over the defeated Sebastian and demands the return of his, quote, hammer that grants achievements. leaving Sebastian stunned. With a threatening glare, Li Jian asks if Sebastian refuses, prompting the terrified man to immediately agree to return it. On triumphantly summons a massive, glowing cyan hammer, overjoyed to have it back. A system message reveals that Capricorn is shuddering with regret and anger over the loss of his hammer. Tapping on a shimmering blue portal, Li Jian casually summons the three brothers. Three massive, monstrous guardians burst from the portal, responding to Li Jian's call and accepting his command to drag Sebastian into their dimension. A terrified Sebastian stares at the beings, realizing in shock that Li Jian is controlling household gods. As he is pulled into the portal, Sebastian screams, deducing that Li Jian isn't a saint but a new constellation's divine. Will not be forgiven. The remaining beastmen look around in a daze, wondering what just happened as the spell over them breaks. All across the beach, the formerly berserk soldiers regain their senses, confused and wondering what they were doing. Yuha smiles with relief as Steven confirms that everyone seems to be back to normal. Two soldiers express their relief, hoping the mindless attacks are finally over. A gray-haired commander panics, realizing his celestial lord has been dragged away and desperately questioning their next move. Clenching his fist, he declares they have no choice but to keep going and activates a glowing device. A green light envelops several soldiers who cry out in confusion as a strange eye symbol appears. Urge! The soldiers scream in agony as the green energy surges, and their allies watch in shock. The gray-haired commander laughs maniacally, boasting that Li Jian already sabotaged their equipment and vowing to blow them all up. He orders a soldier to fire the Mormont launcher. A glowing projectile is launched from the strange weapon, streaking toward its target. From off-screen, a voice questions the absurd naming convention of Mormont firm, announcing he'll counter their toy with one of his own. A system window explains the hammer that grants achievements can strengthen and change the form of targets. With a determined cry of "Mormont!" Li Jian swings his hammer at the incoming energy blast. He successfully intercepts the attack. A notification confirming the Mormont explosive has been turned into Mormont fireworks. The deadly projectile harmlessly erupts into a celebratory firework display. The enemy commander stares in disbelief, calling Li Jian a crazy bastard for turning his weapon into fireworks. Ed Foot slams into the ground, signaling a new phase of the battle. Steven, Yuha, and their allies stand ready to fight, warning the enemy to prepare for payback as the commander realizes his opponents are unharmed. A beastman surrounded by golden energy defiantly roars that beasts are strong and tough, brushing off the recent explosions. His confidence shatters as his men flee in terror, and he desperately yells for them to listen. The beastman grabs Li Jian, furiously demanding a big, sturdy weapon, while Li Jian questions why he keeps being asked for them. He emphatically lists the desired qualities of the weapon: big, sturdy, good for beating people up, and easy to swing. With glowing red eyes and a sinister grin, Li Jian reveals he has such a weapon, startling the Beastman. After nervously demanding the weapon, the Beastman is shown screaming in absolute panic. Grinning wickedly, Li Jian effortlessly throws the terrified Beastman high into the air. Li Jian gathers a massive amount of cyan energy, preparing a powerful attack. A colossal wave of energy tears through the battlefield, sending the enemy soldiers flying in shock. Strike! The blast hits with overwhelming force, scattering the soldiers like bowling pins as they scream in agony. Li Jian watches the carnage and casually wonders if he should try bowling next time. Smirking, Li Jian holds up the Beastman's foot and repeats his joke about bowling. A close-up shot focuses on the Beastman's dirt-covered foot, held firmly in Li Jian's grasp. Holding the foot, Li Jian looks down at the defeated Beastman lying on the ground and falls silent. He thoughtfully examines the captured leg before preparing to let it go. He casually releases the leg, dropping it to the ground. The scene shifts to the desolate outskirts of a protected dome in Europe, a dangerous red zone. Gnarled, crimson, vein-like tendrils creep across the broken landscape. The ominous red growths have consumed the ruins of a city under a grim pink sky. A single white boot steps firmly into a splash of red liquid on the ground. Zane, the Virgo search squad captain, remarks on the intense stench, knowing he must stay on guard for a potential disaster. As Zane's squad marches, one soldier gossips about Li Jian's recent victory over an octopus disaster. Another hooded soldier confirms he saw the video, adding that the official forces barely contributed to the fight. The soldiers continue to chat, mentioning the fight between Leo and Capricorn, seeing their losses as beneficial for themselves. Zane sharply silences his men for gossiping during a mission, and they quickly apologize. He reminds them their mission is to find missing personnel, not to play around, and they acknowledge his command. Zane orders his squad to stay focused despite the thick, disorienting crimson fog. Suddenly, the entire squad is startled by desperate cries of, "Someone, save me!" They turn as the cries for help echo from a specific direction. Zane takes the lead, ordering his squad to follow him toward the source of the screams. He races through the ruined cityscape as pleas for help echo all around him. The desperate cries continue as Zane runs through the desolate streets. Pausing, Zane realizes with concern that the screams seem to be coming from all over the downtown area at once. He realizes the cries for help are strangely repetitive, almost like a recording. Sensing a trap, Zane yells for everyone to stop. Standing alone in the eerie city, he feels that something is terribly wrong. He calls out for his squad mates, but receives no reply, his panic growing in the oppressive silence. A horrifying skeletal creature appears behind Zane, whispering the same plea to be saved. He turns in horror to face a grotesque monster made of flesh and mouths, which also begs for help. An even larger, more terrifying amalgamation of bodies looms over him, its many voices pleading for help before ending in a chilling laugh. In the suffocating darkness, a pair of malevolent, glowing eyes stare back as a mocking voice pleads for salvation. Zane is overwhelmed and captured by skeletal monstrosities emerging from the shadows. The scene transitions to Hugo's house in Sagittarius's sanctuary, a few days after Li Jian's major victory. A person studies various documents, musing that the achievements recorded in the Bible can manifest as power for believers. Hugo gazes out at the sea, praising Li Jian's greatness in defeating the octopus disaster that shamed so many others. Reading a book, Li Jian casually dismisses the praise, wondering what's so impressive about killing a few octopuses. Relaxing with his feet on a cluttered desk, he continues reading, noting the extensive details within the book. As news reports celebrate his victory, Li Jian explains that the Bible's basic function is to make him a trending topic. Closing the glowing book, he decides it's time to deal with the work that has piled up. A system notification appears, offering a new trial and an enhanced skill, which Li Jian regards with a disgusted smirk. Li Jian examines a system window for Ophiuchus's awakening, a quest that appeared after his recent battle and requires completing 3 trials. The first trial, Trial of Strength, requires him to kill a god-devouring demon without his ultimate technique, but he remains confident in his abilities. The other 2 trials, finding a secretary and accepting a disciple, prove more challenging, and Li Jian decides to postpone dealing with them. As a reward, he receives an enhanced skill, and a notification confirms his Gaze of a God ability has leveled up. Whoa! In the living room, a woman with glasses chases a frantic bunny plushie with a duster as a spiky-haired young man yells at her to stop, allowing Li Jian to use his new skill. The skill reveals the faith levels of the 2 individuals, Yun Yerin and Yang Wei, showing their allegiance to various constellations. A system note clarifies that a disciple must have 100% faith, forcing Li Jian to choose his candidate carefully to maintain his authority. Confident he can find a disciple with 100% faith, he grins, assuming Hugo, Sungjae, or Yuha will easily qualify. He calls out for them to check their faith levels, but Yoon Yerin informs him that they all left early that morning. Li Jian decides he'll have to check on them later, leaving Yoon Yerin confused by his strange comment as she holds the struggling plushie. Walking away, he pulls out his phone and smirks with a devious plan forming in his mind. An incoming call from Jin Myung appears on his screen, and Li Jian remarks that it's finally time. The scene flashes back to a chaotic disaster, where wounded people crawl through debris, screaming for help and running for their lives. A woman urgently tells a young Sungjae to hide in the car and wait for his father to arrive. She tries to calm the crying boy, telling him to treat it like hide and seek, and assuring him his father will defeat the monster. With a brave smile, she makes him promise to be strong and wait for his father's return. A young, red-haired Sungjae watches in horror, speechless with fear. In the present, an older Sungjae jolts awake in the back of a car, startled from the nightmare. His hand trembles as he clutches the armrest, the memory still fresh. A comforting hand gently places itself over his, calming his shaking. He looks over to see Yuha smiling gently at him as she holds his hand. The blonde man driving, Hugo, remarks that Sungjae must be restless about visiting his mother. Yuha worries it might be a side effect from a past punishment, but Sungjae assures her he's just tired. Remembering something, Yuha decides to give Sungjae a gift now that he's awake. Ta-da! She presents him with his birthday present, a powerful-looking purple and gold bracer. Sungjae stares in shock at the glowing artifact, as Yuha happily says she bought what he asked for. She explains that she and their dad bought the divine artifact filled with Gemini's power that he needed, and Sungjae questions if it was really okay. Smiling warmly, Yuha wishes her brother a happy birthday, acknowledging that the day is usually a gloomy one for him. Sungjae smiles gratefully, thanking his sister for her thoughtful effort. From the front seat, Hugo encourages Sungjae to smile, reminding him that their mom wouldn't want him to be sad on his birthday. Their car pulls up to a large, modern building, the Tail Hospital. Standing in a hospital room, Sungjae reflects on how much cooler Uncle Jeon has become since he managed to injure a divine god. Yuha speaks to her unconscious mother, wishing she could have seen Uncle Jeon with them, and promising to tell her everything when she wakes. Calling out to her mom, Yuha looks down at the woman lying in the hospital bed with an oxygen mask on. Sungjae and Yuha stand vigil at their mother's bedside, a somber mood filling the room. Outside, Hugo answers his phone, perplexed by the unrecognized number that's calling him. He steps out onto a hospital terrace to take the call in private. On the phone, Hugo questions a disaster extermination request, noting that Virgo's territory is far from the Eastern Dome. The caller urgently explains that Virgo has already given up, shocking Hugo, who asks if Kevin Ager really said that. The voice on the phone reveals the horrifying truth. It's the same disaster that destroyed the airport in Korea 10 years ago. As the caller exclaims that the bastard has appeared again, an image of a terrifying, monstrous creature with glowing red eyes fills the screen. Hugo stands frozen in a hellish, red-tinged landscape surrounded by the remnants of destruction as the disaster looms. The scene shifts to the rainy country of Belgium, located within Virgo's jurisdiction in Europe. Rain pours down on a quaint European street, soaking the cobblestones and awnings. Inside a cafe, Lee Jian sits alone, annoyed that his appointment coincides with a downpour. He looks at his phone, rereading Sungjae's text, politely declining his offer to become his disciple, and scoffs in disappointment. He muses that there's much he doesn't know about Sungjae, recalling how Ain Yeren had to remind him it was the boy's birthday. A dapper man in a hat and suit named Jin Myung arrives, greeting Lee Jian. A caption identifies him as a Virgo sulfur monosulfide rank appraiser. Jin Myung apologizes for the trouble, but Lee Jian dismisses it, saying he had business with Virgo anyway, while fondly recalling how easy it is to travel. Getting down to business, Jin Myung acknowledges they are in a country under Virgo's influence, but questions how certain things can be related only to Virgo. Jin Myung explains that due to the zodiac's influence, Europe has become one large theocratic country. Taking a sip from his mug, he continues his explanation about the state of the continent. He elaborates that the massive dome protecting the continent naturally strengthens the people's faith in the divine. Holding his own mug, Lee Jian smirks, cynically questioning Jin Myung's pride in the divine gods. As Jin Myung recoils in shock, a system window reveals his status as a religious fanatic and shows his faith in Virgo has dropped, while his faith in Ophiuchus is at 99.1%. Lee Jian, his gaze of a god active, correctly deduces that their meeting concerns Jin Myung's divine cadre. Conceding defeat, Jin Myung admits that he cannot hide anything from Lee Jian's perception. To ensure their privacy, he activates Pisces' rental skill, Soundless Barrier, enveloping their table in swirling water energy. Getting straight to the point, Jin Myung begins to discuss the dagger Lee Jian asked him to investigate. He presents the ornate dagger that stabbed Lee Jian 20 years ago, its information obscured by a powerful death energy. Lee Jian listens intently as Jin Myung reveals he was able to read a part of the dagger's remnant memories. A memory flashes, showing a wounded man being brutally stabbed in the chest by a hooded figure wielding the dagger. Jin Myung makes a stunning accusation. The one who stabbed Lee Jian in the Demon Tower was the Saint of Virgo, his own master. The scene transitions back to Hugo's modern home in Sagittarius' sanctuary in South Korea. Opening a purple portal, Lee Jian reflects on Sungjae's rejection of his discipleship offer, noting the boy is still aligned with Gemini. Believing there must be a reason, Lee Jian summons a subordinate, assigning a task to someone named Raliquin. A woman with purple hair and antlers, Raliquin, salutes sharply as Li Jian orders her to investigate the role of a secretary in a divine cadre. Now lounging with a gaming device, Raliquin postpones the secretary task and decides to start by looking into Sungjae. Just then, Sungjae appears, startling her as he announces he has a favor to ask. Internally, Raliquin celebrates her good luck, while outwardly she calmly asks what he needs. Sungjae makes a bold request. He needs her to open the passageway to the secret library within Gemini's domain. The narrative explains this secret library, housed in a magnificent building, contains forbidden grimoires accessible only to the highest-ranked disciples. The camera pans across the vast and beautiful interior of the multi-level library. Sungjae explains that he cannot enter, having thrown away his disciple badge, and his A-rank status also bars him from the secret library. He bows earnestly, pleading for her help to find something he needs inside the library. After a moment of thought, Raliquin's eyes glow as she begins to weave a spell with purple energy. She unleashes a swirling vortex of magic, creating a portal that stuns Sungjae with its power. As a system window for Gemini's magic library appears, Raliquin states that letting him in isn't difficult. Sungjae's relief is cut short, as Raliquin stops him with a single word, but. She questions his motives, explaining the library's dangers and demanding to know what he's seeking and why. With fierce determination, Sungjae reveals he wants to find the spirit invocation skill, which allows the user to summon beings from other worlds. The scene returns to the past, with Li Jian sitting alone on a misty train station bench. In a flashback, Jin Myung narrates that daggers of a similar type have frequently appeared at auctions. A shadowy, monocled figure is shown, hinting at the clandestine nature of these sales. Back in the cafe, the dagger glows, revealing the Virgo symbol. Jin Myung confirms Li Gion's suspicion that the weapon originated with Virgo. Jin Myung shows him a phone, explaining that Virgo's weapon storage is full of similar items, leading Li Jian to realize the auctions are a disposal method. Li Jian looks at a photo of a skeleton on the phone, asking if Jin Myung learned this from his predecessor. Jin Myung grimly recounts how his predecessor was murdered mid-investigation, stabbed with the very dagger he was tracking. Pointing to the cursed dagger, he explains that someone tried to remove its ominous energy and that it holds a powerful, previously unseen curse. Li Jian's expression darkens as Jin Myung reveals that this very curse was powerful enough to nullify his strength in an instant. The dagger radiates immense, dark power over a magic circle, as Jin Myung declares the curse can harm not just a saint, but a divine god. On the bench, Li Jian silently contemplates the terrifying implications of such a weapon. He considers Jean-Louis Morin of Cancer, a curse specialist, but knows his abilities are useless against divine gods. He concludes the dagger's ominous energy is something else entirely, far beyond the power of a zodiac saint. A monstrous entity with a single red eye looms over a corrupted earth, as Li Jian realizes the being that stabbed him is tied to the disasters and an unknown civilization. Whoa! Overwhelmed by the truth, Li Jian leans back, running a hand over his face. He decides to focus on this new, ancient threat first, resolving to deal with Virgo later. A smile crosses his face as he lies back on the bench, sensing an arrival. An old steam train whistles as it pulls into the station. A mysterious figure steps off the train, their purposeful stride catching the eye of a woman on the platform. A mix of anxious onlookers and confident individuals, including a hooded man, gather at the station. As the mysterious figure steps onto the platform, the waiting crowd parts respectfully, creating a path for them. The crowd's feet shift aside as the mysterious figure continues their steady advance down the platform. A smirk crosses Li Jian's face as he notes that his targets have finally arrived. The steam train waits patiently at the station, its passengers now disembarked. The arriving party is revealed to be the elite troops of Sagittarius, Hugo Otters, led by a determined blonde man. The scene shifts to a ruined cityscape, where monstrous blackbirds swarm under a strange, massive moon. A violent clash erupts, filled with explosive bursts of golden light and swirling crimson energy. Amidst the raging battle, a cloaked warrior stands ready to confront his enemies. From above, a commander orders his troops to move quickly, engaging the vine-entangled monsters across the ruined city. A man in a red cape complains about the treacherous, vine-covered ground, making it impossible to move. Li Jian questions a familiar group, wondering why they are also in Virgo's territory. A man explains they're on a mission for Sagittarius. He clarifies that Sagittarius accepted a commission to eliminate disasters, essentially acting as mercenaries for this mission. The man adds that their celestial lord is currently meeting with the Europe Alliance government to get the mission details. A shocked Li Jian asks if they accepted a mission without knowing the details, but is told their lord made the decision. A solid thump sounds as someone lands firmly on the cracked, desolate ground. Standing amidst the desolation, an archer is asked if he's heard of the blood fog, the monster that desired Li Jian's power. The scene shifts to the imposing headquarters of the Europe Alliance government's Disaster Countermeasures Unit. In a briefing room, an official explains the blood fog is a soul-devouring crimson mist that appeared 10 days prior. The blonde man, Hugo, questions the unusual and dangerous approach, asking why they aren't assembling all divine cadres as per standard procedure. The official remains silent as Hugo presses him, questioning if the fog must be stopped at all costs, even after devouring 5,000 people. Hugo demands to know why Virgo's celestial lord, Kevin Ajar, isn't acting, only to be told that Virgo has already made its move. The official clarifies that Virgo has repeatedly mobilized its high-ranking divine cadres and numerous troops. With a grim expression, he reveals that every single one of them was annihilated by the fog, which causes debilitating status abnormalities. He explains the fog is the perfect counter for Virgo's close combat specialists, as a soldier is shown being overwhelmed by the mist. Furthermore, he reveals that Virgo's celestial lord is occupied fighting a similar ranked disaster in the Northern Sea, making his return impossible. This is why they're breaking protocol to hire mercenaries. After reviewing the options, they chose Sagittarius for its tactical mobility. The official adds that Sagittarius's partnership with Li Jian was a key factor and formally asks them to hunt the blood fog. He finishes his request with a chillingly confident smile, his true intentions hidden behind glowing glasses. Hugo internally scoffs, knowing the arrogant Kevin Ajar would never ask for help, and realizes this is a plot by Virgo to eliminate both him and Li Jian. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledges their scheme but clenches his fist, resolved to face the challenge head-on. In a flashback, officials conspire, with one assuring his nervous colleague that simply mentioning the blood fog will ensure Hugo Otters cannot refuse the mission. One of the Sagittarius members reveals the tragic reason. Hugo's wife was lost to the blood fog. Li Jian seeks confirmation, and the man affirms they are talking about the Celestial Lord's wife. He reveals her name was Chun Ji-woo, Hugo's wife and the mother of Yuha and Sungjae, showing a warm family portrait from the past. A woman with glasses adds that she died protecting Sungjae alongside the first disciple, prompting Li Jian to ask if she means Li Jae-won. She confirms, as Li Jian recalls a much younger Li Jae-won, who used to be their porter 20 years ago. Li Jian finally understands Hugo's past evasiveness about his family, recalling a time he mistakenly tried to cheer him up over a divorce. Standing over his resting troops, Li Jian asks for more details on the blood fog, lamenting that the current Hugo has grown weak. "I know how good he is," Li Jian declares, remembering how he personally taught Hugo to fight and trusted him with his life, refusing to believe he could be defeated. He remembers the past Hugo, whose power was so immense it was almost divine. In his prime, Hugo Otters was renowned as one of the most powerful of the 12 zodiac saints. His faith in his friend unshaken, Li Jian demands his subordinates tell him exactly what happened to Hugo. The man agrees. "All right, since it's you, I'll tell you about it." He closes his eyes, preparing to recount the details of that horrifying incident. The story flashes back to a younger Sungjae, tired from travel, telling someone on the phone that he has just arrived in Korea. Behind him, his mother, Chun Ji-woo, excitedly discusses her research on the phone, crediting Li Jian's notes for her imminent breakthrough on anti-disaster prototypes. Her identity card showing, Chun Ji-woo playfully pinches Sungjae's cheek, touched that he came to the airport so late to see her. Li Jae-won, now the first disciple, appears and explains he brought the boy, who was just too excited to wait. Suddenly, a loud growl echoes as little Sungjae clutches his stomach and whines, "Mom, I'm hungry tilde." Chun Ji-woo suggests they eat at a nearby MCDORIA, and Li Jae-won volunteers to buy the burgers so she can stay with the young master. Peeking over a chair, young Sungjae overhears someone yelling at a fool who apologizes to his brother. The argument continues as one man scolds the other for releasing something he was meant to hold, while his partner claims he didn't know this would happen. Chun Ji-woo reassures a confused Sung-jae, telling him to wait since Jae-won is buying their burgers. Suddenly, both Chun Ji-woo and Sung-jae look up in shock as the atmosphere darkens ominously. The airport is plunged into darkness, and startled travelers wonder if there's been a blackout in the middle of the night. Sung-jae asks if the lights went out, but his mother stays silent, her expression grim and protective. Carrying the food, Lee Jae-won stands in a creeping red fog, questioning the sudden blackout. A jolt of terror strikes Lee Jae-won as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Clutching her son, Chun Ji-woo stares out the window at a massive, shadowy red form, whispering that this is bad. The bag of fast food falls and spills across the floor, a symbol of their shattered peace. A chaotic scene of destruction unfolds as people are violently thrown through the air by crimson tendrils. The spilled bag of food lies abandoned on the floor. Chun Ji-woo and Sung-jae scream as shadowy hands reach out to grab them from the darkness. A colossal, tooth-filled maw of a red monster lunges toward the helpless mother and child. As his mother holds him, a terrified Sung-jae reaches out, screaming for "Mister!" to help them. Lee Jae-won gives a final brave thumbs up as he is swallowed whole by the monstrous beast. A malevolent red eye glares from the darkness, radiating pure evil. Weeping, Chun Ji-woo covers her son's eyes, screaming for him not to look at the horror. The drooling, toad-like monster stares ahead with its glowing red eyes. Horrified onlookers realize a disaster has appeared and just devoured a human being as it rampages through the airport. As a strange, secondary head emerges from the monster, a panicked guard orders his subordinate to contact the divine cadre immediately. Entangled by dark tendrils, Chun Ji-woo cries out in pain, while Sung-jae yells at the monster not to touch his mother. Dragged away by the creature, Chun Ji-woo desperately holds onto Sung-jae and screams for someone to save her. A massive explosion erupts in the distance, sending up a huge cloud of dust and debris. Amidst the wreckage, terrified survivors cry out for help, trapped and desperate to escape. Chun Ji-woo shoves Sung-jae into a car, telling him to play hide-and-seek and assuring him his father will handle the monster. With a tearful smile, she makes him promise to be brave and wait for his father to arrive. From the safety of the car, Sung-jae watches in horror as dark tendrils envelop his mother. A happy memory of Sung-jae's 7th birthday party flashes by, a reminder of a time when his family was all together. Alone in the car, young Sung-jae sobs, apologizing to his mom and Mr. Jae-won. Ominous red vines creep across the ground toward the lone car, sitting in the ruins. A brilliant star of golden light descends from the sky, piercing the red gloom. The golden energy slams into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. A man with blonde hair and flaming eyes appears, asking a stunned Sung-jae if he's all right. The man, barefoot and surrounded by a fiery aura, lands powerfully as Sung-jae reaches out, calling him Dad. Hugo rushes to his son, frantically asking if he's hurt while Sung-jae cries out for his dad. Hugo's relief turns to anguish as he realizes his wife is gone, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. His hand trembles with grief and rage as he stares at the destruction before him. Standing protectively by the car, Hugo's face is a mask of cold fury. An immense aura of golden, fiery energy explodes from his body. Consumed by rage, Hugo stands as a silhouette against the inferno he has created. A furious voice roars out into the chaos. "How dare you!" Wreathed in golden flames, Hugo streaks across the battlefield like a meteor. He confronts the grotesque, tree-like monster, realizing the bodies of its victims are gruesomely embedded in its back. Spotting his wife, Ji-woo, trapped within the monster's flesh, Hugo screams her name in agony. Trying to remain calm, he resolves that there must be a way to save her, even if he has to pull her out by force. He launches himself toward Ji-woo, his fist glowing as he prepares to rip her free. Grabbing onto the vines holding her, he promises to get her out quickly. He unleashes a blinding burst of power, determined to tear his wife from the monster's grasp. A bolt of red lightning crackles down, striking the toad-like monster squarely on its head. Ugh, Hugo grunts in pain, his golden aura wavering as he's violently pushed back by an unseen force. "Don't get in my way," he roars, engulfed in a torrent of furious golden flames. His rage is halted by the tortured, spectral forms of the monster's victims, who plead for him to save them. As a ghostly woman reaches for him begging for help, Hugo's resolve is shaken. Coup. A dark tendril erupts from his stomach in a spray of blood, impaling him from behind. The colossal monster grins, recognizing Hugo's divine power as a delicious meal, causing him to gulp in terror. Gah, wrapped in shadowy tendrils, Hugo is lifted into the air as the monster declares its intent to devour him. From the car, a tear-streaked Sungjae watches in horror, screaming for his dad. A brilliant flash of golden light erupts from the darkness. The light explodes directly from the monster's gaping mouth, a massive release of energy. The resulting shockwave shatters the ground into pieces. Golden energy arcs across Hugo's body, his power seemingly being drained from him. Suddenly, survivors are safely encased in glowing purple bubbles, lifted from the danger zone. A new figure lands by the car, mocking Sagittarius for his pathetic state. A woman with purple hair, Hazy, reveals she used her magic to rescue the people trapped in the tree-like monster. Haizei and two male companions prepare to engage the monster, declaring their intention to attack. The trio of rescuers descends upon the grotesque creature below. A stiletto heel lands beside a defeated Hugo, who weakly wonders how these people got here. A woman in a red cloak, identified as Scorpio St. Haley, asks Hugo if he's okay, and he recognizes her in disbelief. Haley supports the injured Hugo, explaining she gathered reinforcements, though she secretly admits they're only here to protect their own territories. The muscular man and the man in a suit fly through the air, launching a powerful combined assault. Hazy joins the attack from above, announcing they'll end this in a single, decisive blow. She unleashes a massive, swirling sphere of destructive purple energy toward the monster. Muscular man with glasses smirks, declaring, "That's music to my ears," as he and his partner unleash their own attacks. Their combined powers surge forward as one of them yells, "Let's go all out." The separate attacks merge into a singular, devastating beam of energy. Clutching Haley, a stunned and bleeding Hugo witnesses their overwhelming power. The monster's glowing red eye watches impassively as the massive attack hurtles towards it. The coordinated assault is shockingly absorbed by the creature, leaving the attackers to wonder if it was devoured. Though the monster's limb shows glowing wounds, one of the fighters shouts in frustration that its injuries are already regenerating. The towering monster glares down at the three warriors, its power undiminished. The muscular man yells for Hazy to deploy a barrier, and she retorts that she was just about to. Hazy throws her arms wide, activating her magic barrier skill and enveloping them in a protective purple field. In response, the monster opens its cavernous mouth, preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack. A terrifying beam of red energy erupts from the monster, tearing a path of destruction through the city. Ugh! Haizei struggles to maintain the shield against the immense power, crying out that the barrier won't last. A new skill is invoked, manifesting as a glowing hand holding a small axe-shaped pendant. As the skill Golden Rules branches is activated, massive golden chains erupt from the ground and ensnare the monster. A colossal, ethereal figure made of golden light materializes behind the struggling monster, shocking the combatants. The figure, identified as Libra St. Giselle Lawrence, chides the others for being so easily flustered by the disaster. Hugo asks Haley if she also called Libra for help, but she confirms she only summoned the other three. Giselle's golden eyes narrow as the monster growls, straining against her magical chains. Giselle commands Gemini to teleport the monster away, an order that leaves Hazy stunned and questioning. The Libra Saint explains that the disaster can steal their powers, just as it did to Sagittarius, making it impossible to defeat right now. She coldly orders the monster to be sent far away, not caring if it's deep underground or into boiling lava. Hazy argues that the monster will simply reappear eventually, but Giselle dismisses her concern, stating all that matters is that it's gone for now. "No!" Hugo screams, arguing they must defeat it to reclaim the human souls it devoured and rescue those still trapped inside, vowing to help. With bloodied face and burning eyes, Hugo defiantly declares that he can still fight. The golden, ethereal form of Giselle remains silent, looking down as if in consideration. The toad-like monster's red reptilian eye trembles with fury as it strains against its bonds. A purple-haired woman named Haizei cries out that the restraints are reaching their limits. A voice urgently yells for Haizei to use her teleport skill immediately. With a deafening shriek, K-I-E-E-E-E, the monster thrashes violently against the golden chains holding it. Grunting with effort, A system window confirms Gemini Saint Hayes is activating her teleport skill. No, Santo Oab, Hugo screams in blood-soaked desperation, trying to halt the teleportation. With intense concentration, Hayes unleashes her final burst of purple energy to banish the creature. The scene shifts to a news broadcast reporting on the blood fog incident, with a headline confirming tens are dead. A news report explains that the saints stopped the blood fog, but not before many people were injured. At a press conference, Giselle Lawrence, the Libra saint, expresses regret that they couldn't save more people. In the aftermath, angry citizens protest, harshly criticizing Sagittarius for failing to stop the disaster and handling it inadequately. People in the crowd gossip, branding Hugo as incompetent for failing to protect even his own family. Standing alone in the rain at a memorial service, Hugo bows his head while the public continues their harsh criticism. Mourners confront Hugo directly, blaming him for the deaths of their family members. An enraged mob, held back by riot police, surrounds Hugo at the memorial, screaming for him to bring their families back. Elsewhere, a group watches the news in a lavish apartment as a man in a suit asks why Leo turned off the broadcast. A muscular man and a blue-haired woman from the airport battle question if the public's intense criticism of Sagittarius is going too far. A portly man named Yang Wei dismisses their concern, seeing Sagittarius' misfortune as an opportunity for other cadres to enter Korea, earning a sharp rebuke. Another man mockingly asks Stephen Marker if his conscience is pricked after enjoying the citizens' praise. Identified as Taurus Saint Ivan Kruger, he calls Sagittarius a foolish half-wit for lacking artifacts and failing to ask for help. A man with glasses named Morin interrupts, telling Ivan his assessment was wrong. With a wicked grin, Morin corrects him, calling Sagittarius a quarter-wit since the monster already stole half his power, and Ivan smirks in agreement. Wahahaha. Ivan Kruger erupts in laughter, agreeing with Morin's cruel joke as others look on disapprovingly. The blue-haired woman drags the muscular man away as he fumes, declaring the situation is incredibly frustrating. The two stand by a window as the man wonders if Hugo is all right. The woman says they'll just have to observe him. She then questions the man's concern, asking if he wasn't jealous of Chun Ji-woo. She confesses that while she hates Chun Ji-woo, she never wished for such a horrible fate to befall her. Ooh, they both sigh, sharing a quiet, somber moment. Looking out at the rain, the woman adds that although she feels for Hugo, she feels even worse for his children. Hugo and his staff walk through the pouring rain, besieged by a crowd. Reporters swarm him, demanding to know how he feels and if he's sorry for his failure. A journalist aggressively asks when he plans to hold a funeral for the victims' families. Other reporters shout rumors that the victims were secretly moved to a hospital, under Scorpio's control, to cover up the incident. A staff member shields Hugo, announcing he will hold a press conference after visiting the patients and asking for space. A horrific flashback shows the monster having vomited up victims it couldn't digest, revealing how Jaewon's body was discovered later. In a hospital, an official explains Jaewon was likely the last one eaten and orders him moved to the ICU, thanking Haley for providing the facility. A female staff member named Yeren passionately defends her saint, urging him to tell the world what really happened, and that he lost his family too. She insists he revealed that the souls could have been saved, and Hugo sorrowfully admits there was indeed a way. Yeren argues that telling people their loved ones' souls were stolen is just torturing them with false hope without any promises. Overwhelmed, Hugo questions how he could possibly save them now, with no plan or method. He recalls being drained of his power by the monster's tendrils, acknowledging his own weakness. Remembering Heisey being forced to teleport the monster away, he resigns himself to the fact that there was no other choice. Yeren tearfully argues that no other saint would risk their life for the victims, yet Hugo is being unfairly hated, despite doing nothing wrong. With a grim smile, Hugo accepts his fate, saying he must bear their hatred for his weakness, and thanks Yeren for her concern. A male colleague comforts the crying Yeren, addressing her as Vice Celestial Lord. He explains that the Celestial Lord moved the victims to the hospital because he still believes they might awaken, even if there's no current solution. Looking at a ward full of comatose patients, he explains that Hugo will never give up on them. Young Sungjae watches over his mother and Uncle Jaewon, blaming himself and thinking they would be safe if they had just left the airport sooner. Curled up in a chair, Sungjae sobs that his dad could have won and saved everyone if not for him, apologizing that it's all his fault. A young man, his face streaked with tears, clutches a phone tightly in his hand. In a fiery memory, a blond man recalls that he should have told Sung-jae it wasn't his fault, but couldn't let his son see him break down. In the present, a man with dark hair sits by a campfire with cloaked, crying figures, lamenting that Sung-jae likely still blames himself. The blond man joins him by the fire, admitting it was something he needed to tell him eventually, after being asked if he said something unnecessary. In a humorous aside, the dark-haired man tells a crying figure named Capricorn to stop, but he wails that the tears just keep coming. The dark-haired man sits back, declaring that with the blood fog's return, it's time to settle their old debt. Across the fire, the blond man stares into the flames, vowing to destroy the monster once and for all this time. His eyes burning with conviction, he promises to make sure of it as a fiery cataclysm rages in the background. The scene shifts to a grotesque, star-shaped maw of flesh, pulsing ominously. A massive reptilian eye surveys a desolate landscape under a star-filled, blood-red sky. The monstrous toad-like creature reemerges in a ruined city, its voice echoing its intent to swallow everything. With a terrifying, wide grin and glowing red eyes, the monster declares it will devour both the city and its inhabitants. An artist's avatar appears, a stylized boy with glasses and a blue dragon mask on his head. Back in the devastated city, warriors battle monstrous black birds, sprouting from writhing, overgrown vines. The blond man, addressed as Celestial Lord, decisively orders his troops to gather and burn the new monsters before they can cause more trouble. An aide hands the Celestial Lord a red can of soda, which he accepts with a grateful smile. He takes a refreshing sip as his followers look on with starstruck admiration. Another follower presents him with a box of assorted chocolates, which he also graciously accepts. He pops a chocolate into his mouth, his delighted followers swooning in the background. Overwhelmed by kindness, the Celestial Lord is mobbed by his adoring followers, who shower him with gifts and treats. He asks if they're pitying him after he shared his tragic story, but they nervously deny it and rush off to resume their search. The dark-haired man helps himself to the pile of gifts, telling the Celestial Lord to just eat them, while he thinks his followers are a bit much. A voice calls out, Lee Jian, and the dark-haired man recognizes it as Reliquins. A purple-haired woman with antlers, Reliquin, appears, informing Lee Jian that she has just spoken with Sung-jae and has an update for him. The scene shifts to a red-haired young man, Sung-jae, standing in a grand, purple-hued hall. He stands before a glowing archway as a notification confirms he has entered the Gemini Magic Library's secret library. Staring intensely, Sung-jae identifies his goal, the spirit invocation skill capable of summoning otherworldly beings. He reveals his decision to stay with Gemini was solely to learn this powerful skill. Standing amidst swirling cosmic energies, he theorizes that if the skill can summon otherworldly beings, it must also be able to summon a human soul. He remembers his mother and Uncle Jaewon, comatose in hospital beds, determined to do whatever it takes to help them. Clutching his shirt with fiery resolve, Sung-jae vows to reclaim all the souls that were sacrificed during the disaster. Reliquin listens to his passionate plea, remaining silent for a moment. She then raises her hand, summoning a whip of crackling purple energy. With authority confirmed by the Fairy Queen, Sung-jae gains access to the secret library and thanks Reliquin profusely. Reliquin acknowledges Sung-jae's difficult story, expressing her gratitude and cautioning him not to overexert himself. Stepping into the vast, towering library, Sung-jae steels himself, determined not to let this rare opportunity go to waste. He attempts to borrow the World Tree's grimoire, but is denied due to having insufficient Divine Cadre contribution points. Holding a glowing bracelet, Sung-jae decides to donate the artifact to gain the points he needs. After thanking his sister for the gift, he donates the magic bracelet, gaining 30,000 points and successfully loaning the grimoire. As he opens the ancient book, it erupts in a brilliant blue light, its knowledge flooding directly into his mind. Wah! Sung-jae cries out as he's engulfed in a vortex of glowing runes and overwhelming magical information. He quickly focuses his mind, flipping through the pages to find his target, Spirit Invocation, Conversation with the Dead. As Sung-jae becomes absorbed in the grimoire, a blond man with glasses spies on him from behind a bookshelf. Suddenly, the glowing book is snatched from Sung-jae's hands, leaving him stunned and confused. The mysterious man smirks, mockingly commenting on the advanced book Sung-jae was reading. Sung-jae angrily identifies his assailant as Yin Shi-woo, questioning why someone who vanished during Gemini's crisis is here now. "Give that back to me," Sungjae shouts, furious at the interruption. Yoon Shi-woo playfully multiplies the book into several identical copies, tauntingly asking which one he wants. Seething with rage, Sungjae erupts in a powerful aura of swirling blue energy. Shi-woo scoffs at his display of power, sneering that he only acts tough because he has Lee Ji-yeon to protect him. His expression turning sinister, Shi-woo reveals a golden artifact resembling the scales of justice, hinting at his own formidable power. By the campfire, the blonde man draws his bow, knocking a glowing arrow as the dark-haired man looks on. Whoosh! He fires the arrow, sending a brilliant streak of light soaring through the desolate landscape. As the arrow bursts like a flare in the sky, a group of warriors recognizes it as the signal to return, relieved to be done for the day. A man with dark, styled hair officially orders all disaster search personnel to return for a head count, starting with Group A. A hooded figure asks for the status of Group B, and another team member confirms they are all accounted for. The call goes out for Group C, but the only answer is a grim scene of a fallen comrade, ensnared by crimson, thorny vines. Calling for Group C again, the leader is horrified to receive a desperate, telepathic plea for help. Swole! In the distance, a massive, dark monolith stands amidst the writhing crimson vines. The dark-haired man clenches his fists, his body radiating a furious, dark energy. Gripping his weapon tightly, the blonde man utters the name Taiksu, his voice filled with rage. He erupts in a torrent of golden flames, warned by his companion that he's using too much power. The dark-haired man advises him to channel his anger into strength, not reckless abandon. The blonde man sighs, agreeing it's easier said than done, but promises to try, receiving a supportive pat on the shoulder. Surveying their team assembled on a ruined highway, a voice declares that after 10 years, it is finally time for revenge. The scene transitions to a grand statue of armored knights, defending a large, ornate globe. A man with his hands clasped behind his back walks down a path lined with red trees, wondering if autumn has already arrived. Suddenly, thick, fleshy red tendrils erupt from the paved ground with a violent crack. The ominous tendrils writhe and surge forward with incredible speed. Alerted by the sound, the blonde man asks what's happening, and the dark-haired man realizes it's coming from within the dome. A monstrous red tendril bursts from the ground before them, its immense size dwarfing the two men. It slams down with devastating force, narrowly missing them as they leap clear of the impact. The terrifying tendrils whip through the air. With blurring speed, they crash into the ground repeatedly, tearing up the earth with immense power. A lone figure stands defiantly as a massive wave of writhing tendrils rises to strike. Someone shouts, "Jian!" as a figure glowing with cyan energy delivers a powerful kick. A flash of cyan light fills the screen. Lee Ji-yeon, glowing with power, holds an unseen person by the throat, demanding to know, "Is it you?" He furiously asks if this is the person who brought so much sorrow to his friend and his son. With a final, brutal motion, he slams his captive into the ground. A brown-haired man with blood splattered on his face reacts with a silent exclamation of shock as a colossal, toad-like creature with glowing red eyes emerges from the ground. The man can only whisper, "Wow." Holding a severed tendril, Lee Ji-yeon faces the beast, acknowledging it's no ordinary disaster. Yoon Shi-woo appears with a sinister grin, holding his golden scales and gloating that Sungjae's father and uncle are about to be torn apart. A light brown-haired man points forward, unleashing a blinding flash of golden energy. Surprised by the sudden attack, the red-haired Sungjae raises his arms to defend himself. His eyes widen in shock at the approaching power. A swirling sphere of golden energy manifests, trapping him within its powerful grasp. Looking up in horror, Sungjae recognizes the terrifying power, shouting, "Be blood fog?" Yan Shiwoo smirks, confirming his prediction that Lee Ji-yeon and Sagittarius will die, as the blood fog is obsessed with devouring constellations' powers. The massive blood fog monster looms over Lee Ji-yeon, its voice echoing its hunger to devour his power. Surrounded by his own fire, Lee Ji-yeon laughs defiantly, telling the monster it has big dreams. His divine flames blaze even hotter in response to the challenge. Sagittarius appears at his side with his bow drawn as Lee Ji-yeon gives a confident thumbs up. As the monster attacks, Lee Ji-yeon's leg is engulfed in flames, and he cries out at its greed. He lands hard, his lower leg completely gone, but a brilliant cyan aura immediately surrounds him. A notification confirms super regeneration has activated, and his foot and ankle are instantly restored. Li Jian summons the divine hammer that grants achievements, confronting the toad and its plans to devour humans and cities. A squadron of archers appears, with their leader declaring they are here to spoil the monster's meal. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Li Jian and Sagittarius prepare to fight, telling the monster its illicit feast is over. Wreathed in crackling energy, Li Jian leaps forward to strike the colossal beast head-on. Li Jian swings his divine hammer, which crackles with a potent mixture of cyan and black energy. With a confident grin, he unleashes his skill, commanding the hammer that grants achievements to size up. The now gargantuan hammer descends with incredible weight, dwarfing Li Jian beneath it. Boom! The hammer's impact creates a massive crater and a blinding shockwave of cyan light. The colossal toad's bloodshot eye stares in shock as the very ground beneath it shatters. It lets out a deafening screech from its cavernous mouth, the force of which sends Li Jian flying. Suddenly, an ornate golden spearhead pierces the monster's tough hide. Following the spear, a brilliant volley of glowing golden arrows rains down from the sky. Li Jian lands gracefully amidst the chaos as the arrows continue to bombard the beast. Sagittarius roars determinedly, commanding the next wave of the assault. Prepare the second round of arrows, he orders his assembled troops. As an archer summons a weapon, another man warns him the beast absorbs mana and that they must use divine artifact arrows, not skills. An archer knocks multiple powerful arrows onto an intricately designed divine bow. Fire! The archers unleash another blinding barrage of light and power toward their target. Struck by the volley, the monster roars in a mixture of pain and unbridled fury. The battlefield erupts in explosions as the archers continue their relentless assault from a distance. In response, a forest of massive, thorny roots erupts violently from the scarred earth. Surrounded by the writhing roots, Li Jian's eyes glow intensely as he complains that they are a pain. He hurls a tiny, glowing object that streaks through the air and smacks into the ground. A notification announces the divine artifact, Omnificent Mudball, has been summoned, revealing a cute, pink slime creature. A hand reaches for the creature as a voice calls out its name. Lime! Scissors! The voice commands, and the slime's body displays multiple scissor icons. Lime instantly transforms into a massive, ornate pair of scissors crackling with cyan power, which Li Jian promptly wields. A dark, menacing grin spreads across Li Jian's shadowed face as he takes his grip. With a fierce battle cry, he unleashes a torrent of energy from his new weapon. Shall we do some pruning then? He asks with a sinister smile, ready to cut the monster down to size. The toad beast roars back in absolute fury. Bastard! In a blur of motion, the scissor blades slice cleanly through the thick, dark roots. With Lime floating nearby, Li Jian deftly dances through the battlefield, severing every tendril in his path. He spins, unleashing a wide, arcing slash of pure cyan energy. The swirling attack creates a powerful vortex that completely obliterates the remaining roots. The energy wave slams directly into the colossal beast, which staggers backward from the sheer force. Li Jian lands perfectly, energy still crackling from his decisive strike. His companion, Lime, plops onto the ground, looking dizzy and completely frazzled. A final piercing beam of light strikes the monster directly in its face. The beam slices cleanly through the beast's head, delivering a final, fatal blow. Li Jian stands with his back to the fallen creature, dual-wielding the separated scissor blades. As the enormous monster collapses, the archers cry out in victory. Whoa, we defeated it! A few of the warriors comment that the fight was easier than expected, wondering if it's because Li Jian is just too strong. Sagittarius, however, remains wary, thinking that something is off and it shouldn't have ended so easily. The monster's corpse begins to twist and contort, its flesh hardening into a gnarled, dark tree. From his observation sphere, Songjae cheers, believing his uncle and dad have defeated the blood fog. He points forward with a triumphant smile, absolutely certain of their victory. Yan Shiwu smirks, admitting they weren't bad, but coldly states the real fight hasn't even started. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he clutches the golden artifact around his wrist. Sungjae is stunned as Yoon Shi-woo asks if he's seen how truly dreadful the monster is. Yoon Shi-woo holds up his glowing artifact, the golden scales of justice. A golden, whip-like chain lashes out from the artifact, striking the monster's corpse on the battlefield below. The archers cry out in shock, shouting that the monster is regenerating, while one points in terror toward the dome. Sagittarius's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock at the unfolding horror. Lee Ji-yeon realizes with dread that the dome is being eroded from the outside by the blood fog. He slams his weapon into the ground, unleashing a torrent of cyan energy that shatters the earth. His glowing blue eyes narrow with sudden, intense focus. Surveying the monster's remains, he realizes it must have used a petty trick to bypass the dome's defenses. An illustration reveals the creature's tactic. Its roots tunneled underground to erode the dome from beneath the city. As a wave of dark energy pulses from the corpse, Lee Ji-yeon reacts with shock, while Sagittarius orders his archers to raise their bows again. The massive, gnarled tree monster begins to writhe and reform with malevolent red energy. From his observation point, Yoon Shi-woo laughs, declaring the dome is no longer a shelter, but a food storage for the blood fog. Sungjae can only watch, his face a mask of pure terror. Yoon Shi-woo spreads his arms wide, eagerly anticipating a great show as he announces the beginning of Scene 2. The fully reformed monster, now a colossal maw of teeth and roots, groans that it's still hungry as Lee Ji-yeon faces it alone. Yoon Shi-woo gloats that the dome has become the blood fog's food storage, and that the number of humans about to be devoured will far exceed the airport incident. Sungjae glares, pointing out that Yoon Shi-woo speaks as if he was at the airport incident himself. A brief grainy flashback shows a blonde-haired young man at what appears to be an airport terminal. The horrifying realization dawns on Sungjae as he asks if Yoon Shi-woo was the cause of that incident as well. Yoon Shi-woo brings a hand to his lips, stifling a laugh. He mocks Sungjae for finally figuring it out, wondering if he's smart for connecting the dots or stupid for taking so long. Yoon Shi-woo laughs maniacally, confessing to the crime and daring Sungjae to do anything about it, enraging the red-haired man. He boasts that even if Sungjae's father, the powerful Libra saint, found out, he would be untouchable as his son. Gloating over an image of the Libra saint, Yoon Shi-woo questions what anyone could possibly do to him. Sungjae furiously demands to know if Yoon Shi-woo feels any remorse, but the blonde man coldly dismisses the victims as simply unlucky. "You son of a bitch," Sungjae roars, summoning a blade of crackling cyan energy to his hand. Startled by the weapon, Yoon Shi-woo flinches back as Sungjae taunts him with a vicious grin, asking if he's scared. Yoon Shi-woo panics, realizing Sungjae is about to summon Lee Ji-yeon and hysterically questioning the plan with the blood fog still active. Sungjae unleashes a blinding attack, engulfing a screaming Yoon Shi-woo in a flash of light and energy. As Sungjae grabs him by the face, Yoon Shi-woo screams in terror, crying that he has experienced this power before. A close-up shows Sungjae overpowering a gritting Yoon Shi-woo. With a powerful shoulder tackle, Sungjae sends Yoon Shi-woo flying as scattered grimoires fly through the air. Yoon Shi-woo crashes hard onto the floor, completely thrown off balance. Standing over his dazed opponent, Sungjae scoffs that it was only simple light magic, calling him a coward. Sungjae decides to grab all the grimoires and escape before Yoon Shi-woo recovers. He stops, his attention caught by the golden artifact still wrapped around Yoon Shi-woo's wrist. Kneeling down, Sungjae carefully removes the artifact from the unconscious man. He realizes that if Yoon Shi-woo used this divine artifact to revive the blood fog, it could also be the key to defeating it. Sungjae determines he must travel to Europe, but despairs, questioning what he can do when he can't use skills without artifacts. Clenching the golden chain, he decides worrying is a waste of time as his eyes begin to glow with power. He picks up one of the ancient grimoires from the floor. Realization strikes. He can use the mana stored within the grimoires to cast teleport. Surrounded by a vortex of glowing blue runes from the book, Sungjae activates the teleport skill. Back in the city, a massive explosion rips through the top of a skyscraper. On the battlefield, Sagittarius's army of archers unleashes a massive volley of flaming arrows into the sky. An impossibly dense wave of thousands of golden arrows fills the air. The devastating rain of fire attack bombards the gnarled beast from above. Leaping into the fray, Lee Ji-yeon unleashes his slashing branch skill, a massive wave of destructive cyan energy. A brilliant blur of cyan light cuts through the darkness. The energy wave carves a path of destruction across the battlefield, heading for a building. The immense power of the attack continues its surge forward, crackling with energy. The slash tears directly through the colossal monster, ripping it to pieces. Li Jian lands with a satisfied smirk and wipes his brow, commenting on his nice cut. The severed tendrils of the beast crash into the ground, shattering the earth on impact. A dark tendril lashes out, injuring Li Jian as a notification confirms his left arm is damaged. Li Jian grits his teeth against the pain, his eyes glowing intensely as Lime looks on from his shoulder in shock. System notifications announce super regeneration activating, but the blood fog is weakening him and having its effects. With a mighty crash, a new threat emerges from the ground. A forest of massive thorny tendrils erupts violently from the scarred earth around him. Surrounded by thorny tendrils, Li Jian sees a bright light emerge from below. As Sagittarius screams for him to get back, a massive explosion of golden light erupts from the ground. Sagittarius bursts onto the scene in a blaze of fire, instantly restoring Li Jian's injured arm. His hair now a shocking blue, Li Jian prepares to unleash a devastating counterattack. Sagittarius unleashes a torrent of golden flames, joining the assault. Their combined powers erupt in a blinding flash of cyan and gold energy. The raw power of their attack radiates outwards, overwhelming the battlefield. TSK, standing back to back, Sagittarius warns the transformed Li Jian about a new, ominous aura. A terrifying crimson vortex opens in the sky, which Sagittarius recognizes from the dreaded demon tower. The memory of a demonic, skull-adorned tower gate flashes before their eyes. A writhing mass of monstrous, glowing-eyed creatures fills the vision. Narration explains that the calamities inside the tower were in a completely different class. Visions of powerful, multi-eyed, demonic creatures emphasize the coming threat. The narration continues, explaining that these monsters were beyond the usual ranking system. They were, simply put, impossible to raid. The monstrous entity reforms with a horrifying grin, facing down Li Jian and Sagittarius. Activating his 13th sense to find a weakness, Li Jian is shocked by what his analysis reveals. The analysis reveals the monster's intricate anatomy, powered by multiple glowing cores within its body. He realizes it has 3 cores, with the main one absorbing soul and life power from its victims. The horrifying truth dawns on him. The monster is feeding on the entire city trapped inside the dome. Sagittarius confirms the dome is now a prison for the monster's food source, shocking Li Jian. With grim determination, Sagittarius orders his forces to destroy the dome, and they immediately obey. The monster's glowing red eyes narrow in fury as it vows to stop them. Its tendrils erupt once more, ensnaring Sagittarius's men as they scream in agony. As Li Jian yells out to his allies, Sagittarius leaps into action to save his captured troops. From within the tendrils, the captured soldiers' souls are ripped out, screaming in agony. The glowing pink souls cry out for help, begging to be saved from their horrifying fate. Panicked cries fill the air as the remaining soldiers watch the horrifying transformation unfold. The soldiers stare in disbelief and terror, frozen by the horrific sight before them. A terrified soldier is confronted by a pleading soul before he too is consumed, screaming in horror. Sagittarius realizes the monster is cruelly mimicking its victims' voices, enraging Li Jian further. Clenching his fist, Li Jian growls that the calamity really knows how to push his buttons. Facing the monster's wicked grin, Li Jian resolutely declares, "I'm gonna kick its ass!" A swirling vortex of cyan energy suddenly opens on the ground nearby. Yuak! Sung-jae comes tumbling out of the portal, screaming as he lands in a European-style city. A massive crimson-leafed tree stands ominously as someone cries out from the impact. Holding his head, Sung-jae groans in pain, realizing the Libra rosary must have altered his destination. He looks down and notices the golden Libra rosary glowing brightly in his hand. A look of utter shock spreads across his face as he processes his new surroundings. His gaze falls upon a colossal, blood-red tree with what looks like a golden creature embedded within it. The perspective shifts to the tree, which seems to sense his presence as he looks up. Surveying the devastation in bodies around him, he concludes he's in the right place after all. He notes the tree's crimson leaves and the ominous red fog it's emitting into the air. He speculates that this might be the very source of the blood fog, as the Libra rosary shields him. Seeing the corpses ensnared in its roots, he grimly deduces the tree is the cause of the massacre. A hand channels a torrent of cyan energy into an ancient, dark grimoire. Enraged by the massacre, the red-haired Sungjae unleashes the grimoire's mana, summoning a colossal blue guardian. Meanwhile, a news broadcast from the outskirts reports that the European allied country's West Protection Dome is in total chaos. Elsewhere, a furious official slams his desk, demanding to know why the situation wasn't handled with more moderation. He worries about the global fallout once the full extent of the disaster is revealed. The report identifies the catastrophe as the blood fog, linking it to mass casualties and the Virgo Sanctuary incident. A powerful, eye-patch-wearing blonde woman listens intently as the report confirms the dome is filled with poisonous gas. A smirking man with a laptop appears unconcerned as the broadcast explains that rescue teams are unable to enter. A woman with antlers clutches a toy in fear, hearing the grim news about the unknown number of civilian casualties. Back inside the dome, the monster's tendrils lash out violently. Lee Jion's tattered legs are seen as he leaps through the chaotic assault. Thrown into the air with lime on his head, Lee Jion brandishes his weapon, shocked by the sudden turn of events. He punches a massive tendril mid-flight, cursing the tough beast for creating more work for him. From the ground, Sagittarius desperately calls out to Jion, who is dwarfed by the swarm of monstrous branches. An ally frantically warns Sagittarius of a massive threat looming behind him. The divine artifact protecting Sagittarius shatters as he braces against the overwhelming attack. Q! Sagittarius cries out as the immense force of the blow crushes him. Lee Jion rushes to his fallen ally, calling out, "Oh, Taiksu!" as he flies past tendrils, embedded with screaming souls. His eyes glowing with fury, Lee Jion glares at the writhing mass and curses the darn branches. He is momentarily frozen by the horrifying sight of countless agonized souls trapped within the monster's form. A thorny tendril suddenly snares Lee Jion's leg, trapping him in midair. Gritting his teeth, he damns the creature, recognizing he's been caught by a disgusting technique. The tendrils constricting him erupt in a violent burst of dark energy. On the ground, Sagittarius's ensnared men cry out in terror for Sir Lee Jion to save them. The colossal monster's single, blood-red eye stares down at its helpless victims. It sneers at the trapped soldiers, mocking their weakness before vowing to devour them all. Suddenly, a brilliant explosion of energy erupts from below, catching the monster by surprise. The beast's many red eyes widen in shock as it looks down at the unexpected attack. It roars in fury, sensing that someone is interfering with its branches. A blinding flash of light completely engulfs the battlefield, vaporizing the dark roots. Sungjae unleashes his rage, sending his summoned blue guardian smashing into the colossal tree. The guardian's powerful blow shatters the gnarled branches, as Sungjae furiously yells that this cannot stand. Clutching a golden cross, he roars, filled with righteous fury for all that has been lost. He screams for his mother, remembering her pained face. He cries out for his father. He remembers his smiling Uncle Jaewon. Finally, he thinks of all the innocent people who were sacrificed. Overwhelmed with grief and rage, he unleashes the full power of his guardian, refusing to accept their deaths. A massive wave of divine blue energy tears through the battlefield, obliterating everything in its path. Guoha. The monster lets out a deafening roar of agony as the divine power slams into it. Wounded and furious, it snarls, dismissing its attackers as filthy insects. The beast retaliates, swinging a massive limb down upon the remaining soldiers. Its fist smashes into the ground, narrowly missing its targets. An archer points in panic, shouting that the monster is now charging toward the dome. A bloodied Sagittarius pushes himself from the rubble, determined not to let the creature escape. He calls for Goat to give him his bow, preparing to unleash a specially prepared weapon. The monstrous beast charges headlong into the crimson barrier of the dome. It collides with the energy field in a tremendous explosion of force. A single flaming arrow is planted firmly into the ground, glowing with immense power. The monster foams at the mouth, its glowing red eye filled with pure, unadulterated rage. With a mighty pull, Sagittarius prepares a massive arrow, taunting the monster about the pillar he's about to embed in its body. His golden eyes blazing with power, Sagittarius grins, declaring a small arrow wouldn't be sincere enough for the occasion. He unleashes the colossal golden arrow, which soars through the air like a meteor of pure light. The arrow strikes its target with a brilliant, explosive impact, engulfing the monster in a flash of divine energy. On the ground, a commander orders his troops to fire, loosing a volley of binding projectiles into the sky. The projectiles converge in a blinding flash, forming a cage of light around their target. Now pinned by the massive golden arrow and bound by countless tethers, the monstrous entity is finally restrained. As his men struggle to hold the tethers, a commander yells for them to hold on tight and keep the beast restrained. One soldier complains about the monster's incredible strength, while his superior orders everyone to use their enhancement skills. As his men bicker, a determined soldier grimly notes that the monster will simply keep regenerating. He concludes that if damaging it is futile, their only option is to keep it restrained. The monster's bloodshot eye glares through the bindings, seething with rage and cursing them as insects. As its eye crackles with energy, the beast screams in denial, trying to reject the golden sword pinning it down. A massive blue spirit is summoned as Li Jian roars for the monster to get out of his sight. With a furious cry, Li Jian, his hair now a fiery red, unleashes a torrent of raw power. The summoned blue giant smashes down, unleashing a devastating wave of crackling energy. The massive explosion of blue power tears across the battlefield, obliterating everything in its path. A blinding flash of light signifies the attack has reached its zenith, engulfing the city. The monster howls in despair, lamenting the loss of its accumulated power and its city. As the city is consumed by the blue explosion, the creature mourns the souls it needed to offer.